1. We live!
Hi!
I had like a brief moment where I was like tempted to open with "Let's get ready to ramble,"
Really
but
good.
you know, why mess with the
Really
classics?
good.
It's Hello, people. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Our energy might be a little bit funny tonight because, first of all, Shahomi had a little bit of a funny power outage for like 15 minutes earlier today.
Yay.
So if I vanish, you're gonna get like an hour with bugs
Uh-huh.
before y'all decide I
And the
might just
doors
be
are
down
locked.
and out for the night. And the doors are locked.
The doors are locked.
And I will be quietly reading a book about Fraggle Rock, possibly by flashlight.
Yay.
So, and the other funny thing is Bugs' computer forced a Windows update.
Yay.
And as you all know, after a Windows update gets forced, all of your settings are left exactly where you left them.
Uh-huh.
None of your programs are doing anything weird. Definitely Discord didn't stop having sound settings for me at all.
So, Discord had a funny setting enabled, where now I can only have my speaker audio detected by Discord if I have legacy mode enabled. So that's exciting to figure out, because that means eventually an update will come down the line that breaks that. So I have to figure that out.
Oh. Yeah, that's scary. Also, the Jump Caper says Adventure Time with Bugs the Bug and Frankie the Stein. My legal name is going to be actually first name the Frankenstein as soon as I get the chance. So,
Frankenstein.
hooray.
Yeah, that works good. That parses.
I don't technically keep my first name private. I just think, like, I've mentioned it on social media before. I just think it's funnier. Solve my riddles 3! Like I said, good energy tonight.
Good energy. Good energy. Good energy. Also, I slept for like 5 hours because my neighbor was blasting the same song for 2 hours.
Chat, you all need to know that when I hear this information for, like, are we good for show, Bugs just says, neighbors were playing bass for 2 hours, I'm a little tired, I'll be good for a coffee. And Pokemon Sleep doesn't actually snitch on Bugs to me in time enough for show, so... Bastard.
I'm at a shiny Wobbuffet
Takes like
today.
4 hours.
That's all that matters.
How? What is your luck with shinies? I have found one shiny in Pokemon Sleep, and my only consolation is I'm like 20 to 30 Pokemon ahead of you in the dex. And what does that matter? What does that matter?
That's how it works out. I bet you're gonna meet an Onyx.
That's... Maybe. I'm in the ice region, and the problem is I have like so little like camping rapport built up there because it's brand new. I'm not getting my baby very far. Not yet, but that's okay. You just build up. You build up over time.
You're learning.
And you shake your phone and go like, stop registering me as Dozy. I know I keep waking up. I had to be. Anyways. Hello, chat. I hope you all have had a good day. I hope you're all acclimating to the dark part of the year. We are continuing on the Cousin Oscar. I got vitamin D gummies now. That's what I'm doing.
Yay! Oh, I should be taking my vitamin D pills.
Yay! I am literally shaking up my vitamin D gummies. Okay, everyone, take your gummies. I'm not going to chew them on air, though. I'm going to put them to the side for a break or sometime when I'm muted. But I will take them. The problem with vitamin gummies is then I think, maybe I do actually just want some fruit gummies in my life.
Yeah, maybe. You know, I think it's good for you to want fruit gummies. I think, like, there's a food pyramid type satisfaction to it. You know?
There is.
They gotta sell
It's got a
adult
specific
fruit
chew.
gummies.
What, like the vitamin fortified like kind of thing, but
No,
for
I mean,
adults,
but
or
like
just like
strong
larger
tasting,
ones?
you know?
I think you might be looking for wine gummies there, actually.
No, I hate wine.
I don't know if you ever enjoyed a wine wine gummies do not taste like wine. I swear to God, they just taste very like deep and rich and flavorful and fruity. Is what I would say they taste like.
Ooh.
Worth a shot. Worth a shot. Worst case scenario, you can always get like a little cheap one if you ever see them and throw the rest at your parents. started Pokemon Sleep recently. I befriended his feel, so in my mind I've beat the game.
Hell
Hell yes.
yeah.
Yeah, my recommendation for Pokemon Sleep is like, don't expect it to work miracles, and it's like very light in terms of how much game it is, and also turn off all notification settings for everything except your bedtime, because most things on your phone shouldn't be able to send you notification settings, is my grandpa opinion.
Yes.
I've decided.
Agreed.
I turn all that shit out. Duolingo don't even get to talk to me.
The device does not get to speak to my divine body.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I do find that I am the exact person where I'm like, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah.
My Pikachu will be sad.
Yeah, I have to go to sleep or my Riolu won't be able to evolve. This sucks.
Oh man, deeply funny. If you play Pokemon Sleep, so some Pokemon literally evolve. If they would normally evolve with a friendship condition, then often in Pokemon Sleep they evolve with a number of sleep hours logged condition. The number of sleep hours is usually 150 human hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Which, do some math, 150 divided by
7?
let's say 8. Let's pretend 8. 18 total days of sleeping with that Pokemon.
Yeah.
You will be committed if you want that goddamn evolved Eevee. But fair enough, really.
Yeah.
I just keep collecting spares.
Me too, actually.
It's fun. You just have some spares. I have like some. It's like, you're a baby and you're cute, so I'm keeping you. What else has been going on? Oh, tonight's not a Discworld focused ramble, but that's partially because I got really excited that The Truth actually does have an audiobook, and Bugs recently finished up The Truth, and that is one of my favorite Discworld books. It's good. It's the one with a vampire in it. No, not that one. The other one. Not that one. The other one. Not Lady Margalata. The other one. Otto! Which, funnily enough, I forgot. I didn't tell you this, Bugs. The characters from The Truth showed up in my first Discworld book, the one that like got me really into it, as did Sam Vimes. So it was a very funny one for like, yeah, well, it's especially funny because it's them like after the newspaper is like totally a set thing as a permanent thing. So really funny for like, what's up if these characters goes back in time? Oh dear. Hi, Dan Still Creates. Oh, hey, we got a couple of followers between streams, too.
Oh, yeah.
I think it looks like it's mostly Burr.
Really good.
Thank you for following. Burr.
Thank you, Burr. So last night...
Actually, hold on. How many R's is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 total. Okay.
Last night, 2 a.m., I believe, I'm sitting at my computer, and I hear a voice in the night go, "Goodbye."
Oh, yes!
And I go,
Goodbye.
That's weird.
And I get on Discord the message, hold up, BRB, scary voice saying goodbye.
Yeah. So I sit here for a moment, thinking maybe that was someone outside playing a sound, and then I hear it again, clear as anything, from the hallway. Goodbye. Goodbye. And I go, that's really scary. And I stare into the darkness of the hallway where I can't see the end of the hallway. And I go, maybe it'll go away. Maybe it's one of my Pops' things that just went off randomly. Goodbye. Okay, I think I have to deal with this before it wakes up my family.
Right, yes, there is that part of things. And that, by the way, is part of why when people approach horror with like, well, why would you do that and not do the super sensible thing? Because you're in your normal goddamn day-to-day life. And in your normal goddamn day-to-day life, you think things like, ah, fuck, there's raccoons in the trash can.
Yeah.
I gotta deal with that.
So,
go on.
With the way the house is built, I have to go through the kitchen. I go into my parents' bedroom because that's the path towards the bathroom in the hallway. Because the house is built like a nightmare. And standing in the dark in the parents' bedroom, door shut in front of me, I hear, goodbye. Very scary. I hesitate. I open the door. In the hallway,
Your VODs has gotten me though uni this last year. I've just finished
Oh,
classes a
thank you,
couple of days ago.
Anonymous.
Rewarding myself with honk.
I will finish the story and then read that off. I
Thank you.
stand there in the hallway. My pops' cello is there. I'm surrounded by books and darkness, and I am just listening. Goodbye. Oh, thank God. It's coming from the bathroom. Whatever it is, it's in the bathroom, and I can deal with the bathroom thing. I open the door, and it's my mom's fucking scale. It's my mom's fucking talking scale.
Which to be, it's of all the appliances to be like, are you trying to learn how to kill? I'm not that worried about the weight scale. Yeah, why do they make scales that talk to you now? Because
I don't know.
Fuck you. That's why.
I don't think
because
that scale's
I don't
been
know.
used in a long time. Maybe it was mad.
Probably what's happening is that it has an internal battery that's starting to go, and the lower power amount is starting to, like, it might even be programmed to say goodbye when it's turned off, and the power repeatedly, like, almost running out is making it go, oh, I'm turning off, goodbye, oh, I'm on again, oh, I'm turning off.
I don't like that.
I think this is what that game Anatomy was about, kind of.
From Anonymous. Very kind of you, Anonymous. Thank you. $5 tip.
Hey.
Your VODs has gotten me through uni this year. I've just finished classes a couple of days ago. Rewarding myself with honk.
Hey!
Thank you so fucking much. Congratulations.
Fucking congratulations! That's wonderful to hear. I was that person for quite a long time.
Oh my God.
So nothing makes me happier than... I mean, I say that about a lot of things, but when people say, like, hey, your stuff helped me get through homework and classes, I'm so glad. Congratulations. It takes so much work to get through school at any level. Let me get you... I'll get you the rare double honk for joy. Thank you. I don't know why I hold that with two... I held that with one hand. I could just do both hands. There we go.
You're, like, bracing.
Two-hand style. Thank you so much. Kinda, yeah. Alright, let me put the... Where did I put you?
Oh boy, I have 10 new sponsorship opportunities right now, and none of these sound like real games.
I'm sure they're all amazing. Let me get a little bell, too.
Every single one of these is, you know, the RTBS saying that's stuck in my head because it's so perfect is like Drake and Josh game, and every single one of these.
Yeah. I think of the phrase Drake and Josh game a lot because it really is the perfect, like, I remember even when I was young, it's like, oh, they're playing video games on Friends, and it's like, why are they the frenetic button mashing and leaning back and forth, and you look up and it's like, what is this?
Yeah. This song, every time I beat the league in Pokemon Emerald, I would, like, stand in town and sadly, like, listen to the music, because it's a good theme for Little Root. It's so nostalgic.
No, it is. No, I think of this as very nostalgic too, honestly. It's a good one. But and when you're the right age, you listen to this and it's like this is orchestral to you.
Yes.
You're listening to the depth of the music. You are standing there. You are in the scene with your Pokemon thinking of like, oh, the bittersweetness of my journey has come to an end, you know?
Yes. No, that's exactly right.
No, it really is. Like, I think there's a depth and even like an elegance to the internal experience of things like that when you're a little kid that like doesn't really translate outside of your little kid experience. Like, how do you describe what it felt like internally when you were Naruto running like along the side of a road and you were probably only managing it for like half a minute? But in your mind, you were running them whole miles, and you were thinking of the sadness of the political strife between the villages.
Amanda Curry says Pokemon Emerald was my first Pokemon game. I think Ruby was Frankie's, yes?
Yeah, Ruby was my very first. I am technically the correct. My age says my first Pokemon game should have been like blue or yellow, but my poverty level says a bitch did not get to start really playing video games on any console until about 11 or 12.
Literally, of course, you think blue when you think of what it should be, because mine was red. You fucker.
It's just what came to mind.
Literally, of course.
I don't know.
Literally, of course.
Honestly, I'm surprised that we both wound up with the same version for Scarlet and Violet in some ways, but also that makes sense because one version has Unga Bunga Woman Scientist, and the other version has a man who kind of looks like he drives a Tesla.
The other version has that guy from the Undertale beard cutting video.
He actually kind of looks like a smaller version of the guy from that one video where the dude does like full upper body detailing on a man.
You're right!
Who's just like laying back sedately. But he's like a whiter, smaller version of that. That was great. Bugs watched that like live while we were on call, and getting to like live hear the really worried reactions of this like...
that guy like holding his head the wrong way on the spout, washing his head with seltzer. You know, the Undertale...
That was the finishing move.
You guys know the fucking salon video where it's that miserable blonde guy staring at the camera as the fucking Undertale theme plays? You know,
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen that either.
Oh, man. You don't know? You don't... Hang on.
I don't...
Undertale
Yay!
Salon
It's
Man.
sharing time.
Bearded man in a barbershop with Undertale song playing.
Whoa, beautiful.
It's so loud. Hang on. You're scared to learn? Sit and listen.
Come closer.
Listen and
Come
learn.
closer. Come closer.
Okay, Frankie, can you look at the stream? Or do you want me to broadcast this?
Yeah, I got it playing. I got it playing. I got
This!
Oh, this guy! How is what you decided was the most recognizable part of this man was that he was blonde, and not the 2 feet long beard and mustache
He's
combination.
blonde!
Or like the guy feverishly dancing behind him.
He's blonde!
Not what I would call the most noteworthy part of this video, mon frere.
Look at how miserable he is. Look at the hate in his eyes. I really love that.
Yeah, he looks like he signed up for like a free haircut and beard grooming from like his homie.
And he didn't know it would be.
And he kept hearing
this.
like, "Don't worry about it." Yeah, the short like tight buzz on top with the I can only say it as mustache.
Yeah.
Like that's not a mustache. That's official. Once wax gets involved, it's mustache.
Yeah, exactly.
I really love when we pull up a video and we just have Apple Fritter like floating up there in the void, watching
Apple
over
Fritter
us.
Goes on field trips, you know, to the videos.
Apple Fritter does. Apple Fritter's technically on a very long field trip here. Apple Fritter's on loan.
Apple Fritter's an exchange student.
Yeah, exactly. God, that reminds me. There was a really good Tumblr post today that was people talking about wishing there's like crypto versions of things besides zoology, of like, like wishing there's like crypto botany, where it's like there's this one fern. They literally were joking like there's a mountain, but it vanishes sometimes.
Ooh.
And I was going to add a joke of like, oh yeah, what if there's like crypto media studies? Pauses and slowly turns to camera. Then I remembered. Right. Yes. I bet I could convince Nick Nocturne that he should start calling himself a crypto media expert. Give me 10 minutes. I could do it.
Yeah, I think you could do it. Crypto engineering.
I've actually been watching...
SCP.
Ooh. I think, sadly, that's them people who Photoshop pictures of, like, the healing pods to elderly people who are being scammed.
Oh my god, that's right. Oh, the earthquake
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's Dahir Insad. That might be crypto engineering though, because like none of that exists. But I still think about the drive-through grocery store. Like, there's individual points about the drive-through grocery store that I still think about. Like, why would it work that way? Why would all the
Yeah.
groceries just come in like on one big belt that then has to get sorted?
Yeah. Hi, Emma.
Why is... Hi, Pasu! Oh, to anyone who has no goddamn idea what we're talking about, do yourself a serious favor and take a little quick YouTube sometime on Dahir Insat,
Yeah.
which
you'll
was
learn.
done by, I think at the time... I think that's, like, actually literally really old Chip Cheesem and General Ironicus, like, material from when they had an older name.
Mhm.
I think.
Mhm.
I could be totally wrong here. But it is what is wildly believed to be possibly either patent vultures or just like some kind of investment fraud of 3D rendered proposals for Pasu, I know you would know Dahir Insad. That makes sense to me. And it's great because first you have to know some of these videos start with, "Dear Mr. President of these United States,
Oh.
please consider this proposal for this amazing engineering," but like some of them are like, "Mr. Putin," like, what, ha, what, ha. Second thing you need to know, I believe that this company is in, maybe not Turkey,
Mhm.
but somewhere around there, so that's good too. All of them are loving 3D renders of the most buck wild attempts at like weird automated ideas or bad construction ideas, with my personal favorite being the infamous drive-through grocery store, which you might think to yourself, well, that could be kind of fun, especially if it was an open structure, so there's no buildup of CO gas. No. No. You don't drive up to the outside of a building. You don't drive through like a totally open to the air first floor. It's mostly a closed environment that the cars go through. And everything about how the food gets to your car is something. It's something. Hi, Snail. Yeah, we're talking about Dahir and Sot.
Snail. Thank you, Snail. Please,
Yeah,
everyone,
that's where I
thank
know him
Snail
from
for
too,
their
Pasu.
incredibly hard
Thank you,
work.
Snail. The Minecraft server is doing its best to, like, manifest problems. Hey, thanks for following, Sparky the Phoenix.
Hello.
But I think about those. The earthquake beds, that's what got us started on that. Earthquake beds, which Bugs mentioned, were a bed where if it senses an earthquake, it opens up under you and drops you into a little panic room container and then closes over you.
It's good.
Not a nightmare. Definitely will never go off because like a car ran into the side of your
No.
building.
Or a car
Don't worry
with,
about
like,
the
music,
fact
slightly too
Mhm.
loud.
Yeah,
drove by,
driving by.
or someone set off a firework.
Definitely don't worry. Don't worry about the fact that the earthquake bed is, instead of you getting up and evacuating, if you waking up from being an earthquake, going to trap you in the rubble in the earthquake bed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pasu says, "Get coffined, idiot." Exactly. Yes.
Getting
yes.
wrong trousered into the sewer or
It's good.
something.
That's not quite it. It literally, the bed is built on the big, like, box. Like, you sleep on top of the idiot box every night just in case there might be an earthquake and your bed has to eat you. And there's several models and none of them look at all safe. Or siblings finding out how to activate it. Oh, God. If you're in that kind... Do not own an earthquake bed if you're still in a living situation. And no judgment here. No judgment at all. I live with my parents. But if siblings are, like, inside... If your siblings can drive to your house and know you have an earthquake bed, you might have some problems, yes.
Oh no, Emma, it's a big stupid box in the room. Please understand. It's like
Yeah.
a bunk bed where you sleep only on the top.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's so
It's
good.
not storage or anything.
So good. My big security box in my room where I sleep in when there's emergencies.
And, like, it's beautiful.
Like
and
a
I
Nathan for
think
you
about
type
these
bit.
things. I'm looking at the supermarket and I don't understand how this works. It works by very likely being patent trolling and or investment fraud.
Yeah.
I do not think they have any actual plans to build anything. But you look at it and you think to yourself, maybe even as investment fraud, I don't know if the fruit truck that unfolds Transformer style into a helicopter for express military purposes is, like, great. I don't know if that's a... Yeah.
You wanna play some RuneScape?
Let's play some RuneScape and talk about some Adventures Time. Why not? Oh god, I forgot about the artery cleaning device. Oh, that one's a nightmare.
What?
Thanks. Glad you reminded me, Snail. Yeah, they had one that was like microscopic surgery tech.
No.
It's not
No.
good. It looks like they have like several designs and they show them all lovingly at work in the same rendered way they show like everything. It's bad. So
Hi.
Adventure Time. Well, actually, first, should we talk about leagues? Should we, like, intro what you're doing here, maybe? Oh, wait, I gotta do the channel intro. Jesus Christ, what am I talking about? I'm so, like, comfortably talking. Hello, I'm Frankie Frankenstein. I am the co-host, person who does this intro type thing. Person who looks over chat. Person who, has a big gun just kind of held at the auto mod queue, like, at all times. Just
Fucked
in
up.
case. I'm also a voice actor, and post a lot more on Tumblr now than I used to. I forgot it's good. I forgot you can just say some dumb stuff and wander off into the mist. It's good.
No, exactly.
With me as always is Bugs, aka Faceful Bugs,
Hi.
aka Gooster Bold, who runs the OBS, and this is their channel technically, and is playing the game, and does the show posters. Woo!
Little loud.
Game audio a little loud. We'll figure that out in a second while Bugs is being accosted by giant men. But we are Frank and Bugs. We are a pair of out-of-work mooks because the job market's really bad, and it might be shocking to hear that not a lot of villains are, like, thinking about handicap accessibility.
Yeah.
Like, you know what, though? I hear Doc Ock does. Like, any universe, hot older lady, hot older dude, always has the accommodations. Class act. Class act.
What do you know?
I mean, the Spider-Man obsession's, like, kind of rough, I hear, but I'd work for him. I don't know. You'd work for Lady Octavia, I know that for sure.
Of course.
I mean, let's be real here. We're gonna die. I think we would die more likely with her. But anyways, we stream. If you would like to support us, we would really appreciate that. This is our main job, God help us. And if you would like to donate, you will get funny noises. You can interrupt whatever we're doing to make me play a series of fucking circus instruments, because that's what we do here. Every $5 donation, as you heard earlier, gets you a honk. I tend to be a little bit generous with the honks, let's be honest here. At random, I might ring a bell. What does it mean? You'll find out.
An angel gets its wings.
If you believe hard enough, every $20 I will play the Jingler.
The jingler.
Which does not sound like that other song. Every $30. Funny Flexathon. At $69 I will play the slide whistle, and you'll have to wait to hear it because, well, I can give you like a little toot,
Hit him with it.
just a little toot.
Hit him
A little
with it.
hit, a little sample.
Give him a
A
Susan.
tiny toot. I gave him a Sussant. I gave him a thin slice. And if we reach $100, I get to play the worst kazoo you've ever heard, and I will do an Adventure Time song with it this time.
Awesome.
But not one of the sad ones, because I think I would get, like, Rebecca Sugar would legally be allowed to hunt me if they wanted to. I don't think they would. They seem very nice, but they would legally be able to.
Yeah.
At that, if I did like any of the sad ones.
Yeah.
Be bad. I am allowed to do Finn's building song if I want. I think that's correct, actually. I think Finn had a kazoo up there for a hot second, just like going on a solo.
Yeah, I think so.
And the rules. Let me do the rules real quick, especially for tonight because it is both casual, but also we're gonna be like talking on kind of a subject. Let me get the rules out. Rules. There they go in chat. Alright, let's do a quick call and response, not taking too long on this here. But let's hear it. Do we want people asking completely off-topic questions? Do we want people suddenly wandering in while we're in the middle of talking about something and going, hey fellas, what kind of ice cream do you think is Finn's favorite? That's right, no boss. Although obviously, it's a slow night, we don't mind a little bit of fussing and funning and all that good stuff, but it can be distracting. On breaks, you're fine. And also, a little bit of side talk is okay, but sometimes we might ask people to take the DMs. Do we want folks to be shitheads in our chat? Do we want any bigoted stuff, including the more minor offenses of using language that we think kinda sucks about people who got this or that kind of mental issues, including the dreadful term delulu?
No.
That's right, no goddamn boss. We're not about that shit. No crackhead, no this, no... Here's what I'll tell you guys. You know what we started using? Daydream. Instead of going like, I'm being insane. We're going, I'm speaking from the depth of a daydream.
Yes.
It's better for you. It's good for you. And you never know. Here's the thing, is that, like, sometimes people are like, oh, well, I don't think it's bad. I just don't like using language that might make someone feel fucking bad about themselves. Like, you can't help that all the time, but be compassionate. We appreciate it, even though we're rough and rowdy mooks. If you get muted or any other kind of reprimand, do we want you to explain how you didn't mean it? Do we want you to go, I don't know what I did? Do we want you to argue with us about whether or not it's fair? Do we want you to go, but the supply closet was open. I didn't mean to go in the I was going in there to close the supply closet. I wasn't getting scissors and markers.
No.
That's right, no boss. Don't go in the supply closet. How many times we gotta tell you guys?
Don't go in there.
No, it also still counts if you ask someone to open it for you.
Even if a mysterious wind opens
Bugs
it.
now knows where I... Bugs now knows where I get that from. It is straight up stolen from a Discworld book. That's okay, I'm allowed to. Let's see, is there anything else particularly relevant today? I'll go with the usual, with the most important one. Who makes the rules? I really like the serene roomcraft music in the background to pause while I wait for the chat. That's right, we make the rules! That's the ultimate rule at the end of the day. This chat is not a democracy. And with that being said, Bugs, you got any rules you want to add?
You have to kill 26 more hill giants for your Slayer task.
You have to kill 26 more hill giants. Good luck, everybody. Alright, with that being said, we can get down to the show. Bugs, what are you doing? What's all this? What's all this?
So, this is Leagues. Note that I'm dressed like a goddamn doofus.
Yes, it's really good.
So Leagues is a temporary game mode in RuneScape where EXP is tripled, more or less. And a bunch of things are unlocked for you. Like, I have boots on that let me run, at 100 energy the whole time. Very cool. When I run, my agility automatically levels up. Very cool. In exchange for this, I can only go to some parts of the game. So, I can only go through... Let's look at the map real quick. Let's look at the world map. Okay. I can go see Kingdom of Mistslain. This is the starting area.
Right.
Up until where that line is, right here, this is where I could have gone. I have unlocked Karamja, because that's the tutorial area you unlock when they're telling you how this works. And I've unlocked the Kingdom of Asgarnia. The rest of the game, I cannot access. I have to make do with what supplies are available to me in the game without being able to, say, come over here and buy crafting supplies. Or being able to come over here and
also,
fish.
Or even just like, hey, this one specific area has an area that's like really convenient to chop wood on because of how the trees are here. You might not
Yeah,
be able to do that. You might need to be able to make do with whatever the goddamn hell you got around.
exactly.
But in return, it's goofy all the time mode.
So, I am given, on top of this, tasks.
Mm-hmm.
And these tasks...
Yes,
which,
delicious tasks.
once I finish killing this giant, I will show you, allow me to unlock new areas and allow me to get relics. So right now I have 3 relics. I picked the Trickster path, which means I am better at setting things on fire and stealing. I can set 9 logs on fire in time. Hi, Random 00 Factor.
Oh, Random Zero Factor, thank you for resubscribing. We really appreciate it.
And I
Tier
can
3, what the hell?
auto re-pickpocket someone, which means that I can sit there and just watch my character rob someone for like an hour, and it's great.
Just sit there and steal.
Yeah, it's really good. Ooh, Limport Root.
Yeah, I was watching Holly play this, and I really enjoyed watching her go over all of these different, like, specialities.
Beer.
Because a lot of them are made for, and I'm using this in a very Holly way, specific types of activity perverts.
Yeah. So, right now I have 32 tasks until I unlock my next area, 250 points until my next relic. So these are, like, some of the tasks you can do. Let me make this a little bigger. There we go. Okay, so, right, these are like, you know, oh, these are all the big tasks you can do already. Incomplete. There we go. You know, you can do these across anywhere. You can go like, okay, what are the tasks only in where I am, which is Mistlane. You know, tasks get you points, you get relics. Right now the relics I have are, Trickster, which I told you about, Fairy Slight, which gave me the stupid goddamn mushroom I'm carrying around, which lets me teleport fucking to every spirit tree that I have unlocked, every garden leprechaun, every fairy ring it fucking owns. And the last one...
Oh, that's really good.
The Moron's Choice, which I love, is Fire Sale. Fire Sale makes coins useless to me. Fire Sale makes everything in the game that can be bought with coins free. So long as it is in a shop window. So that is why I have 50 bajillion fucking runes while I'm training magic. Each one of these could have been split into some different choices. Like over here you can see the next ones that I'm eligible for will be based on combat. I could choose either Archer, Brawler, Sorcerer.
Sure.
So, I could have chosen Banker's Note, which automatically notes things, which means that you can stack them in your inventory. If you cut logs, you have limited spaces in your inventory you can kind of see behind Frankie.
Right.
And there's only 30 places. With this, I could stack 9,999 logs. But I like getting things for free.
Ooh. No, that makes sense to me.
So right now we're killing giants.
Yeah. Yay!
Oh,
and
shit.
talking about Adventure Time!
Yeah.
Which is, now that I think about it, kind of a good combination for just, like, dicking around and fighting giants, to be honest.
Yeah.
Night of Link asks, are the relics temporary for the event? I assume yes.
So my whole account on this is temporary for this event. I thought... Sorry. Initially I wasn't going to play this because I thought it ran for a week. It runs for 2 months.
Hooray!
Hooray.
Which is important, because if it ran for a week, I wouldn't see bugs for a week if they were playing a thing that was limited to 1 week and was fun in this way.
Yeah.
Which, you know, we do have allowance for doing that if we ever need to. God knows whenever the next part of Deltarune drops,
Oh my
goodbye
God.
for a hot second.
Yeah. Goodbye.
You're not going to see us nowhere. We're going to reconvene in the dark hours, and Bugs is going to go, have you gotten to this? And I'm going, no. And Bugs is going to realize they're 4 hours ahead of me somehow.
Yeah. I started playing this...
And then Bugs will suffer.
Because, Holly, Holotones, please
Yes.
look at Holly's streams, was streaming it. And it looked real goddamn fun. Holly had been talking to me about it beforehand, because we both play Runescape. And I was like, you know, it does sound interesting. And then I watched her stream it. I was like, oh, numbers go up real fucking fast. Thank you.
God damn it, that's not the right person. Dismiss. Hold on, I gotta check how the username is spelled. Hell on earth.
Hollow_tones.
Ah.
Let's see. Oh, shit.
I just gotta remember underscore is a middle name.
I got a big fucking amount of fucking teleports here. What the
I
fuck?
gotta wait time and to fix my shout out. I have to wait 1 minute and 33 seconds. Wouldn't want to have a spam feature, good god. But yeah, I really enjoy watching people play RuneScape. Says I have 3 friends who play RuneScape. They all happen to be trans, but it's about this game.
I know.
Putting a hand gently on your shoulder. Trans people have a lot of trans friends.
No, I think there's something about
Looking at
RuneScape.
bugs too. Not our relative age range,
No,
or
no,
people
no.
who might have been playing RuneScape like when they were in middle school, but now
Giant
have like
key?
no.
What is giant key for? Examine giant key.
I don't know. That's
A key to the
scary.
lair of Obor the Hill Titan? Who? Okay.
What?
Haha.
You're like discovering characters out here.
No, that's the other part of it. Holly talked this up on her stream, but one of the things about this is because you level up so fast, you go past where you are on your game. And you have to do shit that's like
Right.
some quests are automatically done for you, so you can get access into, like, for me, for example, the Troll Stronghold.
Right.
So you get to see a bunch of stuff you normally don't do, and it's kind of fascinating because it's like, oh, there's so much of RuneScape I'm not fucking aware of. That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, I think I can do the shout out now. Okay, if you somehow are following us without following Holly,
What's your
check her
problem?
out. If you like mookish people who will tell you a lot about things and have really interesting discussions and play games and look at things and poke at them and do funny voices and be powerful, that's also Holly, but in the daytime hours. and also is a friend of ours and is part of why we started a stream, so
Yeah.
you should check her out. It's a
Please,
good time. It's a good time. You should
please.
my personal recommendation, watch her play all of Psychonauts. All of it.
Watch her play
All
Smile
of
for Me.
those. Yeah, that's a good one too. There's women in that one.
Oh, and Alan Wake. Her Alan Wake streams with Mike are
Oh
so
my
fucking
God,
good.
Yeah. Yes. Mike Spagoner is also a like personal favorite. He doesn't like stream a lot, but it's kind of always worth showing up.
Oh, particularly the
my
Sonic
recommendation
Underground
there,
classes.
please watch his series of Sonic Underground. Please be burdened with Sonic Underground.
Please.
I need you to know about what happens in Sonic Underground.
Please.
Because it's like, at my age, I've kind of tried to stop devoting too much time to mentally figuring out how a bad thing could have been good. But sometimes Sonic Underground.
Sometimes,
know.
you know?
I think about it. You have to think about it a little bit, but,
Damn.
Oh,
that's-
yeah, I just wanted to say also, I think the way Holly put it is that, like, this mode is a really fun, like, sample platter of higher level content.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And while Bugs is doing that, we've been, as we've mentioned before on the stream, we've been watching through Adventure Time, and it is
Oh,
a
man,
half
have we ever.
rewatch and half just catching up because, as near as I can tell, I kind of just stopped watching Adventure Time for no real reason connected to what was happening in the plot.
Mhm.
I didn't stop liking Adventure Time. I think at the time was going to college and having all of the other early 20s fun of oncoming mental health and physical health problems, and also less money, and also I think Steven Universe hit the airwaves, and
Oh,
my very limited budget was being spent on rock women.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Understandable, I think, in the circumstance. That'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it. Oh yeah, Pursue is a really good recommendation. Please watch Holly and Puzz and Mike discuss a now defunct Wikipedia page about which video games are art for 8 hours. Good God, that's an all-timer.
Yeah,
Anyways,
it's good. It's good.
it's really good. It's really good.
Oh, I did a
but
task on
Adventure Time.
accident.
So, hey!
Hey.
I do love that this version of the game, you get that da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, it's good. I love
just
that
a lot.
fucking
It's
Who Wants to
good.
Be a Millionaire ass theme. It's good.
It is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's very game show. I honestly, that being the level up thing, that's one of the ways that this game is so delightfully, not only specifically from the year it's from, but clearly made by British developers.
Oh.
It's got a little bit
No!
of the, What? What just happened?
I accidentally hit teleport.
Where are you?
I accidentally cast teleport.
You've been banished
So
to the grass abyss.
chat,
and
let me show you
house.
this.
Is your
See
house?
this tiny this
Oh,
tiny little icon
no.
collection? Those are your spells, and one over from Blast is
Uh-huh.
teleport home.
Can you reorder those in any ways? Are there like hotkeys that you could be assigning?
God, my house is so shitty.
Is this all your house?
Yes. Let me show you. I've only been here leveling construction, so this is what my house could potentially look like.
Mm-hmm.
But this is how it looks now. It's a room with 3 chairs and a bookcase, 2 bookcases, and
Tons to
empty
chat.
rooms.
You know, I'm the one who decorates stuff in Stardew Valley. I live a little different.
Oh, my beautiful house.
And that's okay.
Let's
Is that just-
teleport.
Are there 4 buildings here, or is one of those just an like a door gate that's just up?
You know how it is. By the way, this is how fairies teleport.
By the way, I really like Xenex's. That makes sense. I really like Xenex's comment. Those spells look like choking hazards. That one's going on the fridge.
You're right.
Because they do.
You're right.
They do. They
You're
look
right.
unchild safe.
uh,
No, it's not just Minecraft, Snail. It's we be out here.
listen.
Oh no, you mean with like your tech support stuff? Good luck. Yeah, so with Adventure Time, we've been like catching up over time, kind of, in chunks. And the thing about that is like, at first it was kind of just like, you want to kill a little time looking at goofy boy adventures? Yeah, why not?
Mhm.
Things have kicked up a notch, as we are now in the beginning areas, middle of Season 6. I don't actually know, because the seasons get kind of exponentially longer as time goes on, in a way that I'm sure has nothing to do with how pay scale and contracts are done on the
No.
season by
No,
networks.
No.
And not like by total episode count, so it's definitely not like Season 5 should be like 2 seasons. Oh, you mean Bugs' house? No, yes,
Why
that
are
makes
you
sense.
so
Snail.
mean to me?
I got worried.
Do I not deserve dignity?
I'm reporting facts. I'm reporting
I
facts.
too
I've
am a
seen
man.
your Minecraft spaces. Oh, yeah, Blue EUB 03. I did see on the Adventure Time wiki page I was using to like refresh my memory on like episode titles and order and use as a resource. The most terrifying tab you can see when looking at a cartoon's episode order: airing order versus intended order.
Always
Oh
good.
no.
Always good to see.
Oh no.
Always good to see.
Yeah. OKKO had a little bit of that too. It's great. It's
Mhm.
good. It's great. It's good.
And every so
Especially
often,
when like you're doing an episodic thing.
if you look on the wiki pages, you'll see like this aired in Cartoon Network France 2 weeks early.
Yeah. Oh my god. Do you remember when the last Airbender was still airing? How there was this reoccurring things where the air dates would get pushed back by like 2 weeks, but they would go on iTunes at the original time, like a month early sometimes. It was rough out, man. That's worse than a leak, because it's not like you can be like mad at the people who are watching it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
They bought it with their money dollars.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Brass key.
Yeah. In the early days of being able to get TV on, like, iTunes, which is what I'll call it forever, Apple TV, you can't, no, that's, you can't decide your name is the Wild Stallion, Greg. I mean, I respect name changes, but nuh-uh, not when they're corporate. Vivid flashbacks to 2003 Astro Boy's anime's English release order? Oh, no!
That's scary.
Oh, the aughts were a wild time for anime importing, man. They had not quite gotten their feet under them a lot. Speaking of people being named Greg for no earthly reason, but yeah, Adventure Time was really, really popular. And it is one of the cartoons that actually got to have, like, 9 to 10 seasons. And I describe it as that because apparently the crew wanted it to be 9 seasons, but it got turned into 10, and I don't know how that happens, but I turned to the camera. Remember when cartoons used to get, like, seasons? Like, 5 seasons? Like, 10 seasons of a cartoon? So it could, like, do stuff and have ongoing developments, and every now and then I lose my mind thinking about the fact that, you know, by the end of Adventure Time Season 2, I'm going like, hey, this show's starting to get pretty good, and then I look at OKKO like a white military man in a movie thinking about their dead wife.
Yeah, OKKO is like under the white sheets.
It's just
laughing
OKKO's
at you,
roll.
running around on the beach.
It's just Raymond like running along the beach going ha 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 ha, and then blasting a seagull. That's how I feel.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
But at the very least, Adventure Time did get its time, which I'm glad about, because if Adventure Time had ended in Season 1, I think I remember it fondly still, but oh baby. Oh baby. Yeah, I always hope that INJQ gets, like, just something.
Yeah.
He's good at things, please.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk about some Adventure Time things, and because of how we are as people, Bugs has told me expressly that they actually enjoy it when I make organizational documents for us to talk about things on air so that we don't forget what we were talking about and
I love structured
have something
play,
we can
brother.
talk about next. Oh baby, I'm so glad, because I always think like, oh well, other people probably think that's like kind of strict, like a conversation's supposed to have a natural flow. Then I remember, no, we're autism friends.
Exactly.
We can do this.
Exactly.
We're strong.
Exactly.
So I prepared a document, and I even gave it a format. And the format is that I picked out at least one episode, if relevant, per season for a set of characters and kind of character groups in one or two cases. Because as I said, there's a lot of seasons, and because the seasons get longer, there's more than one episode per character per season that I wanted to talk about. I heard I prepared a document. My artistic brain went, ooh, document. I've also done that before. I'm gonna pin that too. That's a good one. Y'all are being good tonight. That's good. So, we might not finish all of this tonight, but we're gonna talk. I'm gonna, like, read little synopsises of episodes that we've watched, and some of them are from early, so I had to write, like, actual synopsises, and we'll discuss it a second, and how it relates to the character in question. And, you know, some of them we might just go, yeah, that was an episode, and move on, which is good, because I'd really like to get to the end of this document. There's a magic tool there.
There's a magic tool.
There's a surprise tool that will help us later.
Uh-huh.
Kind of, sort of. So that's the overall structure, and I want to apologize ahead of time that we don't have enough time for one of these sections to be BMO, but I would like to do that eventually, but for right now, I can at least summarize BMO, the character of the little computer boy, robot, question mark. His reflection's a girl. That's fine. Good for football. The true meaning of all episodes about BMO is a wonderful little guy. Hooray!
Hooray!
Don't worry about anything else. Don't worry if a BMO episode is all imaginary or if, like, real, because this is Adventure Time. And Adventure Time kind of takes place in what I've started describing as a fairyland setting, which I talked about a little bit in the Discord intro write-up with some very sincere nerdy thoughts. A fairyland isn't quite the same thing as a fantasy setting, because it's whimsical and a little bit disconnected, and to me, fairyland doesn't preclude the technology being a part of it, because, like, the Wizard of Oz rode a hot air balloon. You know? There's a wind-up mechanical man in Oz.
Yeah.
That's my idea, so... What I'm saying is I don't know if BMO's reflection actually physically took over his position in space. I don't know if that chicken really did steal all of that treasure. I don't know if that bubble was actually talking. But maybe eventually we'll just do a deep dive on, like, and these weirdos kind of episodes, too.
Okay, the guide says absolutely.
We also can't get
don't
into Lemon
go
Hope.
fight Obar right now. Yeah. Yeah, Lemon Hope,
Hooray!
good God.
We can't. Literally, I think I would want to do, like, such a deep dive on, like, Lemon Grab as a whole, as, like, a character line concept. So, maybe next time. You know, there's a lot. Lemon Hope. Goddamn. Lemon Hope. Goddamn.
Goddamn.
And the last thing I will say here is I want to shout out a really specific episode for not actually fitting in this outline that I wrote, because it's not really an episode that is about any one character or reveals something about characters in a way I want to discuss. But it's the episode that I kind of just left open in a tab as I was sorting through which ones to put in, because I liked it so much. And that is, Bugs already knows the answer here, Walnuts in Rain.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't know what it is about this episode, Walnuts in Rain, from, like, season 6. It's not like... Honestly, if you have been interested in Adventure Time before, and you bounced off of watching the early ones, and you want to know, like, okay, what does it get like later? I know I hear people talk about the plot, I don't understand when they're talking about the plot. What's just, like, a slice of Adventure Time you could take off with, like, no context? That is Walnuts in Rain. You don't need to know jack shit about the show for Walnuts in Rain, and it is weirdly beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, it's a silly little adventure with some really goofy design and, like, almost a punchline reveal at a certain point. But it's beautiful. I just been sitting here thinking about this little bear saying, sometimes walnuts fell in the hole, and sometimes there was rain. And I guess that was enough. Just like, damn, man. So that's my shout out for episode that's just kind of haunting me the way a poem haunts you sometimes.
Oh my god.
And also it has some really goofy slapstick.
Yeah.
All Adventure Time episodes do. I think even in the middle of, like, sad Marceline episodes, there's, like, a pratfall sometimes. It's good. It's the human condition, kind of. Before we start, Bugs,
Yes.
there are two ways we can do this, and I have a pitch. I think we should go down the list of characters in order by seasons, instead of going through each character with every season episode. So, like, Finn Season 1, Jake Season 1, Bubblegum Season 1,
Yeah,
like
that sounds
that.
good.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so, mostly because, like, I think it'd be interesting to see all of these, like, develop in chunks. And also, there's a couple of pretty solid punchlines of swapping here and there between subjects. So here is, chat, a little quick preview. Here is the discussion characters of this time. Obviously, Finn. He gets his own section, because he's our main character. And we have another main character. That's Jake. He also gets one of those. That's... Oh man, I wish I had the ability to swap between things like I do on Google Docs. I hate you, Google Docs. This is a plain I'm doing this out of text edit, baby.
Oh, let's go.
I decided I don't like Google Docs no more. Anyways, Finn, then Jake. Then... Oh god. Princess Bubblegum and the Candy Kingdom as a whole. I have a reason for grouping these two subjects together. One, I don't think, like, you can separate them as topics in a way. Like, the Candy Kingdom is Bubblegum's kingdom, and Bubblegum being the Candy Kingdom's princess is important. And also, to be entirely honest, if I just... in early seasons, it would be a little bit thin on the ground to talk about Princess Bubblegum's character development.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen for a while.
For
She
early
gets turned
on,
into a
she was
13-year-old. We'll talk about it.
early on, Princess Bubblegum
Yeah.
is just kind of like, girl, you can't have.
And also Mad Scientist, which
Yeah.
at the time made her one of the deeper like girl characters on network television.
Yeah.
She had two
It was
things.
dire.
She had three things, actually. She was Girl You Can't Have, Mad Scientist with No Sense of Ethics Dictator,
Mm-hmm.
Pink,
Pink.
and has a bird.
Oh, yeah.
It was rough out. Never let anyone tell you it wasn't rough out. When people my age go, actually, cartoons peaked in 2005, they're lying.
Yeah.
They're lying.
Yeah.
Anyways. Don't tell them that. What you should do if they tell you that is you should nod and you should say, like, hey, what was your favorite early internet meme? And then either it'll be something harmless and you can, like, nod gently and make their day, or run! Run!
Mm-hmm. If someone goes like,
The next
oh,
character
man,
group. Mhm.
cartoons in like 2010, 2005 were so good, be like,
Right,
yeah,
right.
brother, I love Squirrel Boy.
Why would you do that to me?
Hell yeah,
Although, you know what I
fellow
still
my
think?
gym partner's a monkey head.
I was a Camp Laszlo person, thank you very
no,
much.
Camp Laszlo is good. Camp Laszlo is actually in the
Camp
lineage.
Laszlo is really good, yeah.
Camp Laszlo
Really?
actually.
Shit, that
Pendleton
explains
Ward
it.
worked on Camp Laszlo, I believe.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's pink and smart and kind of evil, sign me up. Yeah, this show was important for the development of some prime internet gays.
Actually, you know what's
Yeah,
funny?
I'm glad people like Camp Laszlo. I always assumed people didn't like it. I liked it, though.
A
I
lot
never
of
watched
the crew.
Fanboy and Chum Chum. Yeah, go on.
Oh, a lot of the crew from Billy and Mandy went on to Camp Laszlo.
Shit, that explains a lot.
Right?
I don't know if Grim and if Bill Adventures of Grim and Mandy?
Uh-huh.
Brain? Get back here. I want to talk. Let's talk real quick. Hold up.
I love that one ever since the pilot dropped with that and Evil Con Carne.
Yeah. I don't know if those shows would hold up watching them
Oh,
now,
no,
but I think so
absolutely not.
fondly of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, speaking of goth shit, hey! The next grouping of characters is Ice King and Marceline and the Crown. And if you're new to Adventure Time, you might think, that's a piquant combination.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, Camp Laszlo's lineage of Rocco? That makes so much sense.
Oh, yes,
actually.
that's right.
But yeah, Ice King, Marceline, and the Crown all get thrown in as a connected idea. I was this close to having Jake and Finn also be like one grouping, but Bugs said we should separate them, and I do think looking at the listing now, like, that was probably smart just for organization's sake. Also, I think it's funny to intersperse hot goth girl shit with Grandpa's doing something. I'm gonna be calling Ice King Grandpa a lot. And then we have Magic Man.
Oh, yeah, Magic Man.
And then we have a surprise. I'm not telling you what the last thing is.
Very exciting.
Yet.
Very exciting.
You'll find out when it enters the episode rotation. But we have to talk about this monster?
Uh-huh.
Magic Man. Like, I
Mhm.
was pausing to try and think of, like, a good way to talk, like... Magic Man, to me, is really fun for a few reasons, one of which I think he almost kind of represents to me the way Adventure Time's writing shifts around from, like, silly and nonsense, a little bit edgy, weird, woohoo, episode over kind of stuff, to
Mhm.
like, okay, this is a world. Hey, this character's fucking terrifying. And also Mars is involved now because we decided we're gonna have some backstory. We're gonna have some world building. Oh boy.
It's good for you.
And then, hey, who the fuck is this guy named Magic Man? Why is he like, what's going on here? What's going on with wizards? He's like one step down from a meta narrative force? Yes, especially because the presence of Magic Man, no matter how minor, like every episode Magic Man is in here. He does not show up a lot, like everyone that's happened so far. But if he shows up, everything that happens after that has a palpable air of menace. We'll explain as we go on, but for
Mhm.
now, those are the major groups. Bugs, what are we doing in RuneScape right now? I'm gonna try and like check in now and then too, between rounds of seasons or opportune moments. Just, I'm curious.
So I try not to plan too much. I'm trying to chase the fun. Right now, I've been told to go kill 33 spiders. I might do that.
Oh,
I might go cut yew logs. I don't know. I'm thinking.
I
but I
like
am
the
going to make
palpable
potions.
wave of Is that text or is that like smoke over
Oh.
there?
Yeah, so that is a pile of dropped items because people are training their thieving on the master farmer over here stealing seeds out of his pockets.
Holy shit. I love conceptually the fact that literally there's such a pile of dropped loot that it looks like smoke rising in the
I do too.
horizon.
It's very pretty.
Okay, so let's start with Finn the Human, Episode 1, and I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of background info on who Finn is as a character. He is Boy. His name in the pilot was Pen. He's Kid. He'll develop as time goes on, but I think something I like about Finn is that he's kind of like the most boy, the most
Steal your
12-year-old to
seeds,
teenage boy ever. Oh?
Thank you, Raven Bonfoy. Tip $15 says, steal your
Hey!
seeds,
Hey.
sir. Thank you. you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Raven
you.
Bonfoy. Let me get you your honks. That was a little bit weak. Hold on. Thank you. Let's see. And then I believe I also owe one of these.
Get him. Hit him with that
And
jingle.
one of these. Which, by the way, speaking of Finn being, like, a teenage character, I actually think in some ways I look more fondly on, like, his writing now than I did when I was closer to being those ages, because, like, when you're 19, the psychic weight of having been 13 is, like, not out of your system yet.
Yeah.
You can't, like, part of your brain is trying to tell you to not hang out with 13-year-olds through some kind of, like, internalized psychic reaction with your own damn self. Like, that maybe don't take that as, like, a life rule exactly. I love 13-year-olds. They are children to me now.
Yeah.
When you're 19, it's weirder. To be clear, when I was 19, you know what I mean. I'm looking at Finn, and I'm not thinking like, man, I remember being 14. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
As I am now. I look at him now and go like, oh. Yeah, no, crushing on, like, cool older lesbians that are, like, way out of your age range is just kind of what happens sometimes. Yeah. That's rough, man. But in the beginning, his Season 1 episode, a lot of Season 1 is a little bit silly, but I think that the good Finn character episode of Season 1 is Memories of Boom Boom Mountain. Finn is driven to try and help everyone at once, including such characters as a crying mountain, a big funny fighting village of burly men, and like 10 other weird character designs. The dead fish one kinda haunts me a little.
Yeah.
But he's spurred to try and help everyone at once by memories of being a baby, left by himself on a hill in his own boom boom.
Sad.
Ultimately helped, we'd learn at the end of the episode, by his and Jake's parents, his adopted dog parents. I think it's a fun episode.
What's the
partially
matter,
just
baby?
because,
Why
like,
are you
it's
crying
still
so
very.
much?
I say, there's a baby here left in his own boom boom. That's a dirty baby. Now you got boom boom baby all over your hands.
If you think you're getting a kiss tonight, you're thinking something else.
Finn and Jake's, like, adopted parents coming in makes me really happy because, like, they're deeply funny characters, but it's kind of an early sign of, like, well, why is Finn a hero? Also, he's the human, but Jake's his brother. And it's like, yeah, he was adopted.
Yeah.
In Season 1, we're not going to stop and worry too long about why Finn, a baby, was just left somewhere, which is kind of grim. But we're just gonna carry on and learn, like, Finn's desire to help is very clearly because, like, he has been helpless before, and he was raised by the kind of people who were like, hey, Free Woods, baby man. Come on, kid. Let's look after you. We got some kids. Here, sit next to your brothers. They're gonna grow exponentially older than you in the same time frame.
Yippee!
Is, I think, what happened. because they were both babies at the same time. We see them later in a different episode.
Oh.
They're both babies at the same.
On that
Don't
note,
worry about it too much.
real quick, please don't tell us anything
Yes.
past steaks. We just finished steaks.
Yes. Season 6, just like wait till we talk about something there, but don't spoil us on things ahead of this miniseries Stakes. And I guess you can talk about spoilers in chat, but that goes more under stay on topic in this case here. And let's see, going through Finn. Jake! Yeah, no, it is extremely implied dogs age a little quicker. That's why I went, don't worry about it. There are several types of characters, and the ways that they age relative to each other as sapient beings is actually really interesting. This is an insane thing to say. If you like Adventure Time, or you like, oh shoot. Is it... How am I I'm gonna look up this goddamn manga. I have, like, the physical book. Contenova? That's her other work. I hate it here. Okay, sorry. I was gonna compare a different thing that I really love.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. I'll figure it out later. The name is one of those, like, oh, it was named after the pilot episode of the manga, so it's completely random. Yokohama Delivery Run. Yokohama Delivery Trip?
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Yes.
Help. Oh, whatever. I'm letting it go for now so I don't uncle about the... Hey, who's that movie star? You know the one?
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray. Okay, Jake. Season 1. The Season 1 Jake episode is My Two Favorite People. Jake wants to spend more time with both Lady Rainicorn and Finn, but then winds up kinda jealous after he gets a translator for Lady Rainicorn so that Finn can understand her, and it makes her sound like an old man, which is bad for him in general, but also when they start getting along, he starts to feel like jealous of the time they're spending together. And hatches a very funny plan where he tries to make them both feel jealous of him, calling in a intimidating evil child who weirdly comes up a couple of times, named Tiffany. Don't worry about it. I refuse to worry about it.
You know how it is with Tiffany's.
You do. Let's see. What's the... It's just kind of an early episode that touches very cutely on the fact that Jake...
What do you mean, Stardust Wishes? Sometimes I think of how Fujimoto of Chainsaw Man fame apparently based Denji and Pochita off Finn and Jake. What?
Holy shit!
The hell he did?
Really?
Really?
Good.
That's amazing!
That's good. Stardust Wishes seems legit. They're like finding an interview.
Yeah, thank you.
Now that you say that, I can see it, especially
Yeah.
with like Pochita's design.
Yeah.
Now I'm just gonna imagine Pochita sounds like Jake.
Oh, really good. Hey, brother.
I always liked hearing your dreams.
Hey, brother.
Thank
I
you,
want to eat
Stardust
jam.
Wishes. Goddamn.
Do you have other particular methods of characterization? I draw inspiration from works that I love. For example, in Chainsaw Man, the character of Power evokes Eric Cartman from South Park, a series that I adore. Also tried to recapture with Denji and Pochita the same relational dynamic as Finn and Jake from Adventure Time. Ooh, okay.
Alright, fuck you. I'll read Chainsaw Man. Alright, I'll read Chainsaw Man. Alright, I'll read Chainsaw Man.
You get to meet my wife, Power. I'm so happy.
I will meet your wife, Power.
Who is
Anyways,
based
back on
Eric
Jake.
Cartman. What the fuck?
That's insane.
That's horrible.
I just always like that this episode is kind of the first place where we find out that, like, Jake has stuff in his life besides Finn, and he actually kind of has to balance that, and this is also when we find out there's a worm who lives in his viola.
Uh-huh.
He plays viola, by the way. I always like that detail. I think it's, like, from the pilot, where it's, like, he's hanging out outside flirting with Lady Rainicorn, which, in some ways, him dating Lady Rainicorn is kind of the show's first case of, oh, that's, like, still a thing, huh? I kind of thought that was just, like, a gag from a different episode, but it, like, remains having... oh, don't worry about
No,
derailing.
Stardust.
This
That
is
was
literally the
fascinating.
reason
Thank
why I
you.
haven't... Yeah, the reason why I have a planned itinerary isn't so that we'll stick strictly to it, it's that whenever we get distracted and talk about something else for a while, I don't have to stand there and go like, what do we talk about next? I
Yeah.
have the plan, yes.
You get to meet Makima, who is me, Emma. Scared.
No, no. Let her talk. It's valid.
Hello Kitty does not say things like that. Hello Kitty only does cute things.
Princess Bubblegum and the Candy Kingdom as a whole. Season 1. Slumber Party Panic! In the literal first episode of the series, Princess Bubblegum is having Finn help her dig up graves to test a resurrection serum on them, causing a zombie plague.
You know how it is.
And Princess Bubblegum... And then they have to keep the candy people from knowing about the zombies, because if they get too scared, they'll totally freak out and explode. In later episodes, they don't still explode, but, like, I think Princess Bubblegum could have just fixed that off-screen. And it's still a really good basic representation of, like, the key components of the Candy Kingdom for the rest of the series, which is Princess Bubblegum is an ethics wasteland.
Yeah.
And I love her for that. And I think it's good. And I think she should get to do whatever she wants forever. And when I realized that I've already seen all of the Princess Bubblegum behavior that had people talking about, like, is she morally okay to like, I have decided, weenies the lot of you.
Yes. Yeah.
It's fun!
It's fun.
For God's sake! Like, on the morality bar, she's not that bad. She's great. It's fine. She lives in a cartoon candy kingdom. It's her kingdom. She built it. What?
Yeah.
Girl boss.
Girl boss.
Yeah, God forbid women do anything type character. But it also introduces the fact that the Candy Kingdom is, like, kind of a bunch of goofy cartoon people who can't handle things going bad, or handle things at all, who kind of have to be, like, protected from themselves. That's like a reoccurring character thing. This is literally the first episode, yes. Which is also part of why I'm talking about it. Due to the nature of the character discussion, these aren't really chronological order. That would have required a spreadsheet, and I haven't learned how to make spreadsheets yet.
That's okay.
Not yet. Not yet.
Soon.
Soon.
We'll get you Excel.
Probably.
Then you can go on your
Sure,
Excel
sure.
saga, where you learn how to use it.
Shut. Ice King, Marceline, and the Crown. The first group to actually get more than one episode in Season 1, because we have both Evicted, the first Marceline episode, where she's primarily introduced by having lived in Jake and Finn's treehouse before them, and kicking them out now. The rest of the episode is mostly just them trying to find places to live in, like, a hilarious, sad way, but I do think constantly about the phrase, that Marceline, why is he so mean? I'm not mean, I'm just 1,000 years old, and I kinda lost track of my moral code, because I get that stuck in my head.
Oh, Marceline, why are you so mean? I'm not mean, I'm 1,000 years old, and I just lost track of my moral code. Really good.
You can tell which one of us actually owned the soundtrack.
Hey, listen, I pirated that shit. I mean,
That's
I
not
bought
an
it
insult.
from Cartoon Network. I bought it. I support
Legally.
legally.
But eventually they build themselves in their new house, which is in a cave, and at the end she also takes that house and lives there permanently for the rest of the series, which is, I think, cute. It's a good introduction for her character.
Yeah.
I didn't include the same episode in the season where, like, that episode is just like, Marceline's so evil. No, she's not. She's cool. She's just a goth girl, kinda. She's cool. But it's her introduction, so it makes as much sense as anything.
Marceline
to, like,
does say
have
land
in
back
there.
specifically to her. You're right.
Yes, specifically to her, yes. I also really enjoy that Jake and Finn are both, Jake is terrified of vampires, which is consistent for, like, the whole rest of the series, and is really funny and staked.
Oh my
when
god.
he's like, you know, when we decided that me being scared of vampires was just because I was ignorant, I think actually that was based in ignorance, because there's actual scary vampires.
Holy shit,
again.
Paul Williams was so good in that.
Jesus God.
I didn't know he was the voice of the penguin.
Ooh. I didn't either. You never know.
Yeah. The Muppet to Adventure Time pipeline.
That does make sense, actually. That does make a lot of sense. The second episode from Season 1 that I'll be covering is When Wedding Bells Thaw. Ice King is the main antagonist of the early series, and he kind of always retains, like, he is their local cartoon bad guy kind of position in a way. that kind of morphs into
Oh, people
the
hate when I do what I'm
like
about
if
to
a
do, by the
grandpa
way.
was a feral cat that was in your garage and won't leave. Sorry, you're saying?
People hate when I'm doing what I'm doing right now, which is burning a bunch of U logs. People get. I've had people
I think
actually
you're allowed.
tell me like, what the fuck are you doing when I do this? Which is fine.
You get to do whatever you want forever is the thing.
Exactly. Hi. They go, oh, maple burning
It does.
is better for experience. Yeah, but is it as romantic? Hmm?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Hmm? Hmm?
It's fun to do things ways. This is why in Pokemon we often are fielding a team that has mostly bug types.
Exactly.
And we stay winning.
This is cooler. You get it. You get it.
It is.
It's a testament to my power.
It is. So this episode I picked for Ice King primarily because I think this is like one of the first episodes of the Ice King that I think of about like Ice King kinda wants Finn and Jake to be his friends, and you start to realize like he doesn't seem that clear on his goals. But also it's fun because it's like, oh, he's like a lonely old guy. And then the episode ends with a mind control reveal, and you go, ah,
Yeah.
yes, he is always still that person too.
Yeah.
Is the thing.
Yeah.
The synopsis is Ice King is getting married to an apparently willing, age appropriate princess, but he gets cold feet and leans on Finn and Jake to give him a fun bachelor night to go through with it. It ends in mind control. It turns out he had like an evil mind control ring on this princess, and that was what that is. And the episode also ends in Ice King briefly accidentally marrying Jake.
You
It
know
is
how
literally
it is.
canonical later that they did get a divorce, like presumably a pretty no contest divorce, like a Princess PB probably fast tracked that bad boy, but it's like I said, there's not a lot of meat on these bones. Early season Ice King is just like the platonic ideal of evil old wizard who's goofy with it.
Yeah.
And he's fun! And
He's
he's voiced by the same
fun.
guy as SpongeBob!
Oh, that's I love SpongeBob.
I love SpongeBob!
Yay!
I love Tom Kenny.
What a goofy
and
guy.
he wants to kidnap a princess to date the princess.
That's so funny.
Watch the space. Magic Man! Season 1. Magic Man will not be in every season. He doesn't show up again for a while after this, but in Season 1, Magic Man shows up in one of my least favorite episodes of Season 1. I'm gonna lay that out clean.
Yeah.
It's not a fun one. It's kind of miserable.
It does have a
It
good
is
gag
one of
where
those
he points at a
episodes-
bird and turns it inside
Yes.
out. Love that.
Horrifying, but pretty good, yeah. It does have to be included because it's his first intro, but I will say, sometimes Adventure Time, and I say this with so much love, I say this as someone who's been reading independent comics since I was like a teenager because the internet made them like freely available to me. Sometimes when I'm watching early Adventure Time, I can really tell that a lot of the the story staff are escaped indie comic creators.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I feel about Freak City. Freak City is absolutely like a weird indie short comic zine that I would feel weird about after reading. That's not bad. That's not bad, and I think it's good for these things to exist. The episode goes, Finn and Jake run into a mysterious magic man, and he's the worst. Specifically, he's in disguise as a beggar, and goes, please give me food. And Fake goes, well, I have this one sugar lump. I'm gonna give it to him because he's probably a disguised magic man who will give me boons. And then the boon that Magic Man gives him is turning him into a giant foot.
You know how it is.
Finn is forced to live under a bridge where he meets other people turned into body parts, including two characters who are kidneys. They're definitely kidneys.
Yeah, they're kidneys.
Or something else. They're not any other body part that comes in twos and is round.
Yeah, they're kidneys.
There is a sub game we play, especially when watching with Puzz, where we just kind of write dialogue for a harried standards and practices worker. It's like, hey, are we allowed to, like, have this guy get bisected so long as it's really clear he's alive and having a great time? Like, yeah, man. But anyways, at the end of the day, Finn does
really
actually
good,
learn. Oh, go ahead.
recent one was, hey, it's cool if we clarified that Jake and Lady Rainicorn are living in sin, right? Puzz said that.
Yeah, that
really
was
good.
Puzz. The episode ends with Finn rallying together the other cursed body part people made by Magic Man and kicking him. And learning the correct lesson, which is that sometimes people are just jerks, which Magic Man claims was the lesson he was supposed to learn and turns them all back, which is good. Because it kind of seems like maybe this dude is a capricious being of endless power. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's fine. That'll happen.
And now we begin the cycle over again, with Finn, in Season 2. Which includes three episodes, actually, which started. Season 2, okay. People tell you, yeah, Adventure Time's really good, especially in later seasons. That doesn't mean early seasons are bad. I think it actually picks up really fast. Like, Season 2 already starts to have some really interesting, the story stuff developing starts then. Like, in some very interesting ways. And every season after that iterates. Is there any good Adventure Time game? I don't know. I don't know. That's not in my itinerary.
I've heard people saying that the Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage one is good.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, and Magic Hats points out in early Season 1 and the early seasons in general, if you have any photosensitivity warnings, please check which episodes they are. It is kind of egregious, like actual colored flashing lights, which is like the actual thing that like the Porygon episode had, which was a problem. Yes.
These people are grinding agility. They've figured out that if you get around a surface like this, you can set to follow other players and run forever.
I see.
So they're maxing out their agility.
It kind of looks like a ritual because of like the statue having like a hand on it.
Yeah, I'll show you the real ritual in just a sec because it's intriguing. I'll say that it's very intriguing. Let's see.
I see.
Yeah. I asked for a pen. I want a big net, a knife, and a pickaxe. Okay.
Next Finn synopsis.
Yeah, go for it.
Season 2. Go out with me. Finn wants to go to the couples only night at the local theater, and is given first extremely dorky advice from Jake on how to ask out Princess Bubblegum, and then extremely mostly really bad advice from Marceline, who recommends things like leaving wild animals in Bubblegum's room.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Girls do this.
Girls do
The
this.
two wind up having fun hanging out, though. And Finn asks her out, revealing, after she expresses severe disinterest, that he actually really does just... He really just wants someone to go to the movies with.
Yeah.
This is actually, like, before that, I think.
Ugh,
or maybe
so
it isn't.
sweet.
That book is cursed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... I'm not including that many episodes from Finn that focus on, like, his romantic stuff. Really tragically, I feel like Fire Princess actually would need, like, her own section, just because of how much that's almost its own plot line. But those moments are important to Finn. I look on some of them a lot kinder, and some of them are just like, this is what all writing about boys used to be like on television.
Yeah. So when leagues first started out, there you would find about 20 people running in circles around this fountain right here.
Oh,
arguing about different strategies.
I think the hand has more of an intense feeling.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But yeah, Go With Me, I mostly like... I think that's a cute episode for, like, early Finn stuff, because, like, I think in some ways it does make you think, like, oh yeah, he's just kind of at the age in early Adventure Time where he's just like, I really like this person, I'd like to hang out with them. And, unfortunately, Jake is his super supportive older brother who does not actually remember the stages of being a teenager and
Yeah.
is telling him, yeah, you should romance that lady. I love you so much. You can do anything. I believe in you. I want you to be happy. And I kind of like it because it kind of just feels like he's just really over supportive
Yeah,
in a
it's
way that
cute.
makes sense. Like, of course you would tell your goofy little baby brother, like, yeah, of course you can romance Princess Bubblegum. You're the best, and I love you. And then you, an adult watching the show, go, no, no. It's. I think it makes me like the romance and like Finn's crush on Bubblegum more than I did when I first watched it. Because again, I'm now 32. I look at that and go like, "Oh man, kid."
Yeah.
And admittedly, it might also help, to be honest, that now I know that that never happens. Because in a show at that era, it wouldn't have been out of character if they'd had, like, oh, and then in a future flash forward, actually, when they're both adults, they're married.
Yeah.
So even though she doesn't like him now because he's too young, he'll get older. That was like a thing.
Yeah.
That was a thing.
Yeah.
It was bad out.
Yeah.
It was bad.
It was rough, man.
Even Gravity Falls, I hold a shotgun on for half that goddamn show. Like, god damn.
Yeah.
It's rough. But because now I watch it and go like, yeah, no, she's gay. He's just a goober. It's fine.
It's fine.
He also gets over it pretty gracefully, and I think this episode is a good early one for that. More importantly, the second season 2 episode about Finn. That's definitely about Finn. Susan Strong, baby.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta talk a little bit about Susan Strong.
Oh,
Y'all
brother.
know what this is. Finn meets a group of subterranean hat-wearing people who look like they might be human like him, which he's very clearly drawn towards. Hey, by the way, he's Finn the human. We have not seen another human. Among them is a girl who winds up being named Susan from her first attempts to say the word sun when he brings her up to the surface, which I think is very cute.
I do too.
However, at the end of the episode... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I do too.
Yes. At the end of the episode, after Susan attempts a little to maybe bring her whole tribe to the Candy Kingdom to eat it, Queen, she's allowed, I think. He is left ultimately unclear if Susan really was a human like him because the other subterranean hat-wearing people turn out to be humans.
Yes.
And have fish heads underneath their animal hats.
H-Y-O-O.
But he doesn't know what's up.
Humans.
And because he doesn't know for sure, it leads to the rawest line of the early seasons, and one of the pieces of writing of early Adventure Time that made me, like, stop and kind of sit up a little is, and I have the exact quote here, Jake, do you think she was human, or just another wild animal? We're all wild animals, brother. Yeah, I guess we are, brother.
Really good. Really good.
Just really good. Like, there's so much character there. I love the way that, like, Jake's answer is so easy and immediate. I like the way that it, like, makes you remember, like, yeah, this is his adopted brother. He does have a family. He has love. But he's the only person like himself. And just the, like, Finn's voice actor. I don't know if the show would be what it would be without, like, you know, all of its voice actors, obviously, except some motherfucker who'll go unnamed who plays Lemongrab. Fuck that guy. But everyone else. But Finn's voice actor especially just starts getting a certain acting going
Oh,
that
man.
I really love.
I think it's Jeremy Shada, right?
And just
incredible.
I don't know these names. Bugs knows voice actor names and then goes, this voice actor played this person. I go, oh, tell me more. Because that's good friendship. And also it's interesting.
It's fun.
And just the raw longing on that, like, do you think she was human? Or just another wild animal?
Ugh.
Like, oh.
So good.
It makes you really, like, feel a way. And I think a lot of Adventure Time kind of winds up living on, like, I like Finn. He's a little guy. He's not just, like, this Kraken hero who says the goofy stuff, but he's also not that guy. It's a good balance.
Exactly.
Oh, and then there's one last episode in the season I gotta talk about. The pods. Finn takes on a quest and winds up with magic beans, which grow into pods containing adorable piggies.
Oh, yay!
The piggies are evil.
Oh, no.
So, for my own entertainment, something I don't want to do is make it sound like, and then over time, Adventure Time becomes like a purely serious episodic thing. Because actually, I would say, like, there's always episodes where stuff just happens, and it's very silly. And early on, sometimes the back and forth between those two modes is a lot chunkier, I would say. But something that I like about Adventure Time is that, like, not every day is the day that you learn about your deadbeat dad or the secret of Jake's birth or something. Some days, you wind up a tree and you got shrunk tiny and there's a cult of squirrels in the tree. You know, some days it's that day. Wow, he's 26 now?
Fucking crazy.
Wow. Alright, let's see. Getting out of the... Jake. Season 2! Jake just has one for Season 2, but it's a good one. Season 2, Crystals Have Power. After having a silly tough guy contest with Finn, Jake accidentally hurts him, and becomes convinced he needs to become permanently non-violent when he remembers hurting their other brother, Jermaine, when they were both really little. And he remembers his dad telling him, like, you're a tough galoot, you're always gonna hurt people's son, and he decides he doesn't want to do that. But then they get kidnapped by Crystal Warriors serving a currently power-mad Tree Trunks, the nice elephant lady who makes pies. She gets better, but it's kind of inconvenient, and Jake winds up remembering, like, well, no, it's even goofier than remembering, sorry. He winds up having a psychic dream shared with his brother Jermaine, and the ghost of his dead dad, who reminds him, like, yeah, you hurt me on accident. Yeah, you hurt her, I'm fine. Yeah, you hurt other people, but they're bad people. Which I actually really like as a message for a kid's show. It's like, nah, sometimes people gotta get cold-cocked, man. I'm that kind of person. There's not a lot to this episode. It's just a good, like, hey, Jake the dog has interiority sometimes, and another brother named Jermaine. Is that gonna come up again later? No. Oh, I recall mistaking Jake's worry over hurting Jermaine as having killed Jermaine on accident, and I have no idea why, because it is extremely coded that way, yes.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Jermaine shows up like, I'm fine, dingus! And good... someone going to bed? Who's going to bed? Snail, good night.
Good night, Snail. Oh, hey, it's 10:07. We should take a break.
Oh, God in heaven. Okay, yeah, you're right. I'll take a break.
Yay.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. Now's a good time to get up, have a stretch, have a snack, get away from the computer, interact with some kind of aminal. I'm probably gonna eat some food, and we will be right back. If you gotta go to bed, go to bed! There'll be a VODs. Don't worry about it.
I'm with you, buddy.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I don't even have my mouth working. Sorry, I forgot to click on the fucking, break button. Thank you so much for the raid, Jack's Dungeon. Hi, raiders. We're playing Runescape. Can you believe it? Fucking Runescape. What if I put up the snack break thing right now? There it is. Sorry, little harried today. How's it going? Oh shit, Splatfest. I completely forgot about this one. Like, I saw the art and everything, but it just slipped my mind totally. I need to at least see the pitch. I always love reading the pitch. I'm excited for the next season to roll around. I cleared the catalog. Some of the outfits they showed look cool, and I like the new boss. By the way, between the two bosses coming to Samarin, well, there's the one boss, but in the two languages, I mean English and Japanese, we have, what is it, like Megalo something, where it's like a reference to the jaw muscles. It's a really dope fucking name. Hang on. I have this somewhere. Where I put this? Where I fucking put this? Days. Megalodontia. Very funny. In Japan, it's Joe. Which also reads as jaw. So, I think we came out the winner, name-wise. Hi! We had a raid!
Now we play the funny game. Which side of the glass is this smudge on? You'll never know. It will be a new smudge somehow.
We had a raid.
Oh shit! Hey, thanks for the raid, Jack's Dungeon. Thanks for the follow too. We're playing League's Runescape and talking about characters from Adventure Time with specific episode synopses to talk about. And also a bunch of other stuff. We're probably just going to start rambling. Look forward to 12:30 PST. That's when I find things really have taken to a simmer.
I have just finished Below Ice Mountain. Now that I have access to the awesome sacrificial fishing spots, I'm gonna go catch catfish and cut them up for a while.
Yay! Just got done with my Adventure Time rewatch. We are in the middle of Season 6, so we asked people not to post any spoilers past the Staked miniseries, but also we're talking through pretty specific episodes and characters, so far people been good.
Yeah.
I trust y'all. Mostly just letting you know when the cutoff point is. I think I just finished talking about... Oh yeah, the Princess Bubblegum and the Candy Kingdom as a whole. Season 2. Mortal Folly / Mortal Recall. So, this is the final 2 episodes of Season 2, I should highlight ahead of time, and... kind of episodes I want to...
Emma notes in chat, I was just reminded, thanks for the Crab Apples Giuseppe, which was a great episode of Fantastic Name.
Jesus God in heaven.
Yeah, when we're watching through, I go through and I dig up the, promo art for whatever the episode is, because there were people who were kind enough to compile it all into a Google Doc, which was very sweet. And we were all looking at that one like, what do you mean?
What See, for me, thanks for the Crapple Giuseppe, even before then, at some point when I was just, like, opening up the episode link to sync on my end while we were watching through, I was like, what do you mean there's an episode called Thanks for the Crab Apples Giuseppe? I will tell you all one thing, it's a banger, and the title is more literal than you think.
Yeah, it's good.
It's more literal than you think.
Yeah, Blue Yubi, I feel the same.
I think some of the best episodes are the ones where I look at the title card and go like, what the fuck is this even going to be? What is this? What is this? But Season 2, Mortal Folly / Mortal Recall. Princess Bubblegum shares with Finn and Jake that an entity known as the Lich King is sealed in amber in the core of the tree, in the giant tree in the middle of the Candy Kingdom. The Lich King escapes, despite protective measures being taken, by manipulating the mind of a little snail that's been in the background of episodes up till now, waving. You know, a cute, like, background element, you point and go like, hey, there's the snail, is actually now a pivotal part of the show.
Yay!
And does so by allowing the Lich King to escape. The Lich King, an entity that is basically a being of, like, pure wish for death, is the way I would put it, in a way. Escapes, attempting to find its well of power, a glowing green hole of devastation punched clean into the abandoned remains of a modern-day subway tunnel in a way that really heavily implies the concept of a bomb dropping. Like,
oh yeah,
really impossible to ignore. And in this point in, like, Adventure Time...
Real quick, sorry, Raiders, just so you know, we've only watched up to Stakes right now, so please don't tell us about anything past that.
Oh, I said that earlier.
Oh, sorry.
I said that earlier.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's good to remind people twice. It's fine, I know how to get your attention. Lesbians.
Huh?
Marceline.
Huh?
Marceline.
Huh?
Susan Strong.
Huh? Treat?
Has there been an episode where Susan Strong and Marceline are, like, in the same room?
No.
I think that should happen for us. No treat! No treat!
Aww.
But anyways, the Lich heads for that bomb hole, and ultimately Finn defeats him with the power of a cozy sweater that has, like, human feelings of affection in it, despite the Lich's ability to manipulate minds. But, Princess Bubblegum kinda gets clean dunked in the well of power by the Ice King on accident.
Oopsie.
Whoopsie! Grandpa's kind of a butterfingers. It's fine.
Sue says, Dr. Princess, my love, I think so much about that guy who, because he's colorblind, didn't get what the big deal about Finn being a human was, because Dr. Princess was obviously a human too. What a
Finn
beautiful
voice.
world. Fuck, no, you're right, because he is. Oh my god.
There is an episode much later that I don't think I'm covering, but it reveals that Finn is red-green colorblind in a really
good gag.
Like, animation gag.
Oh, man.
Where, like, we've been seeing an object the whole time as this kind of grayish-red color, and people keep telling Finn it's not a ruby. And Jake also says that, and he goes, Finn, what color do you think it is? It's red. It's red-gray. A lot of red things are gray. Finn, you're kind of a little colorblind, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. And it just pulls back, and the red gem is green.
Yeah, like emerald green.
Yes, as Finn just goes, oh. Which, I really love the way Jake says it, is like, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. That's such, like, a Jake-specific, like, that's his little guy.
Yeah, that's his little guy. Well, time to get cutting.
Ultimately, Princess Bubblegum is cured. But in the process, the Ice King does another little whoopsie-doodle.
Uh-huh. Oopsie.
Where she gets frozen solid and shattered.
Uh-huh.
But it's okay! But, hey, because of the lost material from being frozen and, like, lichefied and everything, she winds up reduced in size, and because of that, she's reduced in age to 13 years old. Finn's age. Hooray!
Hooray! And it's the end of season
AKA
2.
It's this. So, my pet theory is I'm really pretty sure that they weren't sure they were getting a season 3.
Yeah.
Uh, the end of season 2 very much feels like, okay, if we never get another episode ever again, where is a nice place to coast this story to?
Yeah.
And the answer there is we introduce this big, cool, dramatic threat, which like is kind of introduced way earlier when talking about Billy the Hero and the Enchiridion and all this stuff that was just kind of fluff in the background of a series of Dungeons and Dragon jokes. And now it's in a cute place. It's like, oh, Finn and the princess are kind of the same age now, so it's all okay. And it's now, if Adventure Time was being made now, where the series would end. But luckily it doesn't. They come back for season 3. And we're gonna talk about season 3 and its, the handling
Uh-huh.
of doing a little quick backsy whoopsie doodle
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
When we go back through in the cycle. Because right now we still have Ice King and Marceline and the Crown, which only covers one episode in season 2, which is Loyalty to the King. Ice King shaves his beard and accidentally calls himself the Nice King, causing all the eligible princesses to throw themselves at him, actually. It turns out he's perfectly cute if you put a sweater on him. This is when we find out two things. One, Ice King has no idea what to do with people actually liking him, or, like, princesses actually liking him. There's no, like, coherent endgame exactly.
Yeah.
He just treats people really badly if they actually like him.
Yeah.
And the other thing we learn is that his beard magically grows back really fast.
Really
Like,
fast.
Really fast.
Like, really fast.
It just, like, inside, like, minutes and hours. So he has, like, continuous... Oh, he also shaves off the top of his head. He's bald. He's just a little lollipop of a man for a big part of that episode. It's very good. He winds up... He's in, like, he makes a sand castle, which I was confused by. He has vis-a-vis beard. Oh, you should watch earlier to the Deltarune music bartending, or barber video. That's a good beard in that realm right there.
Oh, you know?
It's a look. It's a look. And that's the only season 2 episode for those characters. Magic Man isn't in this one. Hooray!
Hooray!
We return to the top. Back to Finn. Season 3. What was missing? This episode is maybe the episode that I remembered the most after I had stopped watching Adventure Time. This is always an episode that I think of so fondly. It feels like such a shift in the writing. It feels like it felt different than any other cartoon I'd ever seen. Like, and like any other, like, on television cartoon in the West that I'd seen. I should back up. I was a little bit of a weeb. But, like, and you should know, this isn't like when I was a kid. I think I was already, like, a senior in high school or in college when this stuff was happening. Like, I know, literally, it might have been just in high school, actually. Oh, that's weird to think about. My memory's bad, so everything from roughly, like, age 16 to 23 kind of blends together. But I know it was around when I had my wisdom teeth out.
Mm-hmm.
You remember what you were watching when your wisdom teeth were out.
Oh, God.
But, what was missing? Giving you guys the basic synopsis. A mysterious door lord thief snatches something of importance from Finn, Princess Bubblegum, Marceline, and Bimo, causing them to be stuck in front of a giant door has escape behind that claims that they need to become a genuine band to unlock it. Which then involves several different swings at them trying to do this. One from, like, Princess Bubblegum, that's very, like, clinical and scientific in nature. Jake kind of just wanders. Jake's also there. He decides he wants to be the difficult one in the band because of who he is as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And then Marceline sings a song
Yeah.
that, seems... Should I just, like, find the lyrics, even though I know everyone here knows it?
Yeah, sure. Do some
Hold on,
spoken poetry. Shatner style.
I'm not doing spoken poetry. You know I'm saying it. The cops could come and find me.
What am I to you?
I swear to God. Yeah, so this is, I'm not gonna sing all of it, but you should know, first of all, it opens with, I'm gonna drink the red from your pretty pink face.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk a little, I think this might be where we
Oh my
pause and
God.
talk to the audience about how,
The opening line of that is, I'm gonna bury you in the ground, and then
Yeah.
during stakes, when PB cups her face and the machine
Yeah.
says, and someday when you die, I'll be the one to bury you. Oh my God.
Yeah. So yeah, we get this great thing where she starts off with that, Bubblegum goes, Marceline, that's so distasteful. Oh, you don't like that? Or do you just not like me? And then launches into, sorry I don't treat you like a goddess. Is that what you want me to do? Sorry I don't treat you like you're perfect, like all your little loyal subjects do. Fucking. This was like a brain exploding moment of gayness
for real,
at the
for
time.
real.
Like, it was nuts. It was like not just like, oh, these two girls might like each other. It's like they have a weird, complicated post-breakup relationship. Right? They like hate each other, but maybe they like each other. And that's what ended with me and Bugs liking Zosan as a ship now, I think.
Yeah.
And just absolutely incredible moment, and the fact that like as Marceline sings about like not even remembering what she did or why Bubblegum's mad at her and she shouldn't have to apologize, but why does she want to? The door starts to glow and starts to open.
Yeah.
Which is meaningful because in the end of the episode we also have straight up one of my favorite moments of writing of Finn.
Oh yeah.
Which is when the group starts to like split up after they fought. Let me find the lyrics for that too.
I always love the line in that song, am I a joke, a knight, or your brother? Oh.
Yeah, am I a joke, your knight, or your brother? What am I to you?
Oh, it's
Do
so good.
you look down on me cause I'm younger? Do you think that I don't understand? I just like we're having fun and being a band. What is, I even liked, I know it's like, I won't remember the lock of your hair, but I'll remember the ramen that we shared over there. That it's just, it's really goofy, and it's really important for just like, it's like Finn getting to be like a person who has thoughts about these relationships he has, and in the show up till now, there's been a lot of spots of like Finn singing, but in the really early episodes, they're always auto-tuned.
Oh yeah.
And
up until Susan
it
Strong, I
felt
believe.
Like, yeah, Susan Strong is the first one where like Finn just sings. I kind of forgot talking about it in that episode, but like he sings a little song to Susan, and it's just very sincere and this personal connection, and has this like beautiful. It just sounds lovely. I think very fondly of the like Susan Strong. You turned my world on.
Hard on.
It's so gentle. Hard on. Hey.
It's very sweet.
I don't remember lyrics very well. I remember melodies very well. Sorry, I just like singing things. I'm gonna murder all the lyrics at you all like your weird uncle trying to sing AC/DC songs. But, the thing is, like, the autotune isn't bad or anything, and I can only speak from, like, the way I felt watching it when I was a kid, but it always kind of felt like, this is a joke. Haha, Finn singing and it's auto-tuned, just like songs. It's goofy goof, And, like, they weren't really sincere expressions of Finn's, like, emotional state. They don't all need to be, but it means something different if Finn is singing and it really is this, like, sincere expression of his emotions, which, like, I should double back and, like, look at chat and say, like, hey, if you're a little bit young, it's worth noting, when we were kids, you would still hear stuff like, yeah, musicals are faggy.
Yeah.
And it was bad out. It was really bad out.
Yeah.
So, like, it kind of means something to me that Finn sings. And it's not ironic. It's not, like, just about him being cool. He sings, like, really tragic little love songs or, like, heartbreak songs. Or, like, remember, like, way later on after he breaks up and it's the Slime Princess thing? And he has to sing, like, a love song. He just sings this, like, beautiful, sad little, like, gentle song. It's
Yeah.
wonderful. He's a very different character than Steven Universe, but like when people talk about male characters kind of backing away in kids' cartoons from weird masculine concepts, Finn was there. You know, he was really there. Also, shout out to whatever's going on with Jake's gender, which is definitely cis plus in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so.
He's had a good think about it, you know. For a little while, he was Miranda. He was trying it out. Like, remember, there's even that. Remember later on when BMO's like, "No, I am football." He's like, "Okay, football."
Yeah.
And Jake starts to call him BMO, and Jake like elbows him like football. Like he's ready. He knows. He's down. He's expecting like a really serious conversation with like one of his kids at some point. Like, one of them's gonna be like, "Hey, Dad, can we talk?" And he's like folds his hands like, "I would love to talk with you, but whatever's going on in your life right now." Like one of those. Oh, yeah, also important to talk about and what was missing. After that banger of, hey, what's going on with Marceline and Bubblegum, Bubblegum has a t-shirt from Marceline
Uh-huh.
that she wears as pajamas.
Yeah.
She says to us on television. And I'm not gonna get into it too much. Lots of people have talked about it. I'm sure there's like video essays on this stuff, but if people our age ever sound like weird when we're talking about like gay characters and we sound as if we're trying to like empirically prove with our words that like Mount Rushmore is real, like we're like, see here where they're like so affectionate with each other and like I think there's something there, that's because we had to survive through a world where for like a really like years, half a decade or more, any discussion of like, hey, I think there's actually something seriously, literally, canonically going on with Marceline and Bubblegum, it was the standard default position in fandom. That was insane, and you were reaching and looking, and you were like looking way too close at it, and why would that ever happen? Like, why are you guys making this about shipping?
Exactly.
It was rough out there. It was really rough out there. That is why you've seen a gift set of Bubblegum snoofing that t-shirt. Like a hard sniff as her morning day wake up. That's why you've seen that gift so much. Because now we all look at that and go, do straight girls? Is that...
Girls do this.
Is that going on?
Girls do this. Girls do this.
I mean, girls do this. Girls do absolutely. We are going to talk about this episode, spoilers, later, so I won't get into it right now, but girls definitely take deep, longing sniffs, like rubbing her head back and forth into that t-shirt after waking up in the t-shirt, and then put a sweater on over so that she can continue to wear the t-shirt.
We love this for her.
They do for boys, and also good girl pals, apparently. But anyways, I just have to talk about it now and then because it's beautiful that we're in a world that's different. And I mean that. It's dumb in different ways, and I can take that. I actually really can. 100%. The next Finn episode is Dad's Dungeon, which I feel like is also a banger.
Yeah.
But in very different, like, Season 3. Something's going on with Season 3, man.
Yeah.
There's some stuff going on here. Hold on. I swear I've seen reasoning back in the day of, well, all straight girls are a little gay, that doesn't make them gay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember that. Yes, it was rough out, man. It was a dark time for confusing middle school age friendships.
Boy, howdy was it.
Ugh. Sorry, I'm just thinking about Jessie the cowgirl for no reason whatsoever.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Dad's Dungeon. Finn and Jake find an old message from their dad, revealing that he prepared a special dungeon for them. And also that he was like a rad demon hunter who used a demon's blood to make a sword. And also that he has some weird ideas about masculinity and about Finn's future toughness, because he repeatedly in these messages goes, "Okay, now Finn, close your ears, boy. I gotta talk to Jake for a moment. Jake, I'm a little bit worried that Finn might grow up to be too dang soft, so I'm gonna say some mean things to him, but you understand that's just part of the deal, and at the end it'll all be okay." And Jake's like, "Dad, Finn's like really tough and cool. I can't hear you. This is a recording." Which kind of donks Finn a little bit up. He's getting notes from his dead dad talking about him being a sissy baby, and he isn't, and that would mess anybody up. And maybe their dad's not great at this stuff, but it ends with, while he's having a fight with a monster down at the bottom of the pit, Jake finding the final message and playing it and remixing it.
Oh, it's so good. Hey, Senior Bob.
"Hey, Jake, I'm proud of you.
along with
Hey,
me,
I'm
and the
proud of you.
bugs
Just this
endless ranking.
beautiful little, like..."
Hey, Finn.
Yeah? Do you want to
I'm
provide?
proud of you. I love you. You, son. I made this message for you. For you, for you. This dungeon for you. This world for you. This message is for you. Finn, you're gonna do great, great, great. You're gonna do great things. You're gonna do great, great, great.
It's-
so good. It's so fucking good. I love that shit, man.
It's such... And this is... And it's also happening while some, like, gorgeous animation
Yes.
of Finn, like, having this
Oh.
fight happen.
Yeah.
Like, just that moment alone from the show is such, like, a compelling, like, watch.
Yeah.
And I think, like I said, season 3, man. Like, I think... Okay, we mentioned, like, the end of season 2. We're pretty sure they might not have thought they were getting renewed.
Yeah.
Season 3, oh, baby. They got renewed.
Yeah.
They got real renewed, and I think that there is a, like, application of budget and also, like, the crew getting their feet under them and having those moments of, like, okay, here's all this stuff we set up. Let's, like, go back and do stuff with it. Let's follow back up on, like, Finn and Jake's dad.
Ugh.
And the show is better for it because this kind of becomes what they do for, like, the rest of the show. And it gets built up on every season. They have, like, batches of episodes that are, like, stuff just kind of happening, but in ways that feel increasingly meaningful, have, like, increasing beauty, have, like, more, like, little connections, and then that'll get built up on from there. Like, another like, if you wanted to pick a character you could use to just talk about this, do a deep dive on Neptor, the infinite
Oh,
pie-throwing robot. A character who was created to
Good night, Bob.
die. There is no one... Good night. There is no one on Earth, I think, who looked at Neptor and thought, this is a character who's gonna come back, and for a very long time, that was very true. And then it wasn't. And then he kind of shows up now and then. And then he shows up pretty semi-consistently, and he's friends with BMO. And it's a very quiet background thing, but that means something to me, because, like, I feel like it sounds insane when you point at a cartoon and go like, hey, this actually is continuity, because it sounds like, yeah, obviously, man, a lot of cartoons had continuity, but it's like, in a lot of shows, even if there was continuity, there was a lot more status quo. Like,
Yeah.
even, like Danny Phantom. Danny Phantom was a show that had, like, bigger stakes, right? Danny Phantom also had a status quo. His ass was a superhero. Peter Parker don't get to be out to Aunt May all that long, you know?
Yeah.
Someone's gonna hit that big old shiny button. Sometimes in some really weird ways.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, it means something to me when there might still be, like, you know, Finn and Jake are adventurers who live in a treehouse. That's still kind of a status quo for now. Points at chat. Don't say shit. But, like, it means something in a show to be like, and there's no, or very few, we're gonna talk in a second about season 3 still has one big whoopsie doodle maneuver it's gotta turn that's a little bit going to make this all sound insane. We'll get to
Yeah.
it in a hot second. I'm having a detour here. There's one bit of a U-turn, but, like, mostly it's like, and the thing that happened last time continues to have happened, if that makes sense. Like, hey, while you weren't looking, Starchy was doing stuff in the background. What the fuck's going on over there, man? Starchy, hey! I don't know, know about starchy no more.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just starchy.
It's fine. It's your friend Starchy. But yeah, Dad's Dungeon, solid. I would actually say Dad's Dungeon is, like I mentioned earlier, a very late season episode without a lot of continuity that, like, is a good test to see if you're listening to this and you haven't watched Adventure Time, hey, welcome. I also will be there anytime someone wants to do a deep dive on a subject I don't know anything about. It's great. I watched all the iCarlys. Deep dive by Quentin Reviews.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I would recommend Dad's Dungeon as maybe a good early episode kind of one. What Was Missing is also probably really great, even without any context, to be honest. That while you weren't looking, these characters kept living their lives is such an important storytelling mood for me. Yes, it is a very difficult maneuver, but I love it very much. Going through Discworld at the same time has been very funny because they're both like that.
Yeah.
I love the bit in The Truth where Vetinari is like, does CMOT Dibbler work anywhere in a managed material position? Is there a secret rune stone you're using? Because it sounds so insane. Except that's just all stuff that happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
What candy even is starchy? I always imagined him as a donut hole.
Yeah, me too.
Right? Because, like, starchy and he's like a little golden brown orb.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense to me.
No, I think
And,
that
like,
makes a lot
now
of
that
sense.
he's being kind of a dirtbag, I'm like, donut hole, man.
What a donut hole.
He's a stale donut hole. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, where's the next?
Let's hop world
Ah,
until we find a
Jake
place
Season
without
3.
people.
Hmm.
Oh, you were saying?
What are you doing? You're in a rock pile now. Are you
So,
mining?
I'm mining iron because I have a clue scroll that needs an iron plate body. And so, I need to
Oh.
make an iron plate body, but to do that I need to get my smithing up. So I'm mining a bunch of iron so I can make a bunch of crap that I can, smith to get my smithing up. Iron smiths at a...
Netflix has looked at... Oh, go ahead.
Iron has a 50% smithing rate, so sometimes the ore that you get is impure. So it's a little slower to level, but it's fun.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fail rates on smithing in this game are dire.
Yeah.
Seems rough. Seems
It
rough.
opened. They left.
Yay.
Yay.
I looked it up. Apparently he's a potato chocolate malt ball. I like my idea better.
Huh.
What's your favorite candy, citizen? I really like Root Beer Guy and
Root Beer Guy
Cherry
is
Soda
great.
Girl. If you want more of, like, the more background, Crunchy and his overwhelming desire for power
Oh, yeah.
do something for me.
Yeah.
I think he's really funny. I think he's
Especially-
good. I think he's a dangerous force.
I like Science the Rat. Very cute to me.
Yes. Very good.
There's another character I like only because I know something in the future about them and it horrifies me every time I see them.
That's scary. That's
So,
really scary.
Very exciting.
You know, being called a stale donut hole would absolutely devastate me.
Yeah.
Trying and making a habit of coming up with weird swears is really good. I also recommend learning inventive curses, because I find when I get mad at someone or a concept, it's funnier to go, and if you do this, I will curse you to always have hair in your shower drain no matter what you do.
No.
It's funnier than just, I'm gonna kill you. I think I once said, I'm gonna sneak into your house and put a single line of Sharpie on every CD that you own. On the underside.
Jesus. I like the pinata because the voice Maria Bamford does for it. Maria Bamford carries that fucking show, man.
Yeah.
I love her as Turtle
Oh.
Princess. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl.
We can't start doing that on air. We will just start doing Turtle Girl and LSP Hey Girl back and forth for like 10 fucking minutes.
I love that it's her
Side note,
fucking
I'm-
ringtone when she calls LSP.
Yes. Side note, if we wind up doing another one of these, I might do this, but for just like side characters.
Yes.
And LSP will absolutely be getting her own whole section. It's what she deserves. It's what she needs.
Mhm.
This will be the, like, the doors are locked. We're talking about Lumpy Space Princess, and we're talking about Lemon Grab, and I think we would need like a. We're gonna talk about Prismo over the course of this,
Prismo, I
but
love
I could still
Prismo.
back up and talk about Prismo a second time, and just spend like a solid half hour discussing some homoromantic content of what's going on there, man.
My wife and Raggedy Princess with the same verbal tick of a nervous laugh at the end of each sentence. That's so cute.
Oh,
I love Raggedy
that's
Princess.
so cute. I know a lot of people hate LSB, but I think she's funny. She's a teenage girl who kind of sucks and she's so funny.
Yeah.
Here's the secret. Those people are wrong. They need better taste. They need to understand that sometimes there's just a vaguely aged teenage girl.
She sucks, it owns. I love
It's
her.
okay, and she's great. Alright, where was I?
Oh, when she was all crying over Sweet Pea, going, "Oh my god, Sweet Pea, I was looking for you everywhere." And she pulls out the donut and it's covered in hair, and it's like, girl, why are you hairy? Girl, why are you hairy?
We do actually know that she has... We literally know from the episode where Finn has to get princess hair, we find out that she has like a really thin, fine fur. She's like flocked.
Oh, man.
LSP owns, she's the worst, she's trained, she can do anything.
Yeah.
I think she should be allowed to rob and steal and have like a Bonnie and Clyde episode with Marceline again. Okay,
but no, Sue's right though about her being trans. That fucking episode where she wrote her own story for Fiona and Cake.
The prince who wanted everything.
Yeah, like there's something going on there. There's something going on there.
You know, I was thinking in terms of her being a trans girl, but her being like a weird unfulfilled trans mask.
Right?
She could go either way. She could do anything. She could do anything. It all works.
On top of everything, she ran away from being a princess. You know, she's still a princess, but she ran away from her kingdom, you know?
Even though at one point she specifically goes like, okay, I'm gonna go home to my parents. And then she doesn't.
Yeah.
Anyway, she's perfect.
Yeah.
And we will absolutely come back and circle around and just talk a lot about Lumpy Space Princess. And I gotta talk about Lemon Grab at some point.
Oh,
and
James.
James is really good. Yeah, I thought about him, but I felt like I wanted to pick, like, more side characters.
Oh, no, for
like,
sure.
I can't pick Cinnamon Roll, you know what I mean? Like, that's a whole ass man.
Mm-hmm.
And good for him, I say.
And good for him. Oh, hell yeah.
We're not...
We have forcibly infected you with LSP. Like... Good.
I'm gonna go draw some LSPs now. She's so good is the problem.
She's so
Yes,
good.
we did. We were literally talking before show of like, that has to be like a border, and Bugs was like, that's Pen Ward, and I went, of course it is. Of course it is. The depth.
Arrow tips, I think. No.
Alright. The New Frontier. Jake has a prophetic dream about what he believes will be his death, or a croak dream, due to the presence of the cosmic owl, whose presence in dreams means that it's going to actually happen for real, involving a banana man, a rocket ship, and floating in the abyss of space. He immediately, serenely accepts this vision, despite Finn's panic, which also involves them finding out the banana man is real, and actually a neighbor of theirs, and is actually building a rocket ship, and Finn kind of freaks out.
Voiced by Weird Al Yankovic.
Voiced by Weird Al Yankovic, and I really love one of the episodes later where Banana Man comes back. That's just we fixed a truck, I think is it's called.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good.
That one's really good.
Yeah, Weird Al sneaks up into animated projects because I think sometimes animators just go like, I always wonder, do people just get bold and ask him because they know like he made his own kids shows
honestly,
like, in these fields, or like, do you just wake up to a call from Weird Al?
Well,
and he's like, hey, I want to voice a cartoon.
Well, the thing is, from what I understand, you know, Weird Al is like, you know, no matter where you go in entertainment, like goofy side of comedy, you'll find Weird Al. He knows Tenacious D. He, you know, worked on the Aquabats. He'll do like all sorts of stuff. So I think it's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, I have a way to contact Weird Al. You want me to get him as a voice, or you have him through the agency, through Cartoon Network, since he's already done voices for them before. I feel like Weird Al's kind of one of those people where it's like the Kevin Bacon number is always going to be at least 3, no matter who you are.
That makes sense. I think that makes sense. Like, technically, I have a Kevin Bacon number because of a second cousin of
Oh
mine.
yeah.
Yeah. But like, I just can never shake the image that you just like, do you just come into your office in Cartoon Network and he's there reading a comic book?
Make me a roll.
Is it like...
Make me a roll. Weird Al, get out of my
I think
office.
it's like
Make
an
me a
omen.
roll.
No, it's like a leprechaun. It's like, the magic's here. We're going to be beloved by weird 25-year-olds. And up. And up.
You have to like...
Hold on, I like Coast to Christmas Future. Weird Al is always closer than you think.
And he's getting closer at every moment. Watch out.
Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep.
That's his heat signature.
Oh yeah, he voiced Wreck-Gar in Transformers Animated. His song Dare to be Stupid was in the 1986
Dare to be Stupid
Transformers
is such a
movie.
good fucking song.
I literally pulled that up to listen to the other day.
Have you seen the
because
video
I had
for
that
it?
moment where I once again... Yeah, of course I have.
My funny thing is, I think this is the fate of all millennials who like Weird Al Yankovic, is watching a music video of his for a song that you love, and then later running into, in this case, the Devo video that it was parodying, and going like,
Yes.
it's just like the Weird Al video.
Really specifically. Side note about Weird Al. You know, I listen to so much Weird Al. I think if I just had the lyrics in front of me, I could do the entirety of Angsty White Boy Polka without having to actually look up. Like, literally in the back of my head, every now and then I go, I cry myself a suicide, die, 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 da 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 da. Like, just all the way through.
Good.
All the way through.
What's your favorite lesser known Weird Al?
Era.
Mine is Weasel Stomping Day.
Oh. Does Albuquerque count as, like, lesser well known?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a particular favorite of mine. And I can almost do the hardware store speed
Holy
rap.
shit.
And by almost, I mean I, like, die in the last 1/3 of that song, but that's pretty good. By the way, just to chat... Oh? Oh, yeah. But, like, to chat, if you ever want to, like, cheer yourself up, have you had, like, a rough day? Do you not, like, know what you want to see? Go on YouTube and look up, rap react people.
Oh, yeah.
Or, like, music react people reacting to Weird Al and discovering that the man's got bars.
Yeah.
Like, severe flow. White Al had, like,
what?
literally,
White Al?
literally, factually. Listen, I got speech impediment.
Sorry.
Gotta be nice to me. Lay off. But Weird Al.
Mhm.
Weird Al Yankovic.
Yes. I'm White Al. Well, actually, I'm Bugs.
You're Bugs.
I'm Bugs.
Anyways, all I wanted to say is that he actually can't do the entirety of the climax of Hardware Store on stage because he did it in booth, actually, legitimately, and passed out several times in the attempt.
Holy shit, what?
Like, it is a known fact that my man ran out of breath so hard doing that it took multiple attempts, and he did pass out once or twice.
Oh my god.
That recording is him. That is him doing it clean. He does a reduced version of it for stage shows.
That's amazing. I don't blame him.
When no one goes harder than Weird Al, man. He's just... I don't know.
I need you to make iron.
I should find a documentary on Weird Al sometime. He's a Banana Man in Adventure Time.
I've heard his
earlier
biopic is really good.
We should see his biopic.
We should.
I love the photo shoots that him and Daniel Radcliffe did where they were dressed in the same clothes and they were like frolicking in like a park.
Yeah. Fucking God bless Daniel Radcliffe. I'm so glad he got out of fucking Harry Potter and gets to do his own shit, man.
Oh no, Daniel Radcliffe is a real one, man. Like, I love that dude. He's good with me, man.
Mm-hmm. And he had the nerve to tell JK, you know, he had the guts to tell JK to fuck off, which I love.
Yeah.
Fucking great guy.
Yeah, no, that's like saying no to like infinite life money, which, you know, he probably doesn't need. But also, money does a lot of fucked up stuff to your head, so...
Dude, I will tell you,
Still kudos.
from Shrieking Shack, they've been tracking that, like, HBO's been trying to get the Harry Potter reunion movie, and it's
Oh
just
my
like,
god, yes,
that is
no.
not going to work out, no.
No, Daniel Radcliffe, by refusing, is literally, like, the keystone
Thank fucking
actively
God, man.
preventing that kind of shit happening. They could walk without a lot of people. Not Radcliffe.
It's the child sleeping in bed, and Daniel Radcliffe has his arms spread over it, blocking arrows, and it says
Yes.
"Cursed Child Adaption" on it.
Yes, yeah, by the way, while we're talking about it for just a hot second, shout out to the Harry Potter video game for not being even anywhere in
Oh,
the dumb,
man.
meaningless video game award
You
show.
love to see it.
I don't
you
care
couldn't
about
even
that
pay
award
Mr.
show.
Jeff to do anything, and that man will say
Mhm.
anything to anyone.
He will dance to any song, and yet, kudos. Just allowing myself a healthy little wine swirl, a Schadenfreude, after enduring all of that.
How many times
All
do I
of
have to
that.
allow get
Oh,
fucked?
ooh.
There we go.
I don't know. Someone start
Damn
a
it!
lot. Apparently, we gotta see it with extra punctuation. We need every possible combination of get fucked.
No, don't
be
listen to
allowed
him.
through.
Don't listen to this man.
Hmm? Anyways, I'm gonna open my notes, which makes it harder for me to see chat for a second.
Okay. I love you, Frankie.
By the way, way back. Way back. It's actually to the side. I can see chat.
I see.
At you
I
all.
see.
Way back, Pasu mentioned that Banana Man is, like, lonely in a fascinating way. I big agree. I really like what they do with him when he comes back, where it's just, like, this strange little man.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
The Adventure Time has a lot of good dudes in it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just some class dudes. And some class A weird magic women, actually, is kind of the through line.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Good for them.
Good for them. Honestly, good for women.
Literally good for women.
Literally
Let's see.
good for women.
Princess Bubblegum, Season 3. Too young. Princess Bubblegum is having a fun time getting to be at Finn's age, and it's interrupted literally mid-party by the arrival of the Earl of Lemongrab, who is her uncle, we are told, in this episode. And I don't blame them for just kind of not addressing quietly changing that later, because it makes it really funny that it's just like, does Bubblegum just assign familial relations at random? I feel like she picks them out of a hat, like, your uncle now.
Yeah.
Anyways. Who informs her she's now too young for the throne? He takes over, and his persnickety styles keep, getting people sent to the dungeon. You've probably seen a phrase, Million Years Dungeon.
Mhm.
I think that bad boy still survives, like, to this day.
Yeah.
On occasion, I have still seen. People are still down for Lemongrabs' unique styles and ways, and I can't blame them. Again, we're gonna talk about Lemongrab next time we do this, because, like, well, we're gonna talk about, like, stakes if we don't have time for this, but anyways. I don't know. I feel like I turned around on Lemongrab in a weird way at some point.
I do too.
He's an interesting dude.
What? Oh, hang on. I have to
where
talk
was
to
I?
this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. What is
Part
a
of why I
Rick
wasn't
Turpentine?
originally that into this. What you got there?
Thank you for a Cosmic Talisman, brother. I already have one. Goodbye.
Yay. Part of why I wasn't initially that hot on him is that in this episode he kind of just exists to be weird and get pranked on, and they do a bunch of silly pranks to try and get him to leave, and that doesn't work, and everyone winds up in the dungeon. And it turns out the only option left is for Princess Bubblegum to be restored to her original age and size by a donation of a small chunk of candy from everyone else who's in the dungeon with them, catalyzed with a gentle hug from Finn. It's an episode.
Mhm.
I understand why it exists as an episode. I think it's good that they did an about face on
Yeah.
Princess Bubblegum being young.
Agreed.
And I do kind of like that it almost turns, like, Finn and her's relationship into, like, he was kind of friends with her when they were kids together for a moment, and that is interesting. But also it's a weird, awkward bit of writing.
Yeah.
But Baby Bubblegum's pretty cute.
Yeah.
And there's something kind of sad about, like, hey, for a little while she got to genuinely enjoy just being young and having fun and not having to be, like, super intense all the time. And literally the needs of her kingdom kind of wound up usurping that and forcing her to return back to things. I think mainly the reason why a part of me always feels weird about this episode, and maybe I don't like it all that much, even though I'm including it in this discussion, is because it ends with the moment of, and Jake looks up the stairs at the princess, and all he's got. No. Please. No. Ah. But anyway, sorry to
Finn looks
complain
up the
for
stairs.
a hot second there. Sorry, yeah, Finn. I don't know why I mix up their names so much. I promise I know. Turns to chat. I know what I'm talking about.
It's kind of the Sam and Max thing. I mix them up too, you know. Hey Sam,
Yeah.
hey Max. You know?
Exactly. But if I ever say something weird like that, and you go like, that sounds like the wrong character, it's probably is the wrong character. I will just correct myself and move on in future when it happens. Yeah, that's Blue UB sums it up very well. At the time when they kind of implied Finn would keep chasing after her, it was so exhausting, but it's a little better knowing it never happens. Yes, exactly. I think that's what I was searching for there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But like I said, it does have that, like, development, and it introduces the Laurel Lemon Grab. That's an important one. I think it's also probably, like, one of the last times that there's ever this kind of, like, a hard reset to, like, business as normal. Like, even later on, it's like, yeah, no, the Ice King's place is, like, gone for a hot second. It was destroyed, remember?
Oh,
Now he lives in your house. Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, that's another reason why we're saving talking about Flame Princess for another episode. There's some stuff. I don't know how to talk about that one. The Ice King and Marceline and the Crown, Season 3. Holly Jolly Secrets.
Oh man.
What the fuck is going on in Season 3, man? That is my task for you. If you haven't watched Adventure Time before, and you are, like, interested in trying it out, this is all you have to do. Watch the show. Like, do watch episodes. It's okay, especially in Season 1, if you skip an episode, if it just feels obnoxious to you. That's fine. It'll explain itself as it goes. Watch through Season 3. That's all I ask. Get your way to Holly Jolly Secrets. Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
Finn and Jake discover some secret tapes that the Ice King has buried and thrown away in a dump, which, when they take them back to watch, because they have a VHS, I like that about them, it turns out to be his embarrassing video journals, where he sings one of Marceline's funny songs. He sings one of her funny songs, and, oh, he's talking about wanting to, like, lift weights, and it's all really boring. Oh, that's silly Ice King. Also, he used to be a human man. A man named Simon Petrikov, whose discovery of the crown he wears as a researcher of ancient relics slowly drove him mad, even as his ice power sustained him through an unnamed, I think at the time not yet named, but disastrous war. Slowly his skin changes color. He talks about it whispering things to him about the secrets of the ice and snow. It talks to him, and he doesn't know what he says after he's been wearing it. He said something to his fiancée, Betty, and he doesn't know what, but it wasn't him. And over time, his hair is getting longer and longer, and his nose is longer, and he starts to sound more and more like the Ice King we know as he just begs, I need to fix this, I need to fix myself, I need to do something, because maybe then Betty, my princess, will come back to me. And then Ice King breaks out on them and goes like, oh no, you guys found my secret. I used to wear glasses, and we learn he doesn't seem that coherent about why all the stuff they just saw might be a lot, and they wind up inviting him to just watch tapes with them in a sweater. And also at one point a big banner pops up on the screen that says Happy Xmas
Well,
from Adventure Time.
so-
That's actually, yeah, go on.
On screen, Ice King is sobbing in his hands on tape, and it says,
Yeah.
"You're watching the Adventure Time Christmas special" on the bottom. So fucking good.
And like the title cards are like Christmas episode themed. At the end, they're
Yeah.
in like holiday sweaters, and it's kind of rough if like if you're not good with Christmas, we were.
We were
Heads
watching it with
up.
our friend who doesn't have good associations with the holidays.
Bad
and we're
memory.
Like, and we were like, yeah, I don't think this has so much Christmas stuff in it. And then we were just sitting there.
Oh, it's just like in winter, and they wear sweaters.
We were just sitting there like, oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry.
Jasmine Glitch says, "Oh fuck! I wonder if Marceline ever saw those tapes." Hold tight.
Woo.
Actually, we're probably not going to get to discuss that, but if we get through everything that I have written up, we get to talk about stakes, like freestyle jazz style.
Yay! With DJ Professor K
Ooh.
in it.
Yay! Yeah, actually, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, Ice King used to be a man. He used to be a fully coherent person. It's not just like, oh, he's a wizard and he got older and now he's old and crazy. No, he's like in a fog. He is having a compulsive problem. He's not himself. And we kind of find out, well, I forget how much, like, up till now it's been pointed out, but this is one of those things where, like, as soon as you have this in your head, you see a lot of episodes. Don't they share the tapes in the episode where the Ice King is bawling? I'm gonna cut ahead a little bit. We find out later Marceline was physically present for the recording of one of those tapes.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, the worst one, actually, she was actually just right off there to the side as he did that. Yeah!
Yay!
Marceline's doing good. Speaking of, Marceline's closet. But tish, first of all, yay! Finn and Jake enter Marceline's home when she's not there because they were gonna have band practice with her, only to have to silently hide when she comes back suddenly because they don't want her to know that she snuck in. They think she'll be like really, really mad because of a note she left saying don't do that. Partially noteworthy for being a personal favorite, but also some really fun moments where, like, while they're hiding, Marceline is like, well, my friends aren't here, time to record my most private song ever, based on my diaries from my years of wandering sadly. There's just this, like, immediate physical panic, and that's one of my weirdly favorite early songs, even though it's very, like, experimental. Bugsy got this one on tap?
No, I don't actually.
It's just got this, like, hello, dear diary. It's been a while since I wrote and stuff. What should I tell you about? How about all of my friends? Oh, wait, I don't have friends. Like this weird atonal experimental song, and I weirdly enough listened to it a lot back in the day, even though it's like that. You know how it is sometimes. Which is also kind of when we find out, like, hey, Marceline spent a lot of time wandering alone.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Huh.
Up till now, she's kind of been a goofy demon kid. And, like, I didn't really cover her episodes with her dad because, again, that's, like, a whole side subject we could cover. But, like, we know she's got a demon dad who's kind of a dingus. But I guess she's just out in the world. Huh. Also, there's a very cute reveal at the end of the episode where she's not mad at them, because it turns out she hides in their house all the time. She leaves this great scene where they're, like, at home relaxing, and Jake comes out of the shower and, like, really carefully ties on a towel. And, like, Finn hears a hooting sound and, like, slowly pulls the blanket up over his legs where he was sitting kind of goofy. I just love that she's like this.
I do too. I can't do that clue scroll.
She is,
How
in fact, on the
sad.
roof. There's a different episode where they call her, and it turns out she was behind a wad of clothing in them in the room when they called her. She is also a feral cat.
Yeah, girls can do this. It's good.
She's in your house now. Don't worry about it. Leave her. It's fine. Don't touch her. Don't. Listen, don't. She has not had her shots, man. Let's see. Oh, by the way, one other episode for season 3 on the theme of Marceline, Ice King, and the Crown. Fiona and Cake. All I wrote here is, boy, Grandpa's been writing fan fiction.
And good for him.
Grandpa's writing his stories again. Fiona and Cake, for those of you who don't know, is... Well, actually, it's like... I could just say, like, it's the funny episode where there's gender-swapped Finn and Jake, and it's Fiona and Cake, but it's kind of a little bit wilder than that. Bugs, you kind of know the story of this one, like, better than me, about, like, the artist who first started, like, drawing these characters as a fan.
I believe this was Natasha Leon, who went on to make Bee and Puppy Cat, on the 4chan Comics and Cartoons board. Back before, now, please take this with a grain of salt. 4chan was always kind of a terrible place to hang out, but when I say that the Comics and Cartoons board was, like, chill, it was, like, chill. Like, cartoonists would come and hang out and, like, ask questions and talk with people, because there wasn't really a, like, collective forum to hang out. It was where people would post, like, hey, can you post all your concept art on this if you have anything? So a lot of cartoonists would hang out on it.
To put it, like, 4chan was always rough. I'm not one of those people who thinks, like, there was once a time where 4chan wasn't rough. But there really was a distinct Nazi takeover at a certain point. It was like a bar going bad. Yeah,
I will say the Comics and Cartoons board went, I would say, bad the moment Marvel took off. Is, like, the Marvel movies is when things got really rough around there. So this artist was taking requests, and she came up with, you know, like, oh, a breakfast princess. Okay, I can make a breakfast princess. Can you draw Finn and Jake if they were a girl? Sure, it's Fiona and Cake. And this became, they got so popular online, people kept drawing them. That's like, okay, well, I guess we can do a Fiona and Cake episode. And I believe it was free.
And like I joked about, it ends with like, oh yeah, I think it was. Because it even has like a whole different intro and everything.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe, but yeah. I mean, it's a really interesting history. It was like
Truxanima also points out she also pioneered a bunch of Bubbleen art. She was one of the Bubbleen artists for sure, but there was a lot.
No, I mean like
not to devalue that.
Like from the show, because she worked on the show.
Yeah. No, I know. Sorry, I was responding to Truxanima.
Okay.
Sorry, did I get something mixed up?
No. You're good.
Sorry, I might genuinely get something mixed up now and then.
But, like, she pioneered, like, doing the fan art for Bubbleen within the show.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, it's 11:15. We forgot to take a break.
Oh,
which might explain one or two things about bad cadence.
Let's take a break, then.
Yeah, we take a quick break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Now's a good time to get up, get a drink. If you gotta go to bed, go to bed. But take a break a sec.
Yeah.
BRB.
Oh, I'm not muted. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Hi.
Hi. Did I not leave the call when I unplugged and everything?
No,
I'm
me,
sorry.
me. It was me.
Huh?
It was me.
Oh!
Yeah.
I was deafened. You had
Oh.
yourself on deafened, so I thought I was doing something through OBS.
Oh, I hit the wrong button is all. Hey, I was wrong. It's Nadao Giri, not Natasha Leon.
Yeah. That's fine. I didn't remember any old name.
So here's the actual tweet from Natazilla about the design of Fiona. And Nat actually notes that Fiona was named by people in the thread. Someone said Fiona, and then someone said, why don't we spell with 2 N's like Finn? Fiona.
Oh, I love that.
Congrats on the kittens. Oh, hey, Starcat! Congrats!
Oh, Starcat! Ooh, littles! Ooh, put them in a pet channel! If you want to. Show me your kitten.
And Nat Allegri, I'm so sorry. I think Natasha Leon is that hot redhead from that one thing. Yeah, she is. She is the hot
These
redhead.
things happen with names.
I'm sorry. I was too focused on women.
Which, by the way, Netzilla recently did like an art series of like art that was like pasted up on walls of a house that was set to be demolished. That like
Whoa.
she then actually took a picture of like, you're set to be demolished today. Thank you for teaching me a new way to make art. Goodbye. And I don't know, it was a dope ass series too.
Damn! Oh wow!
It's like very thin, ethereal pieces. Yeah, on like the walls. Like I might have been reblogging a few of those.
No, I'm looking through now. Wow, this is dope.
But Sue actually was talking about it. Nat is sweet. They got real into wheat paste lately. It's cool seeing them post pics of their art. Yes, wheat paste is dope. Wheat paste is.
Oh, wheat paste is so cool.
Yeah. It always looks so dope. So, yeah, you gotta mention Fiona and Cake. You know, what are you gonna do? Not mention Fiona and Cake? Especially because, like, I have gotten the impression that this might be worth noting for Ice King's characterization. For I seen some things wildly out of context. The beautiful, I've talked about this so much, but Adventure Time is great because, like, I don't tag block spoilers because I got no context. I literally hit things in our watch throughs recently that I'd seen people talk about but didn't have context for, and it was like, oh shit, Chuck's Anima says, wasn't that the old Cartoon Network studio? I don't know. I would have to check that. But if it was, where?
Oh, I hope not. Ooh, I got a clue geode. Beginner. Yippee.
Well, let's see. Oh, that's the end of Season 3. Magic Man ain't come back again. The wards have held.
Hooray!
I don't know how you ward against Magic Man. I think you just, like, set out a sad orphan where he'll see it before he sees you, maybe?
Oh, come on, brother.
Well, so we go back to the top. Back to Finn. With Season 4. Oh, stuff's starting to pick up a little bit.
Oh, just a little bit.
But actually, for Season 4, for Finn, I just selected one specific episode that I think is, like, kind of one of my weird favorites for his personality, and also one that I think about a lot. In Your Footsteps. saves the life of a normal, non-anthropomorphic bear who follows him home and begins to imitate him, trying to become a hero like him, and speaking human words with his bear mouth, and it sounds like how a dog sounds when a dog says, like, almost human words.
Yeah.
And also wearing his clothing and, like, posing in the mirror and trying to sound like him. Finn is, like, really wary of this the whole time, because I think that's how you should feel about a non-anthropomorphic wild bear following you around. But Jake's like, oh, it's good, he's good, actually, and the episode's even kind of set up to make you, like, not sure?
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, at the end, after the bear throws a party while wearing a human mask
Yeah.
and Finn's clothing,
Yeah.
kind of makes Finn flip out, and everyone else goes like, bro, dude, we knew he wasn't you. We were just like, yeah, we'll go to the party that this bear's throwing, hell yeah. And Finn feels bad and decides like, hey, if you just want to be a hero, here's the Enchiridion, the hero's handbook that he won from an episode that was mostly D&D jokes, but does recursively become really important due to the presence of the Enchiridion and how that continues on.
And Billy.
The bear leaves, and it's like, and Billy, oh man, I think Billy is another one of like, we should just talk about Billy for a hot second sometime.
Voiced by Lou Rigno, who was the live-action TV Hulk.
Yeah. Oh man, great performance too. I love the way he delivers Billy's lines. But it's just like very sweet episode because like we get to kind of see Finn like maybe not being paranoid but being like cautious and wary, and that makes sense because like he's had to deal with like the Lich. He deals with scary stuff, like, you know, like Steven Universe later. This is one of those episodes that I like feeling like, yeah, Finn's like maybe doing a little rough sometimes. Except then the speaking bear of the human voice gives the Enchiridion to the snail that got possessed by the Lich and is never seen alive again as of where we are in season 6, unless he's been a background normal bear that I just didn't recognize.
I believe there was one shot where he was a normal background bear. I think he was a foreground bear.
I don't remember, sadly, but this bear, like, speaking and being a part of things, we only see again one other time in a dream, and I find it really haunting. Like, I don't know what happened with Bear, but, Finn was right, it turns out, is kind of the moral of this episode.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Moral of the episode, Finn was right.
That's probably fine. Yeah, moral of the episode. It's okay to not be cool with an animal talking in the voice of a man.
Mm-hmm. A manimal.
Jake the Dog, a manimal, as you say. Jake the Dog, season 4. Princess Cookie, baby.
Oh, Princess Cookie. So good.
Princess Cookie. Princess Cookie is an interesting episode because I distinctly remember not liking it when I first saw it when I was much younger.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I also, like, always remembered it, and over time, I just wound up liking it more. And this time I was like, no, this is great. This is the best. I love everything going on in Princess Cookie. It is such a weird, great little, like... Yeah, Steve Citra says it was upsetting. Yeah, it is. That might actually be what it was. It might be that when I was younger, I was just like, hey, this is upsetting. And now I'm like, this is upsetting.
Christ. No, I think you're right.
Synopsis. This is already a wild opening sentence. Can I just say this might be where we start to hit some, like, you know, Adventure Times always has a lot of, like, kooky episodes. There's, like, Finn and Jake become, they get swindled by a bunch of tadpole frogs that are magic, to do magic at their magic. So, like, you know, it always sounds goofy, but this one opens, Finn and Jake are called in for a hostage situation involving a cookie named Baby Snaps, who is demanding Princess Bubblegum's crown. Jake, while doing a goofy plan for hostage recovery that involves him dressing up as a milkman, but he wanted to be a mailman, but Princess Bubblegum says he has to be a milkman instead. Jake becomes sympathetic to Princess Cookie's plight, and his long-held desire since childhood to become a princess, which was caused by, like, when he was little, he grew up in, like, a bad orphanage, but then one day Princess Bubblegum came and she made everything so wonderful, And when she said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" He said, "A princess like you." And she laughed. And she laughed, and they ain't gonna laugh no more. And Jake decides to help him escape, running away with the cookie, who ultimately dramatically tries to sacrifice himself, but he's fine. He's made of candy. They can just stick those guys back
they just
together.
kind of taped
we've
him back
learned.
together. He's okay.
Yeah. He winds up actually in a mental institution, which, while it does have that jank of the era, like everyone's wearing straitjackets thing, could have been much worse, and I at least like to think it was like, yeah, he might have needed some care. He did jump off a cookie. It's not good.
Yeah.
But Jake comes and visits him, dressed up like a mailman. And one of the last things Princess Cookie said to him was like, "Jake, you kind of remind me of a mailman I used to know." And it's kind of beautiful. And Jake brings him a grass crown and dubs him Princess Cookie. And it ends with him just so happy. And this is the beginning of every now and then Jake kind of falls in love with a dude.
Yeah.
Jake is in love with Princess Cookie. I believe, with all my heart. Like, maybe just for this one moment. But he was ready to Bonnie and Clyde with this man.
Yeah, he was.
He was taking his hand, going over the cliff, giving him a meaningful look. He just liked this guy. I don't know. Jake is a true bicon. You're right. I don't know. He kind of falls in love. This happens sometimes.
This does
Hold on to
happen
this thought.
sometimes.
the Lady Rainicorn voice. This is my boyfriend Jake and his boyfriend Prismo kind of thing going on. Jake actually gets a second season 2 episode, but not a complicated summary. It's just Card Wars. This one's just about a fake magic hologram Magic the Gathering game. I just think it's really funny that there's a whole episode about Jake, like, being a really bad loser who takes card games too seriously.
Yeah.
I think that's especially, like, a really good trait for, like, a really older brother to have, where, like, most of the time he's so, like, chill and cool and, like, loves his little brother and supports him so much, and, like, they have been physically banned from playing Magic the Gathering together. It's, like, not happening. You just, no Mario Kart 64, man. It's not good. Like, floop the pig is a phrase I will never forget. Yes, also just this is one of those times where, like, I actually really like the fictional card game just because they're like, we're just gonna make it look fun. We're just gonna make it look fun. We're not gonna worry about how this works. It's like how when I was a kid, like, I would have wanted Magic to play, and then I would have played it. But instead, Magic was way too complicated for me when my friends got into it.
Oh shit, immune to poison? Okay, we take this one.
Ooh,
Brawler's Resolve it is. I'm getting my next relic.
Sick. Ooh. I take it immune to poison is a pretty big deal.
Oh yeah. Poison is what kills me the most. Let's see, for the next ones, creatures that drop clue scrolls have a 1/15 chance of dropping them. Clue scrolls 10 times as often. We'll roll 3. Wow, interesting. Okay. Bloodthirsty. You were able to get a Slayer task. I'm not so big on Slayer. And what's this one? Infernal Gathering. Upon selecting this relic, you will receive a set of Trailblazer tools which can be used with no requirements. The pickaxe and axe will do their respective skilling actions 0.6 seconds quicker than the normal. Harpoon increases fishing. Any ore mined with a Trailblazer pickaxe will be smelted into a bar?
What? Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Any fish caught with a harpoon will be cooked. Any logs chopped with the Trailblazer axe will be burned. Oh, shit. Huh. Okay.
Alright. Magic skills that apply fucking fire immediately, I see.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna aim for that one. Oh, right. The wizard's at the door. I have to go talk to him. Teehee. The whole reason I came out here. Teehee.
Season 4. Princess Bubblegum and the Candy Kingdom. Goliad.
Goliad.
Princess Bubblegum gets stressed about her mortality and tries to create a perfect successor with the voice of a British child named Goliad.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps understandably, given those traits I just said to you, Goliad goes mad with power. Specifically, Princess Bubblegum is like asleep on her feet, and Jake and Finn go, "We'll look after it for you," and it goes bad, and it goes mad with power, and
Yay!
Finn has to make a clone of himself, the same way Goliad's kind of a clone of Princess Bubblegum, who is locked in eternal psychic battle with Goliad, and they show up in the background, like, all the time.
Yeah. And Finn's
It's
clone
pretty
has his hair, and he stares very
Yes,
meaningfully at it.
Yeah. And he goes, "My son,"
Yeah.
I think. That
Yeah.
might have been my imagination.
He just goes like, "Son,"
Uh,
and stares at it.
Yeah, like, literally, it's like, oh, Finn seems kind of sad about having created life that's, like, stuck here this way now, but what are you gonna do? Mostly especially notable for, like, Princess Bubblegum being scared about her mortality and trying to create a life being that's, like, close to her, and she seems a little lonely.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Which is weird. She's, like, the beloved princess. And there's no other gum people in the kingdom.
Oh, that's
Like-
weird.
No gum people. There's every other kind of candy,
Mm-hmm.
but nobody else is pink.
Weird.
That
Oh well. Must not mean anything.
weird. Lady and Peebles. This one's dope.
Yeah.
This one's for the women. I mean, not the women exclusively, like, but also, you know what I mean. After Finn and Jake go missing, Bubblegum and Lady Rainicorn venture deep into a nightmare's flesh mountain to try and find them. Bubblegum does some incredibly rad action stuff, including after they discover that the culprit is Ricardo, the Ice King's sentient heart, who is from a previous episode.
Yeah,
Previous,
Ricardio
it's
is a nightmare.
just like the Ice.
He owns.
Mm-hmm. Ricardio's a nightmare. He is the Ice King's sentient heart, voiced by how
George
am I
Takei.
skipping? Someone in chat will know. George Takei. Who, I gotta be honest, should get to voice villains more often. He's fun. I know there's like some bad shit with George Takei. But
Yeah, that's the thing.
got a good voice. That's the thing. That's not
That
good.
the episode
Maybe
that
he shouldn't get
Ricardio
any more
first
work,
appears
actually.
in, Lady and Peebles, is
Mhm.
fucking incredible.
Yes, and in this episode, it turns out he has emerged from the Ice King's chest again and is horrifyingly manipulating the Ice King's flesh into the mountain he's in, and he's
Mhm.
built himself a body, kind of.
Yeah.
And Princess Bubblegum goes, "Okay, yeah, I'll go with you if you defeat me in combat first," and rips
Queen
him
shit.
fucking limb from limb.
Yeah.
It is good. It's good times. It's great. It's
Screaming to him about his
literally-
hubris and his design and how she doesn't build weaknesses
rad.
into
Literally
hers.
about how, like, what a shitty body it is, and there's my like a really raw bit at the end where he goes, "I just wanted to impress you. You failed."
Yes.
Ugh.
Oh my god, so good.
It's great. Super raw. Also, by the way, Lady and Jake are having puppies.
Puppies? I'm puppies?
I'm puppies.
So good.
Which, if you know that going into the episode, does kind of make a lot of it before really harrowing. And if you look up the translations for Lady, I always love the bit at the beginning where it turns out what she's saying is like, "The last thing I talked with Jake about was that I was complaining that his noodles were too chewy. What if the last thing I ever said to him is that his noodles were chewy?" Like, it's when you watch Adventure Time, I don't always remember to do it, but looking up like, what was Lady Rainicorn saying?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
always fun.
It's always like, okay, that makes sense from like what was happening.
Yeah.
But it's fun to know the details.
Oh, they're so cute.
They're so cute, and this is such a fun, like, you know, to be clear, since very early on, there's been like, yeah, in this episode at the end, Jake and Finn get rescued by Princess Bubblegum flying in on a fucking laser goose, and it's rad. They've always been like giving her stuff that isn't just damsel stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but she kicks ass.
Yeah.
And it's really fun. And it's good for her. And it's fun to see that, like, if Jake and Finn vanish, there's people who look for them. And it's Princess Bubblegum. And she's got a gun. Like...
And good for her.
She's not just like, oh, send in the banana guards, haha. It's, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fun. Oh, yeah, no, Randicorn speaks Korean, right?
Yeah, Korean.
Yeah, I always kind of like that. I think having it just be like, well, if you're a bilingual kid, you get to know what's going on. That's fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially since it is a couple of times indicated to be a legitimate, like, language barrier. Like, Finn doesn't understand her a lot. Jake has to translate sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
She's voiced by the same actress who voices BMO. Talent of all time.
Yeah.
Talent of all time.
Yeah.
The BMO reads.
Oh,
my
man.
god, the football episode.
Jesus Christ, football was amazing, man.
Oh. Like, BMO will get his own little special. It's gonna just be the LSP and BMO show, and Lemon Grab's there too, maybe. The jig starts.
Yay.
Alright, let's see. Ice King and Marceline and the Crown. Season 4!
Yay.
I remember you.
Oh, man.
Or just remember you. Wah.
Yeah. Pain. Agony. Agony and pain.
Which, remember, the last episode was like, Grandpa's writing friend fiction. Like, I just want to stop and say, like, again, I'm highlighting, like, important episodes. It's so important to me that there'll be episodes and episodes where Ice King's just, like, showing up sometimes and being a goober. Just this weird, mean goober. Like, I don't even know if it's this episode, but, like, uh-oh, Ice King went out of town, and his penguin, Gunther, is rampaging. Ice King. Or, like, Ice King wants a wizard friend, but he's bad at it. I Remember You opens with Ice King serenading Gunther with a version of one of Marceling's songs that gets stuck in my head all the goddamn time.
Daddy!
How could you Gunther
My
scat my fries?
I
he says
gooned
Gunther.
them, and they were mine.
Why, you gooned them, and they were mine. Why would a Gunther Gunther's daddy's fries? I wouldn't even look him in the eyes. Gunther, there were tears there. Gunther, did you even care?
Jesus
Gunther,
Christ.
do you even love me? That question was rhetorical, Gunther. So, like, normal Ice King stuff.
Oh.
Fuck my life.
Did we mention Gunther's a penguin that lives with the Ice King? And he's normal?
Did we mention Gunther is one of, like, 300 super identical penguins that don't speak English in any way whatsoever? That just, like, doodle about, like, Muppet penguins? I feel like that's worth mentioning.
Ah, I'm so dumb. I wonder if I can fix this by using
What's up?
red on it. I meant to mix the red and yellow
Oh?
dye to make an orange one. I put them on separate things. I'm a fool.
Oh, no. Oh, bud. Well, while Bugs despairs, Ice King decides, hey, the ladies love music. I'm gonna ask Marceline for help writing a song.
It turned it
I
red.
love the way he says Marceline.
Ah! Okay, I'm okay.
Also, Pasu points out there
to
are
go
many
kill goblins
Gunthers,
until
but
they
there's
drop a
specifically
shirt.
only one canon Gunther. I think Gunther just tags in other penguins sometimes, too.
Red goblin
Ah,
male.
bud.
Fool that I am. Fool that I am. I have to go kill goblins till I get 2 shirts from them. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm
I
fine.
believe in you.
Okay.
Ice King goes to go visit Marceline. However, when he arrives, Marceline, like, reacts badly. Like, she goes, oh no.
Yeah.
Which seems weird. You'd think it'd be like, Ice King, boo, I'm gonna run. No. Instead he just shows up. And Finn and Jake, like, go, like, hey, we'll get rid of him for you. And she goes, no, it's cool. Leave him.
And they're like,
And he just kind of
okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, and then they just like stay outside like what the fuck is going on, which is very funny and totally understandable given everything. But instead, she just kind of has a hard time with him being there. And like he starts to sing a song like, "Oh, I'm going to here's the demo I've got." And it just kind of devolves into him like yelling and loneliness, and she gets upset about it
Oh man.
and hides in the kitchen.
I'm so
I think he like crawled.
alone. Would somebody tell me what's wrong
Any-
with me? Anybody!
Anybody?
Anybody!
And then he goes, "Glob in the sky, can you tell me why?"
Oh
Just
man,
like, oh,
doing
Grandpa.
good.
And then I love because it's this episode like there's 3 takes on the song, and you have the "You're so annoying, you pitiful old man." Marceline just like singing her own little take on the melody from like an instrument that he's playing. It's just like how exhausted she is. Every time she moves, he finds her again, and he's so out of it. She thought she could help him, but she can't. And
Yeah.
the sad thing is, she was actually happy to see him.
Yeah.
And she doesn't know what to do with that. And it, like, eventually, she's like, I think it's literally after, like, they kind of have a moment, and he misunderstands, and kind of goes in for a kiss, and
Oh,
she
yeah.
freaks out, understandably.
Yeah.
And just, like, grabs these pages of, like, goes like, "Do you even know who you are?" And goes, "I'm a lyricist, look, it's all here on the page, and starts throwing out these pages from, like, his own diary, or, like, a scrapbook that he had buried in some stuff, throwing them out, and she grabs them and finds photos of him when he was Simon, and a photo of herself,
Yeah.
Marceline,
It starts
when
off
she was
with
little.
Marceline, is it just you and me in the wreckage of the world? That must be so confusing for a little girl. And I know you're going to need me here with
Yeah,
you.
because he, like,
But I'm losing myself, and I'm
and he
afraid you're
grabs
gonna lose me
instruments
too.
and starts playing them.
Yeah, he's just like doing drums to it.
He goes, keep going, and she grabs another and she like grabs another piece of paper, finds another note from him. That's the "This magic keeps me alive, but it's making me crazy. And I need to save you, but who's going to save me? Please forgive me for whatever I do when I don't remember you."
Oh, it hurts. I remember the day that
And then
dropped,
he picks-
man.
Yes, and he picks up like another page and he starts reading, and I remember this part really well. It's "Marceline, I don't remember what I'd said to make you frown, but it wasn't me, it was the crown." Like just that, and he looks at her, and there's this one brief moment of like he thinks something,
Yeah.
something comes through,
Yeah,
and they just keep singing together.
yeah.
And the episode, like, it just pulls out back to Finn and Jake, and them watching, like, what the hell is going on?
There's this great delivery from Jake where he's just like, you hear them both singing in Hermione where it's like, please forgive me for whatever I
Give me
do.
for
When I
whatever
don't
do,
remember you.
when I
And it
don't remember
pulls out to
you.
Jake, and the sound is muffled through the glass, and Jake just goes, what is going on in there? It's horrible.
Which is a really good way to... I think that's such a good, like, that Jake is truly the audience in
it's
this
so
moment.
good.
It's just like, what is happening? Because, hey, actually, you know how the episode actually ends? I was wrong. It ends with them chorusing. They're like, da 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 da, like this, that beautiful little chorus.
Yeah.
Over a scared, frightened young Marceline alone in the wreckage of a ruined city, and Simon bringing her the teddy bear that she's been shown with before, that was her most beloved item, and him tucking it into her arms and wiping a tear. And there you are, age whatever the fucking age you were at the time, like, so aha.
Changed.
Changed. Yeah, chemically.
Yeah.
A slightly different person.
Oh, man.
Because, you know, you already had, like, everything with the Ice King before was like, well, that was already a huge impact, but now it's like, this sudden, super tragic story, and, like, I think we've talked extensively about it, like, you know, me now as an adult who has, like, memory problems now and then, just like, oh... And him, like, knowing what's happening and being more coherent in waves, and just the fact that he can't connect what he's reading back to himself.
Ugh.
Not really.
It's too real. It's too real for like a family member that has, like, oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like, I remember seeing someone talking about, like, yeah, back when I first watched that episode, like, I thought the bit where Simon tries to kiss her was, like, really gross, but since then, I've had experiences with people with, like, family members with dementia, like, yeah, sometimes they forget all the way.
Yeah.
They're not the same person.
Yeah.
It's just different. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
Oh. This is, like, why, I don't know. Like, the characters as they were could have continued forever, and the show would have been very popular still, and they still would have been very fun characters. Like, I love Marceline, the goober, destructive goth, older girl character from early on. But the fact that you get these moments of, like, these are whole people with whole histories, and sometimes they're really sad,
Yeah.
and I kind of love that, like, it's this kind of private moment happening in this little corner of the world, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, oh man, later on, the context of, like, and every now and then, no matter what, no matter how much he forgot her, sometimes the Ice King still comes back, so he never actually forgets her. And also, does her being a famous musician help? Is that part of why? You know? Because sometimes he hears her.
Ugh.
It's a really good episode, and I also really love the fact of, like, I love how much it's just, like, it's not quite a bottle episode, but it's, like, just these two characters in a house having this interaction. Like, we talked about Marceling's song, but I love, like, before that, like, the Ice King, like, scampers to the top of her fridge like a scared cat. Like, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, like, oh. He treats Marceline different, even.
Yeah.
Like, would he back off and be like, oh shit, I'm sorry, I scared you. Hey, I'll stop with it was like, Finn? No. No. No.
It's interesting because, I mean, I've said this before, but really, with Adventure Time, it's like 2 seasons of, like, okay, we're goofing around and building a world, and then it's like, everything from there is like, okay, what can we do with what we've established here? What are the consequences of this? You know?
Yes. Like, okay, we've established these two characters. They've both been around a really long time. What if they knew each other?
Yeah.
What would that context be? Where does Marceline come from? Who looked after her?
Ugh.
It's... I think I've described it before as, like, it really feels like they made one whole show, and then they, like, sat down to revisit that show.
Yeah.
In a weird way.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Which, again, weirdly enough, parallels strangely well with Discworld, where I always feel like you can feel Terry Pratchett, like, picking up an element of the world and holding it in his hand and going like, okay, I mentioned vampires exist. What is a vampire? What does that mean? Okay, here's this concept of a vampire. Can a vampire decide to stop? What does a vampire do if they don't want blood anymore? Okay, who is that if you're a highborn vampire? Who's Lady Margolotta? What if you're just a normal day-to-day one? Like, you can literally see, like, he brings in werewolf. Werewolves hate golems. Okay, what's up with golems? Like, Adventure Time very much has that to it, but, like, with a whole team running on it, and Rebecca Sugar occasionally coming in. Rebecca Sugar and Adam Muto coming in with the fucking steel chair now and then.
Yeah.
Woo!
Oof. And...
Unstoppable.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot about the Season Strong song that RS did, and the turn for sincerity coupled with it that came with Adventure Time.
Yes.
You know, you don't want to put, like, it was obviously the work of a whole group of people, but I feel like if Rebecca Sugar hadn't been on Adventure Time, it wouldn't be the show that we know it as, you know?
No, I think so, because, like, you know, I'm not talking about Fire Princess yet, but we checked. She's who worked on the first episode of Flame Princess, and is who literally created this, like, decoupling of, like, grabbing Finn and pulling him off of the storyline of, like, being eternally in love with this princess, and not only, like, refocuses that to something else, but it's like, let's take his feelings about that really seriously. This hurts.
Yeah.
Being in a one-sided crush hurts.
Yeah.
You know, some people are great creators like that, and it's really interesting seeing like this and that fingerprint in the show from different creators like that. To repeat myself, people. But yeah, season 4, baby. Speaking of season 4, it's time for Magic Man.
No.
Who talks exactly like that. Son of Mars, baby!
Oh,
AKA, oh god, he's back.
Hey, did you watch the Adventure Time pilot? The episode.
Uh-huh. Oh, man. So, you know what? This actually connects very well to what we were talking about of, like, looking at the series and going, like, okay, what have we done? Because this is definitely someone turning around and going, what the fuck is up with Magic Man?
Yeah.
And I'm so glad they did. Magic Man is being hunted down by an entity from Mars named Grob Gob Glob Grod. Those are all words people in Adventure Time occasionally use instead of the word God. God, an entity we find out is from Mars, is hunting down Magic Man. After being somewhat depowered, Magic Man flees and stumbles into Finn and Jake, swapping bodies with Jake. Jake is taken to Mars to answer for his crimes, well, for Magic Man's crimes. Under the ruler of Mars, Abraham Lincoln, the Judgment. Meanwhile, Magic Man is in, like, Jake's body and is being just, like, horrifically unhelpful and is like, eventually he'll die and then I'll get my powers back. Hooray for me! And leads Jake into his horrifying house, which it turns out Magic Man lives in, like, a house full of dirt.
Yeah.
And, like, growing plants.
With a tiny manticore.
And just rolls around in the dirt. And a tiny manticore in a bottle on a shelf with a photo of him and a woman. Don't worry about it.
Oh, and by the way,
it turns out Magic...
The promo art for this one.
Oh, by the way, the title card. Yeah, the promo card does actually also have that referenced. Back on Mars, it turns out Magic Man has committed just some terrible crimes. I always remember him just reading it off like, and that time you turned all of the water into hair, and eventually we got so thirsty that we drank the hair. And those of us who drank the hair became bald, which is why now we have to wear these snazzy headpieces to hide our shame. Finn ultimately does rescue Jake from the cruel judgment of Abraham Lincoln. But Abraham Lincoln has to trade his immortality to death to retrieve Jake's spirit because he did accidentally execute him.
Goblin mail, 2 in a row, let's go, baby! Okay.
Nice.
We have to go get onions.
Finn and Jake make it back home, and Abraham Lincoln is dead. And there was a gunshot noise when they have him transition back to the world of the living, by the way. So.
Boy, was there!
Yes, retroactively? Yes!
Whew.
Kings. And then it's great because they do get back to Earth. Like, Magic Man learns nothing. He really does get his powers back when Jake is briefly killed. It's great. It's good. But they do free the tiny manticore, and it flies away, delivering a whole-ass little soliloquy, which is kind of one of the last enduring, and then something weird happens kind of endings, which were very common in the beginning of Adventure Time. Oh boy.
Yeah.
They did not know how to end episodes for a hot second.
We had a game with Puzz, where it was, what kind of ending category is it? A weird guy appear, a weird lady appear, a weird emotion appear, a weird soliloquy appear.
Yes.
Is there any I'm missing from that?
A weird happen. Oh yeah. I think we also had, like, a wizard was, like, a really specific subcategory.
Oh yeah, a wizard would appear a lot, yeah.
Oh, Blue UBO3 points out they do punch Magic Man right in the face. Yes, but I'm not counting that as Magic Man receiving appropriate, like, comeuppance.
He probably likes that.
I'm glad they did it. Season 5. Finn! We're back all around. We're up to Season 5. Strap in. Everyone has multiple episodes for Season 5. Season 5 is really long. Again, because they probably didn't want to actually pay the increased wages that you have to do every time you advance a season. Studio systems are a nightmare. indie companies also need to do less nightmare.
Well, what's interesting is at this time,
Anime.
actually, they had negotiated for
Oh, really?
so the reason you would see a lot of reruns for shows is, I believe, it was every 40 episodes was what counted for pay.
Mm-hmm.
There was some weird, like, specific number that I was sure they had passed, but it was a very weird season episode number. If you look through, like, one season has, like, 65 episodes. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's very confusing. So I think there was just no way for me to not do multiple episodes for people in this because a lot happens. But I am opening with Finn, with Davy. I am gonna stop and make us all talk about Davy for a second.
Mm-hmm.
After feeling kind of stressed out about being famous as a hero and possibly going through some stuff, Finn decides to disguise himself for a while and live as a pedestrian, normal person. He does so in a normal way, shaving a bald spot onto his head, wearing a fake mustache, dyeing his hair, and calling himself Davy.
You know how it is.
Oh, and using the tiny computer that he used to use to auto-tune his voice to, like, physically modulate his voice down, which is a good use of that.
Mm-hmm.
This is a weird episode that I love very much, because, like, Finn just super enjoys going to the Candy Kingdom and nobody noticing him, and he, like, gets a job. He's like, guess I gotta get a job. I got a coin to throw in the fountain. Oh well, I'm Davy. I think we were discussing at the time, it's like, Finn's confused masculine performance episode.
Yeah, I would definitely put it up to that.
I kind of love it, especially because at the end the mustache talks on its own, which is confusing.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And it's just, yeah, it does.
That's
He
scary.
puts it on the butt of a horse and sends it away. Which it might just be him talking as Davy with the mustache, but it's Adventure Time, so you never really know.
Who could say?
But I love, like, Finn just getting super caught up and, like, being a normal person for a little bit. And, like, yeah, kind of makes sense. It's weird when you're a teen, trying to find yourself and stuff. Sometimes you think, what if I was a guy who swept? That could be me.
What if?
Turning to the camera. By the way, I know we eventually, like, see Finn when he's all grown up and everything. There's a little part of me, just a little part of me, that thinks Jake's got some gender going on. And also, it's really funny to imagine characters trying to, like, have a talk with him about, like, you know, Finn, if you want to be, you could be a woman. Because I think the emotional intensity of that kind of conversation would make Finn launch himself out of a window.
Yeah.
Like, immediately.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Like, he's running. Hands over his ears. Jake's like, you can't keep running. You can't keep running forever. Watch me. You'll hit the ocean eventually. Next episode for About Finn. Puhoy.
Oh, man, Puhoy.
Oh yeah. After a fight with his girlfriend, Flame Princess, who again, we'll talk about eventually, she needs her own line. I really like her. Poor Flame Princess. Also, we find out Finn has a type, and it is evil girls.
Yeah.
Kind of an I could fix them.
Yeah.
Finn hides in a pillow fort and has a magical adventure into a Pillowland dimension. For so long, he actually kind of grows up there, like, meets a girl, gets married,
Forgets
has
Jake's
a family.
face.
Forgets Jake's face, and you know, he, like, spends a lot of time, the whole time, searching for a way back, but, like, ultimately, he kind of makes peace with the situation when he's, like, in his older middle age. He decides to keep living this life he's built. Be a dad, be a grandpa. Die of old age, surrounded by his family. And then when his soul leaves, it kind of ducks, or specifically kick flips directly off, some kind of entity that I'm worried about, and wakes back up in the regular world at his old age, his other life, a literal fading dream that he briefly remembers, and then it gets knocked out of his brain because he gets a phone call.
And he dies.
I love it. And
with the best line on the planet. It's, Dad, I miss you. I ain't dead yet. Oh, here I go.
Oh yeah, it's even like, Dad, we're all here. I remember when I was Dad. Oh, Dad. I ain't dead yet.
Oh,
Which, to be
Christ.
fair, "Ope, there I go" would be the best last words possible. uh, this is another episode I really remember not liking when it first came out, and I think it's just
Mm-hmm.
because it's really emotionally heavy and a lot to think about. And I think at the time, I thought it was like, I don't know, sad or cheap that he forgot at the end, but I think now it's like they kind of just did. Didn't Puzz say like they did a whole Star Trek episode basically?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a very apt way that they put that.
Yeah, and I kind of love that it's like, well, he does know those people as long as you need to, and considering it's later kind of a trend for like Finn to have weird soul experiences, I'm like, yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah, it sounds like a Finn moment.
Yeah, good old Finn. Oh, and by the way, when he's an adult in the Pillow World, he loses an arm. Did I mention that way back in the first episode, or the Lich shows up, like they're all meditating and Finn like they're all visualizing, and Finn imagines himself older, missing an arm with a cool mechanical arm.
Oh, and there's an episode where there's a king worm who makes them all go into dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And when Finn catches his reflection
Mm-hmm.
for a moment, the eyes and nose are wrong. He looks
Mm-hmm.
different, but he's missing an arm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's
odd.
weird.
That's weird. The Vault.
Oh, man.
After he begins having repeated incidences of sleepwalking, haunted by a memory of seeing some kind of ghost in an earlier episode, Finn is convinced by Jake and BMO to explore his repressed fears to find out why he's been plagued by an image of a ghostly woman. BMO runs a program called Regression Simulator, which I just really like as a video game title,
Yeah.
through which Finn discovers his past lives, including a comet, an unidentified thing, a butterfly, and more importantly, a kick-ass one-armed bandit in the earlier days of Ooh. Back when the Candy Kingdom was still being built. Her name was Shoko, and she was sent to steal an amulet from Princess Bubblegum by a bathtub take. I think it's like a gang that's all like in bathtubs constantly. But then
Oh, yeah.
she goes in for like the long con to like get to know Bubblegum, to get close enough to get the amulet, but she becomes fond of her. And Princess Bubblegum seems pretty fond of her. Like she makes her a prosthetic arm and welcomes her, and is like still just like building up the vault, and she winds up still stealing the amulet and running away and dying in what turns out to be like underneath right the tree there. And Finn like wakes up and like goes to find Bubblegum and bring her there and show her that she's there for the amulet and give the amulet back to her, and kind of feels like it dismisses her. And it's a really great moment for Finn is like, no, I'm Shoko. I remember this all being here. Hey, you're not 19. You're like a billion years old. So this is when we get confirmed that Princess Bubblegum is like, I figure she's a lot like Marceline, where like more or less like you can just watch her character. She's very clearly like emotional development level 18-ish kind of, but she's a bubblegum woman. Oh, I feel that, Basu. It's a really cool episode. I love that Finn has this like wild like memory of it. I think that's a fun way to like start bringing that stuff in. Shoko's adventure is kind of just like, hey, want to watch a kick-ass woman do some stuff for a while? And yes, I do. First of all, yes.
Of course you do. Yay.
Second of all, y'all can see why I was like, hey, Finn, you got some gender going on? Just, hey.
Mm-hmm. 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 Hey,
Get on that Candy Kingdom HRT.
We should finish this discussion and then
Let's
take
do
a
the
break.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can end there because it's mostly just like the vault. I guess there's just like one last Finn episode. Well, it's Blade of Grass. You think we could talk about that before break or after break?
I think that one can be summed up pretty quick.
Yeah, Blade of Grass is just after Finn gets a really cool bladed grass type blade to replace his dad's sword, which got broken up, which was really sad. Finn slowly realizes it's cursed. But then he decides it's actually really cool, even if it is cursed.
Mhm.
And when it's not in use, the grass wraps around the arm that we keep seeing him missing in visions, or versions of him from the future. That really, like, simmered fans for a while.
Yeah, there was some thinking having to do there.
But I always do like that episode because I really love Finn's thinking to be a giant nerd. Kind of parallels with Zoro, where it's the thing of like, I don't care if people think this blade is cursed, it's my blade and I take care of it now and I think it's fun. And there's
No, that shit's
something
fun.
about the embrace of the supposedly cursed object, you know?
Mhm,
Like,
mhm.
and that y'all might have heard me talk about in One Piece, but Zoro, the doofy swordsman character, literally has a whole thing where he's like, being cursed is just people saying a thing that's good at killing people is too good at killing people. It's a sword.
Yeah.
And I think Finn's a little on that grind. I think he's like, well, whatever, it's my sword now. And it's cool.
That's his puppy, bro.
That's his puppy! And also, does have a really good wizard design of the grass wizard. I love incidental wizard designs. They're all great. It's not my favorite.
Mhm.
That's definitely the guy who makes objects come alive. He is wizard of all time.
Oh, I got a casket. What'd I get?
But it's good. Ooh.
What the fuck? Saradomin robe
What'd you
top, Zamorak robe legs, black plate body,
Ooh.
trout.
Ooh, trout.
Damn. All right, I'll
Wow.
take it.
With that triumphant get of trout, we're gonna take another quick break. This will be a quick 5 to 10 minute
Yeah.
break. We're gonna get up, have a little break, have a little food, stretch a little. If you gotta go to bed, hey, go to bed. We'll be here on the VODs. But for now, we BOB.
Yeah.
BOB, folks.
You ignore that. it.
Hello. I'm gonna make some coffee real quick.
Just to explain the Dana Snyder story. My dad is friends with Dana Snyder because my dad is a Disney historian.
Yes.
And Dana Snyder is very interested in Disney stuff. And we were at some event, forced to mingle, because we were both sitting on a couch. And I was like, oh my god, it's Master Shake, holy shit. But I'm like drawing, because we'd been, sitting around for like 40 minutes. And he's like, what you drawing? And I'm like, oh, this is a character from this game I've been playing called Undertale. And he's like, well, have you beat it yet? And I go, no, I'm still playing. Well, how are you drawing fan art if you haven't beat it yet? You don't know if it's good. I was like, I know it's good.
That sounds like that's like nephew ribbon
Yes,
behavior.
exactly.
That's what I rank that at. I would totally give like my niece or nephew a little bit of shit. No. They ain't listening. I know they ain't listening. I don't tell them. They ain't on Twitch. My niece just now got a phone. I appreciate this about her parents.
I'll tell you this, if my uncle was on Twitch, I wouldn't watch.
Oh no, of course you wouldn't. That's like fishing.
Why do I have a gold bar?
That's like you wanna go out fishing with your old Unky Frank?
Oh,
No.
no. Thank you, Unky Frank. No, that's okay.
It's fine. I just keep up with the shows they watch. That's kind of literally why I started watching Bluey, but no regrets. That shit's dope.
Oh no, Bluey's fucking good time, man. I need to kill like 30 goddamn spiders.
But that is definitely... But by the way, hey, seriously, looking to camera. I know, Bluey is still a show for little kids. You should watch it because it's good, but hey, do you have trouble writing little kids? Bluey's a great source for like, hey, how does a kid talk at this age? That's still like really fun. Because it's written by people who have kids, and actual kids do all the voice work, and sometimes you can tell they're like, you just told this kid to like start talking about something. This rules.
You go ahead and scream as loud as you can, and we'll record it.
Oh my god, Jesus. That's the brilliance. Okay, so it's a known fact, by the way, like, if you're worried, they keep all the kids anonymous, which is good. That's what you do there. An adult cannot match the sound of a baby scream. Not even a 3-year-old shriek. It hits a tone and pitch.
Excuse me, pardon me, boys. Haha.
Oh.
Okay, sorry. You were saying?
Just sneaking through that. Oh, I got distracted by what you were doing. All I had to say is, like, an adult can't mimic a little kid shriek.
Good
I don't
God,
think it's possible. If you could, you would have such powers and abilities, but, like, oh.
Watch this. Watch this.
Incredible.
This is my cool special attack. Are you watching?
Uh-huh. I'm watching.
Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that epic?
I had to turn off my
No!
timer real quick. I think I missed it, sweetie.
It has to recharge. No. You said you'd look.
It was just...
Ah.
I'm sure it was really good. The goose has reached Bluey age, and I'm so glad. Yeah.
Oh, good for Goose.
The best baby in the world.
Oh,
Every
I can
baby's
hit
the best
so
baby
fast.
in the world.
I'm glad I put no thought into anything and picked Brawler. I'm so smart for this.
Alright, let's see. Jake the Dog, Season 5.
You hate me.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah.
You hate me.
Season 5. Jake the Dog, actually. So this one takes a little bit of a quick... Wait, Season 4. Nope, Season 5. We're actually on Season 5. Okay, sorry. Got mixed up. I was like, I'm not skipping ahead, right? No. It's time for Prismo.
Yay!
Okay, so this involves a quick summary of like a few things that happened before this episode. After, in previous episodes, the Lich King uses Finn and Jake's hero Billy.
Billy!
Should I back up and explain a little bit about Billy? So, in early seasons, Billy the hero was mentioned the first time the Lich King ever comes up, but it's specifically just like the gauntlet of the hero Billy, and they've got like a quick shot of like Billy doing stuff. And then eventually they get to meet Billy. Billy's like this giant rad hero who's always introduced like, Billy! hey, big guitar string. And then they talk about, like, all the stuff he did, and he defeated the Lich King. And I think that's also, like, part of the original Enchiridion quest, is like, oh, that was Billy's book. Maybe? Question mark? I forget. But more importantly, they actually meet him at some point and find out he's kind of depressed. He's been, like, ground down by this cycle of, like, hero and villainy, and feels like anything he does is kind of a waste of time. And it's a very sweet episode, because at the end they wind up, like, proving him wrong. They're like, hey, we went and found this old lady that we rescued earlier. She's fine, she's great, she's doing good. You should hang out with her, she's nice. And Billy, like, gets back, and it's nice. And in the season finale before this, Billy comes back and is like, Jake and Finn, you have to help me with something. We have to get the Enchiridion. Oh, no, it's weirder than that. It's like, we have to go get the Lich King. And of course they go, yes, obviously. But then it turns out he has the Enchiridion on him.
Which is
like,
weird.
It's in a bag of his.
The bear had it, and the bear gave it to a snail. And the snail had lich eyes, but why would Billy have it?
And Billy is like, yeah, I found it in the mouth of a bear. This is a really important book. See, look. And he activates this, like, thing on its cover that reveals this, like, hologram display of, like, the multiverse, and how there's, like, lots of different dimensions, and you can bridge gateways to them, and he needs all of the jewels of power from all of the crowns in the land to open a portal to the special room in the middle of everything that's outside of time. And he's like, I'm gonna push the Lich King in there. And you go like, yeah, sure, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think the LSP stars. LSP star. I don't like remembering them pulling out LSP
Brother,
star.
There we go. Okay. There we go. Yes,
There
I
you
would
go.
love to go on your quiz show. Please don't ask when I'm being attacked by spiders.
Oh, here we go. Oh dear. Good luck.
It's odd one out. I have to figure out what the odd one out is.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see.
We have a helmet. Let me move myself so chat can see. Where the fuck am I?
I don't know.
Why do we have Stardew
What the-
Valley talks right? Oh no, that's Pokemon. SV.
That's Pokemon.
That's Pokemon. Hang on. Okay. Hold it. We have a helmet, we have a necklace, and a ring. I think the helmet is the odd one out. Wow!
I think so. It's not jewelry.
We have a necklace, we have a ring, and we have a shovel. I think it's the shovel.
I wonder what it could be.
We have a shovel, a fish, I believe this is a bass, and a salmon. I think it's the shovel.
One of these things is not like the other.
We have a
One of these
necklace,
things
a
is
salmon,
just not the same.
and a bass. I think it's the necklace. I win!
The bass.
Oh, do we want 1,000 coins or the mystery box?
The mystery box.
The mystery box.
You can't use coins, remember?
I can't use coins. Alright, we got a flyer from the mystery box. What does the flyer do? Examine flyer. Get your axes from Bob's Axes. Please continue with what you were saying, Frankie.
I love this goddamn game.
I do
Anyways,
too.
hey, so it seems kind of weird that Billy is making Finn and Jake steal all the gems from all the princess jewels, but that's fine. It's Billy the hero. They love Billy. Literally, there's this like very sweet scene where Finn is like riding on Jake with Billy, and Billy's like staring out with the wind blowing through his hair, and Finn takes his hat off, and you can tell it's like this moment of being a little kid, and like you're there with your hero, and you're the same as him.
Ugh.
And when he steals the gem from Princess Bubblegum's crown, first of all, she's doing some dark deeds. Some little homunculi guys. It's fine. Girls do this. It's kind of a rough confrontation. And the guards, the Gumball Guardians that are on the outside of the Candy Castle, activate and say there's an evil. And they're pointing at Billy, and Princess Bubblegum goes, "That's not Billy," and a laser hits Billy, and it's the Lich under there.
To be clear,
Half of Billy's face is destroyed.
yes. Billy's skin is hanging off of the Lich's skull like he is wearing him like a cheap Halloween mask.
Which I should mention now, the beginning of this episode opens with Finn having a dream, that's very nightmarish and nonsensical, where there's like something wrong, and the bear that he knew is there wearing a human mask again, and so is the snail, and Billy's scared, and the old lady is there, and I don't know why, but I always remember how like the old lady in the dream goes like, "You talk justice, Billy, but you can't punch a plane." Like,
Yeah. And then you find out what that means later.
yeah, more or less. It's very scary, and it is. Yeah, but Blue UB03 says they make it clear later, but like, Billy's dead. This isn't like, oh, he's wearing a rubber mask to look like Billy. Like, something happened off screen. Billy is dead.
Yeah.
And ultimately does trick Finn into activating the book to get the portal. And then, season over, by the way.
Yay!
After. And then the other precursor to this is that they wind up in the time room after the Lich King wishes for the destruction of all life.
And then,
For Prismo.
it says, like, you know, what is it, like, Finn does the wish? Because remember,
Yeah,
the
Finn
season
makes his
ends on that
wish.
one shot.
Yes. Where we see that other Finn. Because Finn is like, okay, I'll make a wish. I wish the Lich King never existed. And then we see a very different Finn from that dream, looking kind of off with a mechanical arm in a different version of Ooh, with a non-sapient dog in the background, just sitting and playing his flute. And off screen we hear, Finn, come in, it's important. He goes, aw, dang, that's Mom. Guess I done bunked up again. Season over!
Season over!
Season over!
Yay!
Season over!
Sit with that. Sit with that. Season over. Go make fan works.
And then, good luck. And then the next season opens with kind of a whole episode of just this other version of Finn having farmland adventures. And I'm kind of skipping over a little bit of this to talk specifically. That first episode is called Jake the Human. This one's called Jake the Dog. Finn the Human, Jake the Dog. I remember. I know who's who.
Mm-hmm.
So here we come back. Jake's still in the time room, while Finn's having all these alternate dimensions adventures, and it's going kind of bad.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, in this other alternate version of things, the reason that the Lich King doesn't exist is because Simon Petrikov, using his Ice King powers, caught a giant bomb that was falling.
From a plane.
And then got crushed to death by it. Yeah, from a plane.
You can't
And
kick a
Marceline
plane.
is like 90 years old, still guarding his body, by the way.
Oh, God.
Which is interesting, because that means that she still ages very slowly, over 1,000 years. Very slowly, say at a rate of about 10 to 1, might be an appropriate, like, summary.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about that later, much later. It's a good show. You should watch Adventure Time.
Yeah.
Because here's where I say that Jake the Dog is back in the time room with an extra dimensional being called Prismo, who exists as like a profile shadow on multiple walls of this cubic room, which is such a cool way to display like a higher dimensional power. And Prismo's like kind of just a dude.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, you want to make your wish now? And Jake's like, a sandwich. And Prismo goes, what? No, dude, don't use your wish on a sandwich. I can just make you a sandwich.
So he makes him a sandwich, and they hang out in his hot
He
tub.
just makes him a and Jake's like, this is the best sandwich ever. These pickles are so good. Yeah, I make my own pickles. Wow, my dad used to make pickles. And he was always like, hey, Jake, try these pickles. Like, he was obsessed with it. But they were really good pickles. Like, they just kind of hang. And it's great, because we cut back to, like, oh no, Finn's got the ice crown and is using it to try and save his family. Oh no, oh. Uh-oh. Cut back to Jake in the hot tub beatboxing
Yeah.
as they talk. And like Prismo's like, I just don't like I just don't like all the conversations when you're dating someone. Like, oh, what are we gonna have for dinner? And Jake goes, you got a bleak view of relationships, man.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Don't follow
Run.
me too far. Haha.
Yeah, they just bond. The Cosmic Owl stops by and is like, "I thought we were going to play board games," which is such a good like gag.
Oh man.
It's beautiful. We find out much later that the Cosmic Owl lives in an interdimensional galactic star motel.
Yeah.
It's great.
Like doing good.
And and basically kind of what happens is like Prismo winds up so fond of Jake. And Jake's just like such a guy and gets like really worried when he sees what's going on with Finn and like notices what's up. That Prismo's like gives him the wish. Basically, he's like, what you gotta wish for is if you change the lich. Like he does that literally, and helps him figure out that you gotta just change the lich's wish. And this is part of why I included Princess Cookie along just liking Princess Cookie. They kind of fall in love.
Yeah.
I think, like, even in this episode, there's a moment where Jake's just like, "You're great. I like hanging out with you." And Prism goes, "Stop." Like, hello? Like, when they get sent back to causal reality, he sends a jar of pickles along for Jake. Like, a little note. It's like, "Hey, if you ever want to come hang out again, just call P." Like, sir?
Something going on. Something
Good for
going
you.
on.
It's something going on there, man. It's like something. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, normally I think I'd just be like, oh, you know, like Jake's got his girlfriend, and I'm like,
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, Pursue, I will get there eventually. God help me. I have a summary
Let's see.
about
10,
some things.
10.
Next episode about Jake, though, is Jake the dad.
Oh.
Lady Rainicorn had puppies.
Ooh.
They're really good. They're really good.
Yeah, they're so cute.
I want to see the rejected, like, designs. You know there had to just be, like, a big old pile of Rainicorn and Magic Dog puppy concepts.
Ooh.
Jake commits entirely to becoming a new dad, deciding to live with Lady Rainicorn. He also becomes completely paranoid about his children's safety, scared of anything that could hurt them or scare them, and not really helped by his mom's overcautious parenting guidance. Favorite puppy? I like the round one. I like the
Oh,
round
yeah,
one who lives at
TV.
home still.
TV. I like TV.
Yeah, yeah.
I like Kirsten
I don't
Shaw's
remember the names
puppy.
very well. Yeah.
Oh, and
Jake
Kim
Jr.
Kil-won. Kim Kil-won is such a pill. I love him.
The kids are really good. So Jake's not really helped by his mom's parenting guidebooks, which are like, the babies are dead, check on them, which you can really tell. Oh, someone on the crew has had a baby, or knows people who are having babies, because that's just being a new parent, as near as I can tell. Did you see all of Stephen Wolfhardt's future puppies? Oh, I'm reading
No,
on it,
that's
I forget.
exciting.
Let's see. In the end, his kids turn out to, like, really not need being overparented like that, partially due to their really rad magic powers, and also turns out Rainicorns age fast when they're little,
Is that the
let alone if
Joker?
they're, like, part magic dog. That might be the Joker.
Alright.
That might be kind of a Joker moment. Which I like, because I'm like, oh, yeah, like how foals can, like, walk really fast, like, both pup, like, you know, it's a good bit. The episode turns out for them being functionally adults already, and not really needing him, so he goes back to the treehouse, which I think at the time people really took as, like, oh, it's just, like, a reset back to normal. That kind of sucks. Like, but the thing is, like, they never stop being characters in the story after this. And I really like this episode of, like, this kind of moment where it's like, is Jake moving on to something else? And it turns out he would. But, like, I love him being a paranoid dad.
Yeah,
It's very sweet to
it's
me.
really good.
Like, I love when he's like, here's a book I loved when I was a little kid. It's called The Hungry Fox That Eats Babies.
And the fox, the babies are so helpful they climb in the fox's throat.
Ah, geez, this book is a lot more dark than I remember. It's really cute.
It's really good. Ooh,
And
can I
speaking
make
of which, the
one
reason why I'm not talking too much more about the kids in the future from there is because I also want to talk a little bit about One Last Job. When Jake Jr., one of Jake's adult children, is kidnapped, Jake is forced to return to his life of crime, which has literally been mentioned in the show before. Like, it's implied that there was some period of time, like, where Jake had become an adult before Finn, where he just kind of went out in the world for a while on his own and eventually came back, and he explicitly did crime.
Mm-hmm. And good for him.
Which I think, I love when he's like, I didn't know I was wrong! I don't believe you. A weirdly reoccurring trait is that left to his own devices, Jake is a little amoral. But it's
Just a
okay,
little.
because he has this, like, really heroic brother, and his parents were, like, really good people. But he gets a little amoral sometimes as a treat.
Just a little.
I feel like that makes sense for a dog.
Yeah.
Like, you know, people talk about, like, oh, dogs are inherently good. A dog will eat a dead raccoon.
Uh-huh.
Dogs don't care, man.
Let's see.
We love dogs.
Trade
They don't care.
Assistant.
But he returns to his life
no.
of crime, and it turns out he had a whole little weird criminal gang, and
Oh
they are
man,
weird.
they are weird.
And Tiffany was one of them.
Yeah.
One of them's Tiffany. That turns out where he knows Tiffany from. Has Tiffany been a weird teenager this whole time? I don't know. What's up with Tiffany?
You know how it is.
I'm kind of short going past the Lupin the Third episode plot that they have going here for a while, but like explicitly for weirdos. Because the punchline is that it turns out Jake Jr. faked the kidnapping to scam her dad, because she actually really admired, like, his criminal days and when he was a rapscallion and everything. And I think it's really interesting that we, like, get a follow-up thread on his adult kids as characters that fast.
Yeah, I do too.
I would not be surprised if it... Because, you know, when you, like, watch that episode in the real time, the show has undone stuff before. Like, Princess Bubblegum became an adult again. That's over. Don't worry about that no more.
Mm-hmm.
But this isn't that, actually. They are excellent characters, and there's some episodes later that I really love for how they handle, like, how his kids feel about him or relate to him. There's an episode where one of them, who's like a businessman, like forecloses on the treehouse.
Oh man.
And is just a total pill.
Yeah, he sucks. It's awesome.
Yeah, and like Jake doesn't know what to do about it, and he's at the end. It's like he's like, I kind of thought that if I made you be responsible, you would leave your kid treehouse that you live in and like get a job and like be a more normal person. Jake's like, I didn't even think of that. I just brought you a gift, and I love you so much.
I love you. 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 I love you.
And it's fun because the episode opens with, like, him showing up late to the kids' birthday, and he forgot a gift, and he's just kind of a goofy mess, and the kids are all clearly like, yeah, Dad's kind of a mess. I don't know what's up with Mom's taste. Oh, one of them I love, though, because she's like, Dad's doing his best. Listen, you guys are so hard on him. I'm proud of him for showing up. And it's like, oh, this is such a real family dynamic.
Yeah, and it's so funny because, like, the ocarina... The ocarina that he gives Kim Kil-won has no holes in it, so it can't be played. Like, oh, Jake.
Yeah, but it's really good because that really does represent how much love he has, and how he really does think about his kids all the time. Like, there's an entirely different episode, where, like, at random, while on an adventure, Jake is like, I wonder what my kids are having for dinner. And, like, that is such, like, that kills me. Because, like, he's just this guy.
There's even this bit in a future episode where, you know, he goes to talk with his brother because he realizes they haven't talked in a long time, and he's just sitting there like, I'd hate
that's
it
on
if
the list.
I'd hate it if my
list.
kids weren't talking to each other.
Yes, I love, like, the Ocarina episode. It ends with his kid going inside and talking to his wife, who's a bear who wears a dress. Good for him. Legitimately, good for him.
And there's a picture on the mantle
like,
where it's like, oh, Jake has grandchildren and doesn't know.
Yeah, and he talks to her and is like, I really thought it would work, but it didn't. And she comforts him and he goes like, it's okay, though. I think it's okay that he's like this. My dad is good. And that, as a statement, is such a, like, oh, man. Just, I think my dad is good. Like, oh, it's really good. It's, you know, like we talked about, like, some episodes are like, oh, you can tell some staff are, like, starting to have kids now, and some are like, some staff are starting to review the relationship of their parents.
Yeah.
It's good, I think.
Yeah.
Oh. And in Jake the Dad and One Last Job, I just really like that these are characters that exist, and like Jake never stops being a dad. And I think that's like something that like has been happening up till now, but season 5 and season 6, there's just something clicking in with like people and their relationships specifically, and the history of those relationships and families and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, maybe not speaking of which, I think next is Princess Bubblegum and the Candy Kingdom in general. Season 5. This is a bad one to lead from, kind of, sort of. There's a good one that's related to it after this, but I did want to talk a little bit about the suitor. I have a very specific reason for wanting to talk about the suitor.
That's exciting.
So in this episode, we find out Peppermint Butler practices dark magic. That's fine. He may or may not have captured Cinnamon Bun and be putting a demon in him, and he gets interrupted by literally being told by the Gumball Guardians, like, go make Princess Bubblegum get out of the lab more. It's not good. She's been in there a really long time. And we also find out that there's a series of hopeless official candy suitors for Princess Bubblegum, most of whom have died or are like extremely elderly or even died of old age, which, considering she didn't make the Candy Kingdom and all of its people,
Oh, crap.
that's really funny to me.
Yeah.
She's just like, your job is to make me be less gay looking. I'm definitely not desperate. I definitely didn't fumble a goth GF. I'm fine, actually.
She's fine. It's cool. It's cool. She's fine.
So good. But this episode is about Bracco, who inherited his suitor position from his father and has a marshmallow's chance in hell of getting anywhere with it.
Mm-hmm.
Bracco pursues her, and there's a really good line I love where he like takes over a quest from Finn to like try and impress her, and Finn puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "That road you're going down leads nowhere, man." Which I really love.
Yeah.
Just like, bro, I've done this. Don't do this. Eventually, he winds up like so sad that Peppermint Butler goes like, "Fine, I'll use the demon I summoned to make you super lovable," which mutates him into a horrible demon, but does make Peppermint Butler immediately go like, "Ah, yeah, I'm totally in love with you." And the episode ends with Bubblegum building him a robot duplicate of herself to love.
Hooray!
Princess Bubblegum, what's wrong with you? And the two leaving. But the important thing is that Peppermint Butler is actually Adventure Time's first canonically confirmed queer character.
Hooray!
Nobody can take this away from me. Literally ends with him like, "Why did you let him leave?" "I had to. I'll always belong to my kingdom." And then he goes, "You should have given him to me!" And slaps
Christ.
her. Listen. Good for him. I think it's good that the first canonically gay character in Adventure Time is a little evil Peppermint Butler who knows death, by the way, personally. Like, there's an earlier episode where, like, Finn and Jake have to go to the Land of Death, and, like, he's who opens the portal because they killed Princess Bubblegum's, like, flower, like a potted flower, and they get, like, in Mondo trouble in the World of Death, and then they go, like, "Wait, Peppermint Butler said hi," and Death goes, "Oh, you know Pete, Peppermint Butler? Aw, you should have said," which sends them back, and Peppermint Butler?
That one has a really cool animation effect in it, too, where it's a, you
Yeah.
know, pencil line work drawn, Take On Me style.
It's dope.
It's dope.
I have a lot of questions about Peppermint Butler. He's fun.
He is fun.
Now, the next episode, however, is Sky Witch. Yeah, this is the one that opens with Princess Bubblegum
No,
waking
talk
up
to us.
in that shirt from the 4 that we mentioned, that was Marceline's shirt, and just taking a big ol' sniff, snoof, just a, literally, I think the wiki, the fandom wiki's caption literally says huff, like she huffs the shirt.
Yeah.
You've seen gifs of this on Tumblr, probably.
Yeah.
What they don't mention is that she then puts on a sweater over the shirt and over her hair and does not untuck her hair from her sweater and then just goes about her day like that. I have had long hair in my life before. Not pulling it out of the shirt you're in is like drop the remote and go, levels of depressed to me.
Yeah, I would say so.
Like, She's living that, like, I have depression, but I'm functionally doing my job so good, so it's fine, kind of, like, air going on.
Yeah.
Also, she then accidentally uses sleeping gas to knock out everybody, and by accidentally, I mean she's giving a lesson on how you can totally resist sleeping gas through pure force of will.
I love her.
She's the only one it doesn't work on.
I love
I mean,
her.
it does work for, because of course. Jimmy the Robot, Princess Bubblegum, Handshake, why do you have a button that releases sleeping gas? Don't worry if you don't know who that is. But what happens is that the rest of the episode is about Marceline coming and going, I need your help, I need your help, I need your help, shut up, I need your help, I need your help. And it turns out it's a rescue mission for her beloved teddy bear from the Sky Witch that her shitty ex-boyfriend sold it to. And it's just an episode of them hanging out and clearly having some kind of past and having a bunch of cool fights against a witch, and a really cute, really sad moment where Marceline is, like, really easily tricked by an illusion of her teddy bear, like, talking.
Oh,
And Bubblegum goes like, you know it doesn't talk. We've been separated. Maybe he changed. Like, oh no. And by the way, it ends with Princess Bubblegum getting the teddy bear back because she traded the shirt for it. And the witch, who uses sentimental emotion imbued in objects as her power source, says out loud, yes, this shirt is full of so much wistful longing and cherishness, which means Princess Bubblegum values that shirt she was wearing under her sweater this whole goddamn episode. Bubblegum, what's... girl. But, like, that shirt contains as much, like, emotional sentimentality as that teddy bear Marceline has. That's the gift from the one guardian she ever had in her life.
Ugh.
That was good. That wasn't her mom. Her one dad.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Marceline has... There's some killer fits in this outfit. There's somewhere around Season 5, Marceline and Bubblegum started getting some rad outfits and hairstyle changes. It's really good. Marceline's in, like, a gym, like leotard kind of fit.
Oh yeah,
I don't know,
no,
it's
that
great.
outfit is
Good for her.
amazing.
Killer. Really fun. And also include the last two episodes I include here are mostly just about the Candy Kingdom and have brief summaries. Root beer guy. We follow the daily life of a normal, humdrum, little adorable root beer man with his cherry soda wife in the Candy Kingdom, as he begins to suspect Finn and Jake of murder. It's just a little noir story about this little root beer man. I don't know. I really
believe
love it.
It was an episode where they had an indie comics person come in who'd never boarded on the show before to do an episode.
Oh, I love that.
But-
It's really fun.
The that same thing happened with the astral projection episode, actually.
Huh, you know, that makes a lot of sense, but I wouldn't have guessed it.
Right?
Root Beer Guy does feel a little bit like someone coming in, but I kind of love it. I love that we just get, like, all this time spent in, like, a normal Candy Kingdom person's day. I love that it's this, like, whimsical little, like, place, but it has, like in previous episodes, you seem like, oh yeah, the Candy Kingdom dive bar. The
Yes.
Candy Kingdom, like, criminals that are made of candy. But, like, we see, like, yeah, sometimes you live in the Candy Kingdom and you work at a call center, like a telemarketer center, and it sucks there. And you have a cute little cherry soda wife, but you're so busy writing novels that you're not spending as much time with her. And I don't know how Standards and Practice fielded her being in a maid outfit when he comes back from work one day and is like, oh, master, you are home early. And he goes like, yeah, hold on, I'm onto something here. Question? Couple of questions. Does the Candy Kingdom have a DMV? Literally, almost certainly, yes. There are cars in some episodes. It's very... cars exist sometimes. There are sometimes food, and that's okay.
Mhm.
Don't worry about it. To be fair, I could actually literally imagine Princess Bubblegum occasionally being like, okay, you dinguses, you all don't have car privileges anymore.
Hooray!
Somebody ruined it for everyone. It just cuts to, like, a 20-car pileup.
Fuck. That's Right now I'm playing a
the other one I want to talk about is... Oh, I see. And I don't have too much to say about this one, but I have to mention Rattle Balls. Here's the whole summary I wrote up. What the hell you mean Princess Bubblegum built some Goemon Ishikawa the third ass gumball machine robots? Alright.
You know how it is.
I guess I know how it is. This one's really cool.
Yeah,
Just
it's a dope ass.
Just an episode where you go in and get hit by a boat oar.
The voiced by Dwight from the fucking Office, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's really good. Alright. Ice King and Marceline and the Crown. Season 5.
Oh, the big flashing arrow. Perhaps that would be where it is.
Oh, that could be it. Bad Little Boy.
Oh, man.
Marceline So Marceline hijacks one of the Ice King's friend fiction sessions, which is really good because we opened the episode with, like, a really badly written Fiona and Cake episode where it's like, no, Prince Doctor stole the Enchiridion. We have to get it back. Whoa, the Ice King jumped out of the book and punched him. And then Ice King goes, Fiona and Cake, do you want to be my best friends? Let's go to the moon. And it turns out he's reading it to some captured princesses who hate it, just are having such an unfun time.
They hate it.
And then Marceline turns visible, and it turns out she's just been hanging in his house, invisible, for like a while. Which, since we know she does that with Finn and Jake, like, she just hang in there sometimes while he's doing his stuff. Is she just like,
Oh, I got something weird.
Gunthers are having a poker card game.
Amulet of Defense.
Cool.
Huh. Okay.
Nice.
I'm doing things left and right, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, oh, is that one punching glove kind of effect going on there?
That's my mushroom, thank you.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I was having some strong bad type visions. And Marceline just, like, takes over the friend fiction writing session and introduces, by the way, Prince Bubblegum is lame and boring, and Fiona thinks he's boring, and why would you want to date someone like that anyways, who's just making cream puffs all the time? And here's oh god, it's not Marcel, right?
Marshall Lee.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Marshall Lee, who's her gender-bent version of herself. And by the way, I love Marceline so much because she just writes herself as a total fuckboy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, that's not a delicate way to put it, but, like, king.
Yeah.
Queen shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And he wears flannel. Like, she's like, and by the way, my alternate gender self has T-boy swag. Thank you. Like, absolutely fantastic work. It's a fun episode. The bars are bad. Sorry, they're bad. Marshall Lee's. It's a good sequence. The song is great, and also we have the most important song part of all, Cake Solo.
Oh, really good.
Do you remember the lyrics? I can't remember how it
I
starts.
got a hot potato.
It's like, I got a hot
and I got 2 hot tomatoes. I shake them over,
I take
baby.
the ketchup on the table
So
and I shake it and I
over,
shake it
baby.
and I shake it.
And I shake it and shake it and shake it and shake it and shake it all over
And this
the
is
table.
where, like, in the episode,
table.
like, it cuts to,
Oh,
like,
it's long.
Marshall
It's,
Lee
yummy.
and Fiona talking. And in the background, she's just chanting, and I shake it and I shake it
Yeah,
and I shake
yeah.
it and I
You just
shake
hear,
it.
like, muffled.
Really good.
It's really good.
He's out here doing "Would you love me if I was dying" behavior. Yes, it's great. He literally is like, "Oh, I'm dying. You have to admit your crush on me now." Oh. She gets super mad at him. He goes like, faking it. There was a cream puff on my shirt. Totally fine. I'm fine. And she just like laughs and starts like punching him in the shoulder increasingly hard.
Yeah.
It's great. I just love like, there's something really cute about like, oh, she's like having fun with Grandpa, and I'm like, oh man, of course she doesn't think this is that weird. She's been alive for like 1,000 years, man. I don't think she cares. Simon and Marcy. Surprise!
Hooray!
Season 5, baby!
Hooray!
Marceline, Finn, Jake, and the Ice King are having fun playing basketball. Finn and Jake, ask, why the goddamn hell is Ice King here? And she goes like, well, he's really important to me. I love him.
Real quick, I believe if not permanently, then at least for a long time, this is the last episode Rebecca Sugar worked on, as a board artist.
Yeah, I think so, because she started working on Steven Universe and, like, getting that going, which, fucking wonderful. Marceline says, like, oh, I'm really fond of him, he's really important to me. Like, what? Why? But can you tell us? And it's great because the Ice King is there and he goes, yeah, tell us, Marceline. Oh. And we do. We get a whole episode of seeing Simon and Marceline back in, like, the wastelands of the world after what we, at some point, I forget when, we do learn it's called the Great Mushroom War.
Yeah.
And we find out Simon was a really good caretaker. He was gentle, he was warm, he would, like, crack jokes as they went to, like, keep her spirits up.
He would sing
like,
songs.
They stopped for the night. He would sing songs. In fact, really specifically, he finds an empty TV when they're, like, stopping for the night, and she's, like, not feeling so good, and he gets behind the TV and, like, sings the theme song from Cheers. Well, not the theme song from Cheers, a legally safe theme song from Cheers.
No, they licensed the song from Cheers for this.
Really?
They did.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Nightmare. That's
It's
so
one of
funny. I just assumed.
4 licensed songs we've run into so far. So it's this. At one point, Tree Trunks is singing karaoke, and it's Slow Boat to China. They just licensed it for that one scene.
They just did.
Then you have the theme for the Belvederes, and then you have Mama Said.
Jesus Christ.
They licensed it just for that.
Mama said, there'd be days like this. There'd be days like this. Mama said. Mama said. Anyways, Jesus Christ. Greatest episode ender of all time. But yeah, he sings, he does, like, little skits for her. She, like, mimes, like, she pushes the remote control and he goes mute. And she's coughing. She's kind of sick. So he goes on a trip to, like, find soup for her. He like, carries her around on a wheeled cart, and, like, they have to dodge these mutants. And, earlier in the episode, it's made clear where, like, he reaches for the crown because he thinks there's a threat, and she goes, no, Simon, please don't put it on. But he has to. It's a false alarm, and they get cornered by the mutants later. And he reaches for the crown, even though he promised her after locking her in an abandoned car. And there's where we get one of the most powerful scenes, I think, of the show, especially at the time. Ice King, aka Simon Petrikov, still mostly in control of himself, tearfully howling the theme song to Cheers as he fights with his ice powers to try and maintain enough cohesive control to take the crown back off. And he manages to take it off, and a funny pink goo drops a can of soup and, like, a can opener down by them, and, like, that's funny. Don't worry about that.
Weird.
And she's fine. And we go back to modern time, and one of my, like, most sad, to me this moment is one of my favorites, but it's just Ice King Ice King goes, what happened to them after that, Marceline? And she goes, Simon and Marcy lived happily together forever. And he goes, wow. And then he sneaks off and starts dunking at basketball over again and goes, keep distracting them with stories, Marceline. I'm gonna win this for us.
Oh.
Ugh.
Oh, I look really stupid.
Yeah,
Oh,
a little
let's
bit.
go.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, I like it.
But it's this great moment where, like, he doesn't remember what happened next. He might not even fully understand that she's talking about him.
Yeah.
And she's okay with it. It seems like at some point she's kind of, like, made peace with this being what he's like now. And I really love that she just goes, they lived happily forever, because he's gonna forget. why upset him?
Ugh.
Why be like, stuff went bad? She just says, yeah, they were happy, Simon. They were happy.
It's so good.
It's good. That is an episode called Princess Potluck. My summary on this
Yay!
is just... I just want to highlight, like, this is going on, and then we have an episode where its summary is, the princesses are having a potluck, and boy is the Ice King mad that he's not invited.
Oh, I finished that Slayer task
Really,
already.
really
What am I
good.
doing?
Yay! The other episode that's literally about the Ice King more that I do think is worth talking about is The Party's Over, Isla de Senorita. Good night, Pursue,
man.
go to bed!
Good night! Sleep good.
Yeah, sleep good. But, okay, so... This episode's really good because it opens with the Ice King trying to kidnap Bubblegum again, but when she gets mad, he's like, honey, please don't do this, we're in public. And he's like, if you tell me to go, then I'll go, and basically acts like they're breaking up? Question mark? And he
Fascinating,
decides to
man.
leave Ooh to get a clean start, and winds up landing on an island that's actually a woman. Like, an island who is a woman who's in a toxic relationship with the god of partying. A flying wolf head party god. Don't worry about it, he's from, like, the really early episodes, but he still exists, because everything still exists.
You know how it is.
And it's really sweet, they develop a friendship, they like, talk to each other about their bad relationships, her very real relationship with the god of partying, and his not actually a real relationship with Princess Bubblegum at all. Remember that? Hold tight to that. She doesn't know. She has no
Yeah.
reason to know.
Yeah.
But, like, Ice King eventually, like, actually encourages her to break up with him and actually beats the living tar out of him so that she can permanently break up with him, which I think he's earned it. Good for him. Good for her. And he returns to Ooh and breaks up with Princess Bubblegum. Which I really love, like, as a way to, like, dial down on hidden kidnapping or being obsessed with Princess Bubblegum specifically is like, yeah, this is the result you want.
Yeah.
But...
Fascinating, man.
A little bit confused. Fascinating man. Let's see. We're on season 5 now, right?
It's 1 a.m. Should we take a break?
No, we're taking a break. I'm just finding where in the document to, like, leave. Okay, yeah, season 5. We're gonna come back on a Magic Man episode. Kind of. We're gonna take a break right now, though. We're gonna take a quick 5 to 10 minute break, and we might actually get to where I was hoping we could. That's exciting. Or we might get close. Either way, I'm having a great time.
Me too.
Now's a good time to take a break. Get up, stretch. I'm glad. If you gotta go to bed, go to bed. Just go to bed. You should go. Don't stay up too late. You should go to bed. It's okay to stay up late sometimes. You're an adult, but go to bed. Be right back.
Hello. I finished eating pumpkin ravioli.
Hello. Ooh, pumpkin ravioli.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it makes sense. I feel like I'm usually not that big on pumpkin, but I also feel like maybe I'd like it better like in a salty, like stir-fry kind of application.
Ooh. You know, I always like, I think pumpkin really does well being like, you know, it's kind of sweet, so you need a little bit of that salt with it. This was not enough salt. Maybe with a really tangy, sharp cheese.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
Also,
I always think of that one Tumblr post that's like, you wish you were me making pumpkin-shaped pumpkin ravioli with a wooden spoon with a sprig of rosemary. You wish.
with a wooden spoon, no less.
Yes, with a wooden spoon, no less. Oh. Magic Man, Season 5. All the little people.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. So, you're gonna notice with, like, the next couple of Magic Man episodes, they're not really, like, about Magic Man. Like, how could they be? Magic Man's just this weird, awful dude who does stuff sometimes. So, like, it's kind of hard to have an episode about him. That would be wild. But he does just kind of, for a little bit in Season 5, show up and do weird stuff. And in this episode, when Finn expresses some curiosity about believing Beemo and the Ice King could get along well, Magic Man hauntingly, like, peeks out of the solid dirt and grass next to them, like from an impossible hole, and slips a strange little pouch on Finn's waist, whispering, "I'm not coming back." The pouch turns out to be full of strange little homunculi of Finn, Jake, and basically the whole cast. And Finn winds up finding that out and spends the rest of the episode doing more or less, as I like to put it, doing what any, well, as we both put it when we talked about it, what any 13 to 14-year-old does when they have access to The Sims.
Yeah.
And they make, like, you make little recreations of you and everyone else, and, oh, your Sim is dating that person now. That's weird. Oh, my science teacher is taking a basketball. Okay, he gets kind of way too into it, and it becomes a little bit self-destructive, which again is also kind of what happens sometimes with The Sim when you are 14 years old. And God, back in those days, they'd let you like retexture anything, so you could put like custom prints in on the clothing. Different times.
I tell ya.
Anyways, at the end, Jake finds Finn, like, how to put it? It's like the emotional equivalent of, like, you stayed up 20 hours reading angst fan fictions, and, like, now you gotta step back a little bit.
Oh my god.
And Jake is like, hey, maybe you could decide to not be weird to these little guys and just take a step back. And Finn goes like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna figure out a way to, like, talk to them and try and, like, get them feeling better again, because, like, oh, the little mini Finn is, like, he's just been standing on this cliff staring out, thinking about, like, all of his ruined relationships, and it's so sad, and I'm so messed up about how sad it is, and he may just talk to him, be like, hey, it's just me who's been doing all of this to you. I'm gonna leave you alone now. I'm not coming back. Repeating the words Magic Man said earlier.
Isn't that fun?
And then they just all have, like... And then all the little characters have a big old dance party. And I remember this one really well because at the time when it came out, some people were like, this means that the showrunners hate fandom and they hate people in fandom. And some of the people doing that were like, and they're right because you're all being gross and the showrunners hate it and you're making the showrunners cry every day and throwing pebbles at the there was a lot of that. And then some people were like, they don't like me, and it's, no, it kind of comes off as more like, hey, if you're getting, like, really sad because you can't stop thinking about, like, stuff fictional characters are doing, you can just decide they're having a funny little dance party instead. You can just do something else for a little bit. And I think that's very sweet, and also, it also just feels like it's an episode about Finn doing something weird. I think sometimes people are looking for, like, and they will react to the fandom, and I think if you're sane, you actually don't ever do that. to be totally honest.
I'm not.
Shout out to the welcome home tags. I don't go in there. Not because I think anything is happening is bad, but I shouldn't be in there. I voice Wally and Frank.
What? Is that true?
Man, there was some cute fan art of Frank in the vampire Halloween outfit.
I saw that. That was good.
There was some like that line work was so fun, and I love when people go all the way of like, and he is skulking under the cape. Like, yes, vampires, yes, vampires should have capes. I believe in this strongly. If a vampire doesn't have a cape, they should look like they would rock a cape with like no embarrassment at any time.
Absolutely.
Marceline obviously would. Come on now.
You understand. You understand.
But also, I think Marceline would like wake up and tie on like a sheet, like a cape one day, and just be like, "Yeah, I'm kind of rocking it sleepy style today." It's cool. I put a brooch on the front.
Honestly, good for her.
Time Sandwich. Also a Magic Man episode.
Man, Time Sandwich was a good one.
Time Sandwich is really fun. It's a short summary. After Jake makes an incredibly delicious sandwich, Magic Man just up and ganks it and like gives him a riddle about it and then traps himself and the sandwich in a field of hyper slowed down time, like in the act of being about to eat the sandwich. He's just the worst.
Yeah.
It's great. Like, Jake solves it eventually, and there's this really good gag where BMO's like, "BMO will fix it," and it's like, do you have to build BMO a skateboard ramp? And then BMO just skates into the time bubble and stops, and is just doing a cool slow-mo sick trick. And then due to a series of coincidences, he winds up with like, Princess Bubblegum's attempt to solve it just makes a sick explosion behind BMO. Marceline trying to dive into vampire powers just makes her a cool rad demon behind BMO in the explosion. BMO's the best.
Yeah,
BMO
the
deserves
best.
everything in the world. The real important fact is BMO.
Yeah. Remember, at the end of the day,
At the end of the day, BMO. And wait, hold on. Wait, what's this? I got one more thing. Nope. We're on to season 6. We're on to season 6. This is exciting. Season 6 is a lie.
Yay.
Season 6 has been very fun.
Oh, yeah.
And the same way that when we were back talking about season 3, I was like, something's happening in season 3. Something's happening in season 6 again, man.
Yeah.
Every 3 seasons, like, some kind of pepper gets put in this damn show.
Yeah.
As we go back to Finn for season 6, The Citadel.
Something notable about season 5, by the way, is that is when Penn Ward steps away from showrunning.
That's right. It's very interesting. From what we can tell, it was like partially a decision made based on like his stress about running a show, which is a really complicated, really intense, demanding job to be a showrunner. But also, I have read some about him talking about like he also just felt like the people who are on the show he could trust to keep making the show, and that is when Adam Muto takes over as showrunner, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you know, Pendleton Ward, like, he stays around. He's still like working on the show in some capacity and is like working on story stuff. I think something we were reading about was saying like he was always kind of still considered like the pass on like, is this an Adventure Time episode, which I think makes a lot of sense to have from like the original creator.
God, yeah.
But it's very interesting, especially because like Adam Muto is like, look at the credits for the episodes he worked on. He's on a lot of the ones you remember really well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's an interesting shift over, but that's worth talking about. Thank you for remembering. I didn't remember. I forgot.
That's okay. You know a lot of stuff. I just pick up the little bits.
That's why we work as a team.
Exactly.
I don't remember all.
Why did I get... Oh,
but
yeah.
I do remember. So we talked a bit about Billy. In the season finale of season 5, I think it's literally the last episode is Billy's Bucket List, which is a really cute episode where Finn is kind of still dealing with Billy being dead, and he, by chance, runs into Billy's ex-girlfriend, who's a giant 9-foot-tall water spirit. Good for you, Billy.
Yay,
Hot
good
damn.
for Billy.
And it's cute because she talks about, like, yeah, I loved him, but he just, like, lost. He became really depressed. I didn't know what to do about it, and they find Billy's bucket list, and it includes stuff like taking his ex-girlfriend on one last motorcycle ride, a couple of other things, and Finn decides to finish these things so that he can feel at peace. And it's really good because he goes like at the end, he's like, well, that was everything. Like, wait, there's one last thing written in here, and it's just like, float serenely on your back in the ocean. So Finn has, like, a really bad fear of the ocean.
Yeah.
And I just love the combination of, like, that's such a sweet thing for Billy to write on his bucket list. I even feel like it's meant to be, like, when he was recovering from being depressed, he was like, you know what? I want to go just float in the ocean. That sounds nice. That sounds really nice. Like, that kind of moment.
Mm-hmm.
And for Finn, it's, like, the hardest thing in the world
Yes.
anyone could have asked him to do.
Yes. It's really good.
But he does do it. He, like, wrestles with his fears. His grass blade literally kills the embodiment of his fears. That's probably fine, right?
Yeah.
That it can do that?
He
fine.
forcibly
Good for
knocks
him.
himself out.
Yes. So that he can lay in the ocean. It's really good.
Mhm.
And when he completes it at the end, Billy's up in the stars in his own constellation. I think there's, like, a really early reference to, like, the great heroes all rest in the constellations. And he goes, like, thank you, Finn. I really appreciated it. There was something I always wanted to tell you. Oh yeah? Cool. Well, was that what you wanted to tell me? No. Oh yeah, I remember. Your dad's alive, Finn. He's in the Citadel. Season over.
Yay!
Season over.
Oh,
Really good.
really
So
good.
then, so technically this isn't the episode that season 6 opens with, but like I said, I think in the future I'd like to just talk about Prismo, because there's a lot of time we would spend. Oh yeah, Finn at first goes like, but Joshua's dead, and he was like, no, your human father. He's in the Citadel. Like, oh, ha, To cut a very long story short, Jake and Finn wind up seeking out the help of Prismo to find out where the Citadel is and how to get there. Turns out it's a celestial prison. You only get there if you do some time crimes. Prismo's like, hey, go get the sleeping man who dreams me constantly out, and I'm gonna wake him up, and then you'll go to jail. I love you guys. I'll do this for you. I love you, Jake. Like friends. He doesn't say that. We'll talk about that. Jesus God.
Perfect. Alright, we got it.
And then the Lich.
You know what? I'll just pickpocket till my pockets are full. Please continue.
And then the Lich, who's just been, like, stuck in the time cube since his wish, like, went bad because he doesn't have anyone he can kill, so he's shut off like a machine, kills Prismo immediately.
Yep.
Like, his sleeping body, because he can kill someone, and it gets him out of the time room and into prison, which is bad. But Finn and Jake catch a ride with it. There's a lot going on here. So here's where the summary comes in. Where am I?
Oh, yeah, this is a cult. That's why they're all wearing the same robes.
Yeah.
I'm stealing from them
Yeah,
right now to
that makes
infiltrate
sense.
them with the goblin. You know how it
Hooray!
is.
Hooray! You know how it is.
They're called ham. That's why their trapdoor has a ham on it.
That makes sense. Humans against monsters.
Yep.
You know how it is. So they wind up getting taken to the Citadel, where the Lich King is put into Citadel jail. And at first you're like, yay, that makes sense. He starts to spread some kind of horrible black ooze substance through the Citadel in the background.
Mm-hmm.
But Jake and Finn, as he starts to destroy the Citadel, do find Finn's dad.
Voiced by Bill Dotrieve and Buck
He's-
Strickland from King of the Hill.
Yeah. And there's a great thing where, like, Finn is like, I bet he's here as, like, a jail guard. I bet he's a great guy. He's in jail.
Oh, I forgot his
He
shirt.
is in the celestial jail. And it turns out he's kind of a cruddy goofball, is how I would describe. Just like a selfish,
Yeah,
genial dingus.
yeah, I would say
Like,
so.
He'd be a lovable, yeah. Like he could be a lovable rapscallion if he wasn't your dad. And also maybe he was more of a lovable dad, like rapscallion, back in the time. Oh, good question, Magic Hats. How does one wind up in time jail? It's not time jail, it's reality jail. It's the Citadel. It's where you go if you kill a cosmically important figure, or like a crime of that nature.
Mm-hmm. I need one more shirt.
Incidentally, later on, I'm gonna have a funny reveal about Finn's dad and some vehicular manslaughter. Oh, boy. Yeah, so he sucks. The only time he like treats Finn like literally Finn is like, I'm your son, and he goes like, whoa, uh-oh. Is I think like his reaction is like, uh-oh, he doesn't remember his name. He only is like, hey son, baby boy, is like his leg gets hurt and he needs Finn to like get some healing goop for
Doesn't he
it.
call him like, hey,
That's as good as
Flynn?
it gets.
At one point?
Yeah, literally doesn't remember his name, doesn't have anything to say to him about it. Immediately tries to bail with a bunch of other escapees. And when Finn tries to like go and stop him by grabbing onto the back of the spaceship, he guns it, and Finn's grass blade grows out of control and subsumes his arm, trying to hold on to him. And his dad actively goes, gun it, get out of here. Ah, he's back. And that's how Finn loses his arm. Stay put, Phantasmagoric Lich. Don't worry about it. We will discuss it.
Oh, and
you don't know yet.
The worst is that, like, when Finn's running at him again, you just hear him under his breath go like, ah, jeez, again?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, and he then has to also, like, still fight the Lich King, and it has some really raw Lich King dialogue.
Yes.
But it's cool. He winds up getting
shit.
defeated by turning the Lich King, like, it runs by, like, D&D rules where the sci-fi healing goop, like, hurts the Lich King and encases him in new living body, and he becomes a baby. He's a big old baby.
You know how it is. Yeah,
it's cool. They leave him with tree trunks.
If you can, look up the Lich King fall monologue.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Let me see if, like, just the text of that is somewhere. Lich King fall.
Yeah, look for, like, 1,000 planets Lich King, and that should be it.
Ooh, Reddit. Can I get a transcript of the Lich's speech? Baby, here we go. Open up, open up, open up.
Yay!
Fall. You are alone, child. There is only darkness for you, and only death for your people. These ancients are just the beginning. I will command a great and terrible army, and we will sail to 1 billion worlds. We will sail until every light has been extinguished. You are strong, child, but I am beyond strength. I am the end, and I have come for you, Finn.
It's good. It's good shit, man. Good writing.
Raw as hell.
Yeah.
Finn, really good writing. Like, if it's not clear, like, in my opinion, from season 3 on, the writing is mostly pretty great. Like, I have to remember a couple of, like, this episode was okay kind of moments, but what are you gonna do? Every now and then a cookie turns out to have a weird wad of lump and, like, flour and salt in it. And that's not good, but it's okay.
Oh, speaking of cookie, another one is the tart toter has a good speech too in, like, season 2. The royal tart toter.
Yeah, no, that's real. The Adventure Time monologues tend to be pretty dope, yeah. Oh, by the way, leaving the Lich King as a baby with tree trunks and pig accidentally saves her marriage.
Yes.
She just runs right through a man.
Oh,
Tree
man.
Trunks just leaves, like, a trail of broken men in her wake every couple of years, as near as I can tell. Like, it's good. It's good, though. The Tower. I would pause and talk more about this episode as a whole, but I think the Tower is kind of like where to talk about Finn and his emotions about his dad and meeting his dad, and his dad sucks, and he lost his arm and his dad made him lose his arm, and that's the Tower. Finn is handling his literal bio-dad, making him lose his literal arm, kinda rough. Especially since princesses keep making him prosthetics he doesn't really jive with, by which I mean he explodes one when he gets mad because it's hard to work with. Jake tells him to take time to emotionally work through this. Then Finn develops telekinetic powers through emotional stress and begins using it to obsessively build a giant, unsteady tower out of raw earth bricks with no mortar, just obsessively building ever up, while singing a song that goes, Baby's building a tower into space. Space is where he's gonna find his dad. Daddy's got an arm, and baby's gonna harm his arm by tearing it off his dad. Like, over and over again. I lost the melody at the end there. But he just sings that over and over again.
He's
as
doing
he builds
good.
this tower.
He's doing, like, real good.
And there's this great... he's just pulling random chunks out of, like, every environment around him constantly as he builds the tower. there's a really great bit where Princess Bubblegum is like, "This is dangerous and we have to stop him," and Jake goes, "He's working through his emotions. It's healthy." It's good. Which, by the way, I had seen as gifs of just people saying, like, "I really like when Princess Bubblegum and Jake the dog kind of act like they're the divorced parents of a teen that don't really get along, but they're trying their best for the kid." And I try to look at them and go, "I didn't know this was I didn't know that was from Finn building a tower into space to
Yeah.
try and rip his dad's arm off.
Yeah.
I didn't know that part. Bit of a surprise." Which ends, by the way, with him, like, passing out in the edge of space, and he thinks, he wakes up on, like, his dad's spaceship, and he actually did come to save him, and he goes to attack him, and his dad goes, "No, my favorite arm," and he just kind of deflates and goes and sits in the lawn chair his dad was sitting in, and turns out that was Princess Bubblegum, and he'd been hallucinating, so she set up, like, a fake spaceship interior and kind of disguised herself, like, very roughly as his dad, and she's like, "Yeah, you were hallucinating pretty bad, it wasn't hard to fool you." And she has a black eye, so he did, like, punch her, like he punched his dad. He thought he was punching his dad.
Yeah.
And I really love it because she's like, "Well, how do you feel now?" And he goes, "Neutral. I think I feel neutral." Which kind of kicks off an arc where he's just straight up depressed for a while, but, like, in a very, like, I don't know, it's nice. Like, you usually kind of see that being represented by, like, this character is sad now. And instead there's, like, a whole episode where he's like, "I kind of don't feel anything. Maybe I should have some weird, shallow romantic relationships and develop a toxic relationship with this bee, but, like, it's kind of a good friendship, but, like, it's kind of messed up." And I'm like, ah, yes. 15, summer camp.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, the bee, like, she's in love with the flower on your arm, and it's weird, and you don't like her that much, but then you grow your arm back because of the strength of her queen bee love song. You know how it is.
Very controversial episode when it came out.
Yeah, for a reason I think is very funny, which is, like, well, him and Lumpy Space Prince, like, he's been making out with a bunch of random girls, and she's like, "I want my turn," and they kiss, like, super briefly, and she's like, "That's it? Come on. We're going deep diving." He's like, "I don't know how to swim," and she goes, "I'm your lifeguard." And at the time, people assumed it meant something bad, which would be insane if it did mean something bad about a character we like. And a showrunner had to confirm, like, no, they just, like, actually made out.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine. Good for Lumpy Space Princess. They're very much implied to be roughly the same age. She's extremely a teenager. He is a teenager. What a strange and wonderful show. Speaking of which, Astral Plane. On a camping trip, Finn falls asleep in his extensive dreamlike out-of-body experience that slowly pulls him around Ooh and then into the atmosphere. He muses on creativity and is slowly pulled to Mars, while the people of the planet are evacuating due to a comet that's been approaching the planet, which is coming early and in the wrong direction because they assume it's something called the Calamity Comet that happens now and then, as mentioned in previous episodes. Finn speaks with Grob Gob Globgrod and accidentally motivates him to go out and face the comet himself, dying in the process of directing it towards Earth.
Hooray!
Finn wakes up and goes, "Glob is dead!" Then we find out it was a spaceship, piloted by Finn's bio-dad, Martin, who has now committed vehicular manslaughter on Glob. Glob. Hooray!
Hooray! Finn's dad kills
which-
God.
Finn's dad a little... Like, Martin is, like, exciting new ground in bad fictional dads who aren't, like, evil? Like, it's
Oh,
not
by the way,
like,
this is the story snake.
Oh, I see, it's the story snake.
Yeah. See?
Yeah. Good for them. I like them. They're a good snake.
That's our friend Zanuck. She's a cave goblin. She's come to the surface for the first time. I was just showing her around. Her quest is really cute, actually.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Anyway, we have to go infiltrate a cult together. Yippee! It's one of the worst gameplay sequences in this.
Good luck. Yay! Speaking of Finn's dad, Martin being really bad in a really fun way, that's like, I just love that he's such technology of, like, he's like evil Greg.
Yeah, he really is.
But also, it's really fun because, like, well, we'll talk about it in a second, but, like, it's really fascinating how you look at him and you go, like, I can see how you're Finn's dad, and I can see how you have a lot of the same natural talents as Finn, but this is like if Finn was, like, I don't know, there's, like, like, if Finn believed in nothing. Speaking of which, the visitor. Finn is pulled by a strange dream where he's trying to go and meet a comet, and by the way, carries a baby version of himself along the bottom of an ocean to get there, where it turns out he's actually been sleepwalking for like several days to get there, and it turns out it's where his dad's spaceship crash landed into a little tiny little like tribe of tiny people who are like very vaguely clown-like, but not really, and they're very small. And they have sad, dead fields because of the evil tree spirit. It's Martin. It's just Martin up a tree. We find out like immediately, it's just Martin with a loudspeaker, like a bullhorn up a tree, just kind of bullying these little dudes into working all day to retrieve parts out of his destroyed. Hey, Save Cool Man. Do you want techno music? We can get techno music. Hold on.
Hold up.
We're talking about Adventure Time. The system is down. The system is down. Anyways. So yeah. It's just Finn's dad. He's just forcing these little people to, like, get ship parts for him out of this burning rocket, and he's the worst. And it's like, it's literally just Finn, like, trying to help. Kind of, but, like, just to try and mitigate the damage his dad is doing. And Martin just being the worst, like, the whole time, but in this really, like, fascinating way. Let's see. Yeah, Finn tries to interact with him and slowly learns to be just like this, and when questioned, he has very little to say about when Finn was born, except that it was, quote, on a ship in the ocean, and refuses to say anything at all about Finn's mom. He said, I checked and it was like, he says, like, she was, quote, okay, and talking about her stresses him out. And like I said, it's really fascinating because you can kind of see, like, oh, like, Finn does kind of have trouble talking about his feelings sometimes, but this is a dude who's just, like, so avoidant he shuts down.
Yeah.
About having had a kid. To the kid. And his excuse is that it stresses him out? That's the worst.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Where it's like, oh, this adult figure who decided, like, actually you're making me sad, so I don't need to talk about it. And when the escape ship is ready, Finn stops him from peeling out just long enough to be like, yeah, I'm gonna try and stop the explosion. And it's really good because he's like, well, if you're gonna do that, make sure to do this and this, and basically reveals he's known how to stop the ship from exploding this whole time.
Yeah.
This whole time. There was not actually a time limit on this. He could have just... he was like, oh, well, I'm too big to crawl. I think Finn's like, why didn't you tell me as soon as I showed up? And he goes, oh. And then in one of my favorite moments of the show, he's like, hey, tell you what, kid, how about I stay here while you go do that, and maybe you could come with me into space? And Finn is quiet, and Finn screams, and Finn grabs the launch, like, button in the ship, and he just immediately punches it and forces his dad to go back to space.
It's so good. It's
literally
so
good for him. It's so good because I was totally expecting, like, oh, is, like, Finn gonna get, like, his chain yanked and he's gonna go and save them and come back and, like, you know, he probably wouldn't gone with him, but Martin still, no.
No.
No. Finn says, no, you leave, out. It's really good too because, like, the episode ends with him, like, just gathering up all the little people that his dad was harming and, like, carrying them back to the treehouse. And I love that as, like, what a perfect contrast to the difference between him and his, like, bio dad. Like, this is who Finn is. Finn is the kid who just carries this giant pile of little guys and is like, I'm gonna take you back to the treehouse. We got food. Yeah, Martin is like the tweet about the deadbeat dad, but what if the kid just had bad vibes?
Exactly.
He is exactly that person, yes.
Oh no, where's our friend Zanuck?
Oh no!
We get out of jail.
Jake!
Hang on.
Season 6 for Jake. Okay.
I have something really funny to show you. I'm sorry. It's RuneScape doing a dramatic moment, and it's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
You go outside.
I know there's a bit of a haze in the room
Where's Sanic?
Cigarette smoke. Oh no.
Oh no. Sanic? Sanic, where are you? Inspect Sanic. Sanic, are you okay? Sanic! Sanic is not breathing. But you notice her forehead is glowing. You pick up Xanic's body. Chat, can you see in my inventory right now? That head, that disembodied head, is my dead friend.
Just put her in the old pocket there, huh?
Yeah. Anyway, please continue. My apologies.
Well, that's okay. Because all I wanted to talk about was Sad Face. Look, I'm sorry. I have to at least talk a little bit about the episode where we find out that once a month Jake's tail slowly stretches away
Oh, God.
out of the tree house, and
I
BMO like just
forgot.
watches this happen, and BMO's like sharing this with Nepter, and Nepter goes, "Where does it go?" And BMO goes, "That's none of our business." And it turns out where it goes is it stretches away and works as a clown under the name Blue Nose in a bug circus, where its once popular act has become an oblique artistic tragedy about an orange seller, and he seeks to free a captured squirrel. That happens. That does happen, is the thing.
It's a beautiful story.
So like, it's kind of beautiful, and also like watching it unprepared. Like, I think I was already a little bit like fibro-foggy. That's been happening at nights recently. That's why I sound a little bit scattered now and then. I don't know if being fully coherent would have helped.
No, I don't think so.
I think you just sit there and you go like, uh-huh, uh-huh.
I see.
Oh, it works
Okay.
as a clown. Blue Nose, yes, and it's going into the circus and pretending to sell oranges. But no one wants the oranges, and a little puppet pops out of the oranges, and they dance together. The puppet dies? It's really good. It's really, really good. And the best part is at the end of the episode, like, it stretches slowly back to Jake's tail, and it snaps back in and wakes him up, and he reaches back, and he, like, rubs his butt, and his hand comes back with, like, blue clown makeup on it. And I just love that for Jake. Like, once a month, he's like, where's my tail blue?
And the really funny thing is, because the tail, Blue Nose himself moves by stretching Jake's tail, the way he snaps back to Jake is moving backwards through every moment in that episode, trailing backwards.
Yes.
It's
so, like,
so strange.
Like, in reverse order. Yeah, it's really, really good. It's such a, like... What? I want to hear the pitch meeting notes so bad. Now, after that silly clown story, it's time for Joshua and Margaret Investigations.
Yay!
This might be my longest written out synopsis. Like, I tried to keep most of these pretty short. On some of these, I'm, like, adding in information in the live moment. This one's, like, 3 paragraphs. Bear with me. It's Jake's birthday. Bimo and Finn ask to hear about when Jake was born after he power chugs his cake, which I really love because it opens with them going, birthday, 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 and Jake just like staggering to this giant birthday cake and just power eating it all at once, which is like, is this just what he does for his birthday every year? Huh. Oh, good for him. And Bimo and Finn ask to hear about when Jake was born. And we flash back to Finn and Jake's parents, Joshua and Margaret. We find out they were adorably hard-boiled detectives, like adventurers, like problem solvers, which makes sense, that's what they do. And their mom, Margaret, was literally basically as rough and tumble as impulsive as Jake.
Yeah.
She just sounds like this. Hey now, I can rumble your biscuits. She's like really impulsive. It's really funny. That's a great like about face after like, yeah, the only other thing we knew about their mom was like her overprotective baby parenting manuals, which isn't that fun. And now it's like, Oh, they just both got like this after they had babies. I see. It's like an inherited, like, oh god, my baby. Which makes sense. It's a baby. It's a lot of stress. It's a whole little person. Which, by the way, she was heavily pregnant and still like this. Like, the episode, it's great because they go from, like, Jake patting his big full cake belly to her pregnant belly. Looking exactly the same. But her husband Joshua is concerned for her and insists they take an easygoing case about a little old lady, Tree Trunks, whose pies are being stolen by a monster, which I love because that always suggests to me, like, oh, that's why they're, like, no Tree Trunks. She's a family friend. She knew their parents. That's really good.
Yeah.
I always imagine them, like, getting brought over when they were little to, like, see Tree Trunks sometimes. It feels like that kind of relationship. Especially since, as we've talked about before, Tree Trunks' voice actress was a family friend of Pendleton Ward's family, so that makes sense. But by the way, it turns out it was just her schlubby soon-to-be ex-husband stealing pies! He was just stealing her pies because he wanted to eat so many pies. Except there actually is a monster who they, like, try and go and find after Margaret, like, chases after a different set of prints. Who attacks and bites Joshua, forcing Margaret to hunt it through the woods to get a sample to develop an anti-venom for it after he gets, like, really sick. And the beast turns out to be this fluidly shape-shifting beast that's, like, hiding in this lair full of baby supplies when she, like, corners it. And she assumes, like, oh shit, are you a baby? And there's this great moment where the alien, like, looks left, look right, Papa! Like, yes. Which I love because then, like, she does still sock it to get the venom, but she does leave. And then when she leaves, it changes shape and opens a portal to another dimension and leaves. And when she gets back, Joshua's kind of lurched out of their apartment because his head is throbbing where he got bitten. And his head splits open, and something gets, like, shot out of his head. And it's fine, like, his skull isn't pierced or anything. It's Jake. It's a tiny, teeny little baby Jake who, like, lands and does, like, a little dance and goes, hello, mommy, hello, daddy, I'm so glad to be here, and then passes out asleep immediately. And they just decide to raise him with their other kid that they're having, Jermaine. Jermaine, they have too, and they decide to raise them together. And to never, ever tell Jake about it. And they never did. It literally cuts back to Jake going, and they never told me. And Finn goes, told you what? He goes, I don't know, they never told me. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. We know. They decided we get to know. He doesn't know. Jake doesn't know. Jake doesn't know. Jake is half alien. Jake is an extra-dimensional being hybrid. Yeah.
Do you like that, chat? Was that fun?
Welcome to Season 6.
Welcome to Season 6.
There's not, like, a lot to discuss about this, because, like, technically, most of this doesn't matter for Jake's character, except in, like, a background sense, because they never told him. As far as he knows, he's just magic. And I kind of love that. I really love that, like, that is, like, such a great way to learn about what their parents were like. Their parents really were good people. In a very sweet way. Although it does make it kind of funny that Jake's natural tendency is to be kind of amoral. Because he is literally part, like, extra-dimensional alien of some kind. So it's, you know, nature versus nurture. Nurture's kind of winning. Partially because he has a baby brother to look after. So that works out okay. And I just like that. I like that it's not a big deal.
I do
and
too.
Also, it's a hell of an episode. Speaking of hell of an episode, Is That You? Here's my summary for Is That You? Is there any heterosexual explanation for mourning your dead extra-dimensional bestie with a ritual to preserve him in your dreams forever, resulting in you entering a small time loop backup plan he set up that allows you to bring him back to life at the willing expense of a time loop paradox copy of yourself that is left behind to dream eternally to manifest Prismo and sustain his existence? I don't know.
I don't know.
But Finn gets this cool sword out of it. And the sword is made out of Finn. It's a Finn sword.
Yay!
That's what happens in that episode. And Jake, like, literally at some point, Prisma's like, yeah, that'll mean like a time copy of you is like stuck here forever. And Jake was like, that's rad. Of course, obviously, I don't mind. He's having a great time. Look him in that bed. So Prisma's back.
Mhm. Hooray!
That's probably fine. Hooray! Jake the Brick. Jake decides to fulfill his curiosity about what it would be like to be a brick in a wall when it falls down, and winds up narrating a gripping radio drama about a small bunny trying to make it through a rainy night. This probably has nothing to do with anything I mentioned up there about Prismo.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not. Probably not. Sometimes Jake's just like this. You know what it is? The way that Jake morphs into Dreamer Prismo kind of implies it could have happened before infinitely, maybe? Yes. Possibly. Or maybe not. Ain't that something?
Ain't that something?
Now, the episode we will actually probably stop and talk about for a bit is Jermaine. Remember how Finn and Jake have another brother named Jermaine?
Remember
Hasn't
that?
he ever shown up much? Yeah, like way back, and like he just got mentioned again a little bit in that last episode. Well, turns out it's because he's still living in their childhood home, and maybe isn't dealing well with their parents' death. Or having a magic dog and an adventuring human hero as his siblings. Like, it turns out he's just like still living in that house, and demons come all the time to try and get the stuff that their parents like stole from demons, and he's just stuck there inside a salt border, like endlessly keeping them from touching all the stuff. And he's like, I have to stay here and look after all this stuff because unlike some people, I'm responsible. And it's like, he doesn't have to. But it kind of comes off as like, oh, like living in the house and keeping everything exactly the same way it was, huh?
Doing good.
Oh man.
Doing good.
Doing great. It's very sweet because like he gets really mad at them and he's upset. He thinks like Jake was like their dad's favorite, and I really love it because Jake's just like, no man, he loved both of us. He just liked my fart jokes, and like it's very sweet because it's a very like family conflict episode. But the way that like Jake and Finn talk is like, it feels more like someone who knows what their sibling is like in a fight than I've seen in a lot of media.
Yeah.
Where it's like, he's so mad and he's raging at them, and Jake, like, kind of cracks him up to get him out of it, and you're like, oh, Jermaine's probably always been like this, huh? Like, it's his brother. He knows his brother. And sweet. And they wind up letting the house be destroyed after, like, a fire breaks out, and they're like, oh god, we'll stop it, and he's like, nah, let it all go. And it's very sweet. It's kind of nice to touch on, like, having someone in your life who never quite, like, got over a loss. And that's a fun way to handle, like, hey, this character's, like, never been used for anything. And it's like, well, he was having it rough out there. It is 1:52, but we are so close.
Keep going. Fuck it.
I could save this.
Overtime.
Okay.
I got a
okay,
Rumble Goblin.
Overtime, baby. We may go a little bit longer than usual tonight, so if anyone needs to go to bed at like a regular time, go for it, but it's fun. It's fun to have a discussion list. It's fun. Especially because we're hitting Princess Bubblegum and the Candy Kingdom in general. Season 6, which they only get one episode so far, because, to be clear, I'm not covering every episode in Season 6. We haven't finished Season 6. If we were doing all of Season 6, we'd be covering Stakes. We're not doing that yet.
No.
That's gonna be like a separate... That's gonna come later. I think we could just, like, have an episode-by-episode discussion of that series, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because right now, I'm just gonna talk about the Pajama War. Like, there's also a lot of other stuff that happens where it's like, there's this whole thing with the King of Ooh and her leaving, and it's really, really good. But we're just gonna take a little bit, because we're leading up to something here. Season 6, The Pajama War. During a slumber party at the Candy Kingdom, Finn and PB wind up wandering off instead of being subjected to some goofy 7 minutes in heaven type nonsense, and just kind of hang out. Princess Bubblegum shows them around the castle, choosing to hope the candy people maybe hold it together without her for like 5 minutes, or that whatever disaster happens will be fixable. It's really sweet. they just wander around and take a look at stuff in the castle and talk. It's really nice. They feel like really genuine friends again. It's kind of nice to have that moment after, like, Finn's crush on her was kind of so much a part of their relationship for a long time. Like, we didn't talk about it because it's a lemon grab episode, but I always like that there's, like, even an episode where Finn realizes, like, oh, you being too old for me isn't just, like, a thing people say. It means you're kind of boring sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
I really liked that moment where, like, Finn actually realizes, like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah. And so it's nice to see again, like, yeah, they're still friends. And Princess Bubblegum kind of gets to, like, be a character for a little bit. Also, while they're gone, the Candy Kingdom residents panic and first explode the closet they think they were in, assume Princess Bubblegum is dead, form a new king dictatorship, and then have the new king's throne seized by a power-mad small cookie named Crunchy, while Jake just literally, like, lounges on some stairs nearby eating chips.
Yeah.
Just like,
And he keeps prompting them. Like, when they open the closet and
yeah, he keeps,
no one's there, he's like, oh, I bet they died.
And someone's like, Jake, how are you not more torn up about Finney's? Like, I'm so torn up. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And he makes, like, fake tears with his shapeshifter.
Oh, God, it's horrible.
It's really bad.
Oh, Christ.
It's a really good microcosm and is a really good lead-up to what happens later with the King of Ooh, which maybe we should just, like... I don't know if there's a lot of meat to talk about, like, the character of the King of Ooh, but, like, the storyline of the King of Ooh is pretty compelling, I think. Just
no,
for,
big
like,
agree.
But no animator has ever more lovingly animated a man sitting on a pizza.
Yeah.
Unless it has been for a really specific commission. And power to you, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's
no,
like
you're
a $2,000, like,
yeah.
You don't tell your parents, but you're like, yeah, I got a commission. What's it of?
It's someone's persona.
I think it's a birthday gift. It's like an in-joke, I think, when they're friends. That's what they told me. God.
It's good.
It's really good. It's really good.
I'm not
like,
above it. I'd
worry
take
that,
$2,000 to do that.
We will animate a man sitting on a pizza, and by we, I mean mostly bugs, but I'll look at it and go, yeah, that time. I'm good at helping adjusting timing. I shouldn't sell myself short.
Exactly. Thank you, Frankie.
My weird mental power is going, that should be very slightly slower. I see it in my mind. You gotta really luxuriate on him nestling down into that pizza.
I'm glad we're streaming, brother. This is great.
Really good. I'm just reporting the facts of what happened in Adventure Time. It's 1:57, so we should at least take a short break because the next thing I have to talk about is Evergreen, man. Oh, God in heaven, Evergreen.
I'm having a magical moment.
Well, shall we have our magical moment and then take a quick break?
Yeah, sounds good.
Or we could take a break before we go to fan art. We don't got that much more to go. I'm comfortable.
Yeah,
Why
let's
not?
take it
Just
before
the
fan
once.
art.
Yeah, alright, so right now we're going to continue with Season 6, Ice King Marceline and the Crown. And you might wonder why I kept specifying the crown. Season 6, Evergreen. In the distant primordial past of Ooh, or the planet Earth, really, it's not called Ooh yet, we meet the elemental ice wizard, Evergreen, a master of ice and snow with a passing resemblance to the Ice King. Same beard, same nose. That's weird. Who is striving to create a wish-magic-powered crowd of incredible might to stop a calamity comet? Such comets come once every 1,000 years or so, and while they bring agents of change to the planet, are usually survivable. But this one is full of hideous malice, indicated to be the Lich King's original form on Earth. Which it should be noted, we find out in this that he's speaking to the other masters of the core elements of the world. Ice, fire, candy, and slime? That's fine. But we follow this little dinosaur apprentice that he has named Gunter, who is pretty much functionally a child and is supposed to be his apprentice, but he doesn't teach any magic to. He just kind of yells at him and makes him carry stuff and tells him that he's doing everything wrong all the time and tests him in dumb ways and like flicks his forehead and makes him go fetch water and then makes camp without him. And by the end of the episode, the crown is finished, barely, but Evergreen is unable to reach it because of an attacking monster who he stole red gems from. Don't worry about it. Kind of looks like tree trunks. I don't know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
But he bids Gunter, like, Gunter, you have to put on the crown. You have to put the crown on, and it'll fulfill your greatest wish. It's a wishing magic crown. We found out earlier, like, the other elementals were like, you shouldn't make it. Do you really know yourself well enough to know that your greatest wish will be to stop the comet? But Gunter puts it on. And his wish is not to destroy the comet. He starts to look like Evergreen. Because Gunter's greatest wish, we very clearly realized just from watching this, was to be Evergreen.
Yep.
He wanted to be the world's greatest ice wizard. He wanted to be exactly like Evergreen. And so the crown, not, you know, as soon as the episode starts, you go like, oh no, this is the guy who looks like what the crown makes you look like. Is the crown like, did he wish for immortality? What's going on here? No, it's not Evergreen. It's Evergreen seen through the eyes of the child being mistreated by him.
Yeah.
You are turned into a child's idea of the world's greatest ice wizard. You gain those powers, but what is happening to the Ice King is this wish to be this person being just overwritten him.
Ugh.
And literally when he puts the crown on, he starts going like, Gunter, no! Gunter, no! As he like blasts everything with snow.
It's horrible.
It's horrifying. And like, you have seen before someone very young get taken over by the crown and start to enact an ice age. That's what happened to Finn in the other timeline.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great realization, and it's just got these, like, you sit there and think about it and think about what that means for the Ice King and the crown. And there's an earlier episode where after he regains himself and he goes to hug Marceline, he called her Gunter.
Ugh. When Marceline was a little
rough.
kid.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, so, like, he was already kind of starting to slip. It's beautiful. Speaking of beauty, it's time for Magic Man.
Yay!
It's only two. It'll be quick. The first one is actually good to talk about. Oh yeah, Bluey Ubuthi points out something I kind of skimmed over. Evergreen does literally say that he stole Gunter's egg and, like, messed with his brain to uplift him.
Yeah.
Because he goes, like, come on, Gunter, do it for Daddy. Are you my father? No. Well, I stole your egg and uplifted it to be my apprentice, but no. So.
Yay!
Food chain.
Oh.
Here's the main
Masaki
thing you need to know
Yuasa
about Food Chain.
episode.
Food Chain, written, directed, story by Masaki Yuasa. Oh, baby. Masaki Yuasa is one of those artists where I love his work so much, I don't care how straight it is. I don't care how overwhelmingly straight the art he makes is.
Yeah.
I'm good with it. Please watch Tatami Galaxy. Please watch, is it As the Night Goes On, Lead On Girl?
The Night is Short, Walk On Girl.
Yeah, it's worth how straight it is. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. But this episode is a non-stop treat for the eyes, and also, like, almost overstimulating, but in, like, the best way possible. And also, this is an episode where, on a trip to a museum, Finn and Jake are magicked by Magic Man into experiencing the entirety of a food cycle. And it ends with a musical number.
Yeah. It's a fascinating episode.
It's a fascinating episode. It's beautiful, and my favorite part is that the song that they sing at the end is actually referenced in another episode.
Yes!
So it is canon, so far as I'm concerned. It is indicated that this is a canon thing that happened.
God, I love PB looking
How
at
does
them
someone
on the
become the-
camera and just like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, Fandagma Lich, yes, explicitly, you become the new Ice King if you wear the Ice Crown. That is what happened to Simon. He tried putting it on for a joke once, and it took him over. And he could slow the progression by keeping it on his belt and not wearing it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's worth noting real quick here, by the way, just like in this brief pause, it's indicated that Simon's actually really good at wearing the crown and not becoming like a total monster.
Yeah.
Like, in that alternate universe, Finn winds up stealing the crown and putting it on after Simon died like a very long time ago. And he winds up like almost destroying the planet immediately.
Yeah.
He talks about like, it whispers to me the secrets of the ice and snow. And like, you know, Ice King does do that when he's Simon. Like, he talks about that, but like, he's able to take it off. He's able to take it off, keep it on his belt repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
And even as the Ice King, like, he's dangerous-ish, but like, he keeps to his weird little lair, and he can make friends and kind of calm down sometimes. And like, he never really stops being amoral and violent. Like, it's a real danger, but like, he's not destroying the world constantly. And he keeps finding Marceline. And I wonder sometimes if that's part of it. He's got someone in his life still.
Yeah, he's
Kind of.
got an anchor.
On a glacial scale.
Because so much of what tips Finn
What happened
over, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like it
Yeah.
also is what brings him back, but also like what pushes him like
Mhm.
to be, is he accidentally scares his little brother into crying in Farm World.
Yeah. Yeah, and he like snaps out of it long enough to like, you gotta go. You can't be around me. You're
Yeah.
not safe.
Yeah. Ugh.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's
But
super
back to
good.
Magic Man real quick. Everything's Jake.
Oh man. Futurama cast
teeny tiny
reunion.
magic. Yay! Fun! A teeny tiny Magic Man injects something into Jake while saying some cryptic words, which I think are, "The waffle doll shall fall, lest ye eat the yellow dough," which makes his face sink deep into his body, where a whole world made out of Jake's flesh is created, including a city full of people. Lots of people.
Lots of people.
And it's kind of a Futurama reunion. Well, it's just fun. It's like, hey, that's Fry's voice actor. The playing a character is like, yeah, I'm your old friend. You know me, Jake, and it definitely doesn't become kind of an existential nightmare.
No.
Kind of an existential nightmare.
No.
It's great. It ends with like Jake having to escape his own body because he starts to get really hungry and it's causing earthquakes in the fake world, and he's like told outright, like, if you leave, we'll be destroyed, we'll never exist. But his friend rescues him, and it's haunting. So that's the last Magic Man thing. What's with Magic Man and little guys? I never realized this. Strap in. He sure has a fixation on making replicas of people or replicas of relationships, doesn't he? Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like it would be the last season 6, except there's a character who hasn't had any episodes until season 6. We gotta talk about Betty episodes.
Oh God, do we
gotta
ever?
talk. We gotta talk about season 6, episode name, Betty. A wizard ritual that the Ice King was snooping on, watching in secret, goes wrong, which I love because he just watches this, like, dumb wizard secret society because he very clearly, like, envies them a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, hey, come on, I can hang. But they summon what turns out to actually be a being of pure anti-magic, depowering all of the wizards there and going in a rampage in Wizard City. Ice King gets blasted with it and reverts completely into Simon Petrikov because the crown has been completely like neutralized. Its red eyes go gray.
It's
It's just him.
it's really funny because he's still in the Ice
However,
King robe and it's hanging off him like a giant
yes,
nightshirt.
yeah, because he doesn't have his beard anymore either.
Yeah.
And his mind is like completely clear. It's like he woke up from like a strange dream. That's like actually how he describes it at some point in the episode. Like it's like I was in a waking dream the whole time. Which
Yeah.
Uh, but it also means the crown's not keeping him alive anymore. So he's kind of in a hurry as he makes it back to like his the Ice Kingdom, where it turns out that like buried under a bunch of junk the Ice King began to stack up. He has a whole research laboratory from when he was more like cohesive and coherent, and his glasses are still there and like a copy of his suit, which I love, but is also really sad because imagine him like just setting that up like, well, if I ever become coherent again, if I like go under for a long time, I'll want these. Woof.
Yeah.
Uh, and he decides to use the very limited time he thinks he has left to construct a portal into time, a time window, which he does with the help of Finn and Jake and Marceline because he needs an item that has been around for the entirety of the time between then and the time he needs to reach. And Marceline gives up her teddy bear that he gave her because she loves him. This is Simon.
Ugh.
And what he wants to do is talk to Betty.
Ugh.
Because he doesn't know what happened to Betty. We found out in one of the first episodes that his fiancée Betty, like, vanished after the crown was on at some point. So he finds her in the last time that he ever saw her, sitting on the pavement, like, in this falling snow, as he rants, like, a couple of blocks away, and he opens the portal and talks to her and says, "I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. After this, you vanish, and I never see you again, and I just need you to know that I'm so sorry." And I love Betty, because she goes, "Well, you're fine." And he goes, "Yeah, for now, but, like, I don't know what I did to make you leave you. I don't know." And she's like, "I would never leave you for anyone, but I'll leave you for Lou." And she dives through the time portal into the future.
It's so cool.
It's so good. And she then finds out he's, like, gonna die because he doesn't have the crown on, and she basically doesn't hesitate at all. She's like, "Okay, fine, we're getting the crown back on you. And it's not forever, it's just to buy time until I can fix it, and then you'll be fine." And she literally, like, fights the anti-magic entity, like, hand to hand.
Yeah.
And destroys it.
It's so
and
cool.
she rules, and it restores Simon back to being the Ice King. And there's this very sad bit, like, right at the end, where he's talking to, like, a kidnapped princess, like, "Yeah, I guess while I was passed out, like, this woman came and saved me. Typical. The perfect woman comes by while I'm asleep, and we see her out the window on this, like, stolen magic carpet just watching him."
Ugh.
And she vanishes. And I love this episode because I had heard vaguely about her coming back, but some of it was through this, like, you know how it is. You hear about things through fandom lenses, and it was like, I can't believe Betty did that, and that's why she was missing. I'm grabbing the screen. She was sitting in the snow, and he never saw her again. We know that the Ice King changes locations. If he never sees her again, and we know she would never leave him on purpose, then that means she didn't leave. If she didn't enter the time portal, she freezes to death. That's the answer.
Yeah.
That is, if the time portal hadn't happened, what happens to Betty? He loses her in the snow.
Hooray!
And I love so much that she just vanishes. It's like, I love that she has the precise mind. Like, we haven't seen a lot of her, but I feel like you get the sense that, like, well, let's be real. The Ice King does fixate on bubblegum. We can assume a couple of similarities.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like it suggested that Betty is just the person who hears, "Okay, you factually know for a fact that you never see me again after this. Something must happen to me. I'm going to the future, baby."
Yep. Good for her.
And good for her. Now we gotta talk about You Forgot Your Floaties.
Oh, Jesus.
Surprise. this whole concept was a long con to have enough context to talk about this goddamn episode.
Oh, man.
I might not even have gotten here in one stream. I wrote in the past for myself in a normal way. I've written 4,900 words just to get to this. But oh, we got to this.
Where the crown fixating on princesses comes from is because Simon calls Betty, Betty my princess. So it is echoes of Simon's mind filtered through the crown, trying to find Betty.
Yep. That was presumably his pet name for her, so he knows. Think of it as like, if you've ever forgotten what you were doing, but you remember that you were doing something, I kind of imagine it as like, I was looking for someone. Who was I looking for? Princess. My princess. I was looking for a princess. My princess.
Yeah.
Where's my princess? Like that. You forgot your floaties. This episode opens with Glob's helmet falling to Earth as a comet, which is already a hell of a start. God's headgear is falling to Earth because he got killed by Finn's dad.
Whoopsie.
Finn and Jake have been tracking it. Whoopsie! Planning on recovering the object when it lands. However, before they can, Betty shows up to take it first, carrying it to Magic Man's house. Immediately, Finn and Jake assume she might be in danger or held hostage and plan on rescuing her, so they follow her. Unfortunately, Magic Man catches them first, like immediately, and turns them into a raw egg in a spoon and a bowl of hot soup. It's horrifying.
It's horrifying.
It's like a nightmare. It's really bad. She just leaves them both on top of a shelf and goes like, hey, good thing you're here. I need you guys to rule over my house forever after I disappear. And puts them on the shelf next to the tiny manticore, which is back and is like, hey, you came back. You did some hostage stuff to my brain. I need therapy.
Oh, it's horrible.
It's really horrifying. This poor manticore. And Magic Man gets back to work with his apprentice, Betty. And we learn Betty has been studying magic, and specifically wizards since we last saw her. And she has learned that magic is in some way intrinsically linked to madness and sorrow. It's like magic, sadness, madness.
Yeah, magic, madness, and sadness.
And it's really fun because her and Magic Man have this strange rapport where, like, she's learned how to talk to wizards. Because every now and then, like, they stop making sense to us. But, like, they're clearly having a conversation. But what we get the idea is, like, Magic Man plans on using Glob helmet as in this machine that they're both gonna enter, and it's really weird too because it's like a steam distillation device.
Yeah.
Like what you would use to like use steam to like render something down into its vapors. That they're both gonna go in, and his plan is that he's gonna use her through this to take over Grob's helmet and become Glob, which. That'll be good for everybody. Magic Man becoming God.
Yeah.
And he's going to explicitly return to Mars and destroy it. That's good. That's good. That's good. But Betty is trying to use him. And we don't quite know what, but it's made clear that, like, she wants to use him to understand wizards as part of her quest to, like, fix the crown somehow. But Magic Man insists he has no weaknesses to exploit. His mind is nothing but an endless field of smooth cruelty, which is such a dope way to put that, man.
Oh, I love... You're looking for the key, for a lock. You imagined the lock first for the key, but there's no lock. There's only an empty wastebasket.
Yes, I love that. And worth noting, in the background, the tiny manticore has decided to rebel and pushed Finn off the shelf to go and do something, and he just... falls through a crack in the floor and lands in some bread dough that, like, Betty was working on. And then he goes, okay, Jake, it's you now, and he pushes him off on top of this framed photograph of the Magic Man's and surfs him down. He just lands on the floor. But the photo winds up down there. And Betty takes the photo and hides it in her sleeve. Of Magic Man and the Mysterious Woman. And when she goes in... to his mind, which really is just like a giant expanse of gray. It's great. It's like, oh man. But she is able to use the photo to put on a mask of that woman and lead Magic Man through the memories of the events that truly catalyzed his current state. He recreated the appearance of his dead wife as some kind of magical robot device to protect the planet from something. It's like Grolf, something strange, like a big, awful entity. Like, anyways,
Orcablork?
Orcablork, big guy. The point is, he made a goddamn robot that looks like his dead wife.
Yeah.
And it's great because Grob Glob Glob is like, this seems like a really bad idea. Borky Bork. Golb, thank you. Munita actually had the right one.
Thank you.
Thank you. And he made this, like, robot sentinel, and it's really fascinating because, like, he tries talking to it, and she literally goes, like, I'm from you. I can only be what you are. Okay, I'm going to go do my duty now. Let me go do my duty. He goes, like, no, can't we run away together? And, like, they wind up in a struggle, and it's the automaton that falls off the cliff.
Ugh.
He, like, made this copy of his dead wife, and it too dies and slips out of his hands after rejecting him. And then Sunny Betty whips off the mask and switches places with him in the memory, so that he's the body falling off the cliff, and she's the man standing there watching it. And when they both wake up, the Magic Man's totally normal, mild, harmless, magicless. In the background, Finn got braked into a bread boy, by the way, and is, like, stumbling around and soaked up the soup that Jake is. Don't worry about it.
His mouth is full of bread, so he's going like, ma, 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 ma.
Which is great because Betty comes out of it just laughing.
Yeah.
And with his hat. And she teleports away. The madness is the same thing as the magic.
Yeah.
By taking on his madness, his like, trauma, literally. Like, there's this great bit at the beginning where when they're talking, she goes like, I can see a crab lurking in your neighbor's pool. And he goes, what does the crab have to say? I can't hear it yet. And then after she comes out, we get this vision of the crab under the water of the pool, lifting up, and it's Simon being turned into the Ice King, saying something we can't hear, and she, like, screams and laughs.
Yeah.
And vanishes.
Yeah.
Magic Man's like, oh, hey!
Do you remember?
No, I can't turn you back. I don't got no magic.
Do you remember what the part with the wastebasket was? Like, some part of him turned into a wastebasket?
Pretty well.
No, but I mean, like, there was something that tied directly to in the episode, too.
Oh, yeah. I forget. I want to rewatch this one, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's got a lot going on in it. I've been rewatching some episodes here and there just to, like, get back in on it.
Simon is saying the name of the episode? Oh, fuck.
Oh, because she's in the deep end of the pool now.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so fucked.
Drowning.
That's so fucked.
I love this. I love this. Xehanort fucking wishes. Xehanort is chump change next to Betty, man.
Yeah.
He was just stealing bodies, half stealing bodies for, like, no real plan. He got locked in a psychic standstill with Terra. Terra. I'm sorry, I love Terra
the man
a lot,
has
but that's like being
imagining
stuck in a
paper.
wrestling. And he's in there like, how can I get past your defenses?
There's
Betty stole this man's whole personality.
Elevator music playing in Tara's head. Like, I don't know how you're getting outwitted here.
Don't you have anything beside Girl from Ipanema? Nope.
It's Girl from Ipanema and then, like, vague Catholic guilt floating around.
And he just cut to Orc 13.
And then there's Zigbar on the side going, the girl from Ipanema came to...
And here's Betty. Here's Betty, meanwhile. She was just like an academic, which I think something I said when we watched this is like, she handles
Good night,
this
Miranda
problem in the most postgraduate degree way possible. Good night, Miranda Curry. Get some sleep.
she really does.
Where she just like researched this shit. Like she just like went in the wild and learned, and I'm excited for whatever comes in the future. Side note, at some point, we see a vision of a far, far, far future. Ooh, and when it goes through the Ice King's lair, there's a disembodied Ice King head-looking thing just flying around.
I'm sorry.
That's probably fine. Hi, Romeo.
Romeo, do you want to say hi? Romeo?
Hi.
He's busy snuffling my mom's jam advent calendar.
Jam for Romeo.
Jam for Romeo? Do you want jam? Yeah, you can't have anybody. You want
But yeah, I just love this episode so much. It felt like, because here's the thing, for a long time now, I'd been seeing fan art of Betty with Magic Man's hat on, and I was like, ha ha ha. What's,
So does
what's
she, like,
going on there?
steal it from him? How'd she do that? That's funny. Oh.
And I remember at some point on a past stream, I was like, I'm worried that she, like, steals his magic by eating him. And it turns out,
Kinda, yeah.
like, kind of just, like, steals a chunk of his psyche. And I love that so much that it's like, the madness is the magic. Because you hit that point and you realize, like, all of the wizards who have been, like, the closest to a normal dude have very weak magic.
Yeah.
Abracadaniel can, like, barely summon a rainbow, and he's, like, mostly a goofy little dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, everyone else is just kind of a chode.
Yeah.
They have so many emotional problems.
Yeah.
Like, actually, we were talking earlier about the dude who, like, Master Shake's voice actor voices, like, he explicitly, we get, like, a whole episode of, like, I try to do magic and then I think about how much my daddy hated me. Oh, daddy, why? It's like, well, maybe you can try making things and think about your mom. And he's like, Mommy, it's...
Mommy!
You look back at that and go like, ah.
Yeah.
I see.
It's really
This-
good.
oh,
It's really good.
Which, by the way, an episode about the Ice King I didn't cover this time because I just wanted to get to this point because that seemed like a doable end point for tonight's discussion, at least, is an episode where he, like, fakes becoming friends with him to use his powers. And at one point we see in the background, like, Abracadaniel frozen solid. It's like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Ah, Grandpa. He was doing so good for a minute there.
He was.
It's almost like he's laboring under a curse, and he's not capable of actually growing as a person because there's a magical artifact physically stopping him.
Who's to say?
See, that's what kills me, is that one thing I've definitely seen on Tumblr now and then is people being, like, mad at Betty for something she does that we haven't seen. Hey! Going on?
Flip.
What was I gonna say? Oh! I've seen people be like, oh, but, like, Ice King should have been left to be Ice King. He's so fun. Like, I don't know why he has to... Simon Petrikov. And I'm like, he hates it? Even as Ice King, he, like, talks openly about, like, all the terrible things he sees with his wizard eyes.
Yeah.
And, like, not understanding why he's alone all the time. And he's physically incapable of remembering why he did things. He can't remember people. Sometimes he forgets that, like, Finn and Jake are his friends, kind of, now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not really wacky fun time grandpa. Like, he is. But, like, he's suffering. He's doing bad. It doesn't matter how fun he is sometimes. And I just love that gets hit with the immovable object of Betty Groff is gonna fucking do some things.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I think she gets to do everything forever, so far as I'm concerned. I hope she kills Death.
I think that would be funny.
I think it's good for her. Oh, you know what I said? Hey, what's going on? That's actually a good comparison. People, like, with problems being, like, more fun than when they're cleaned up.
Yeah.
It's a different situation here, but, like, Yeah, actually, it's like, oh, he's got his funny personality-changing crown on that makes him so fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to hate on, like, people can have different opinions than me about a cartoon, but it's always funny to go back and re-examine stuff that you only knew about through other people's reactions.
The hell they can. We'll fix you. Don't worry. Come here.
But it's definitely like I think Adventure Time hits a fun balance where you're still capable of being like, Ice King, what are we gonna do with you? And also in the background, just like, oh man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please look forward to when we talk about stakes next time.
Yay.
Because that has a moment with Ice King that is technically very subtle, but like breaks my heart entirely, and it's just him coming and finding Marceline when she really needs him.
Ugh, it's so
And
good.
like, has that been happening for like a really long time? Is that why like she's not a monster entirely too? Have these two people, even though they've like lived so long and had so many things they've gone through, been able to keep just a little bit of their humanity by like talking to each other and having this connection? And if so, that's really wonderful, even though What do you mean you have a real-life Marceline's Axe Bass?
Very
I
cool.
don't even care if that's a lie. If that's a lie, that's a kick-ass lie. But anyways. It's really good. I really like Adventure Time. We will probably talk more about Adventure Time at another time. We might talk about Discworld for a bit first, depending on if I finish The Truth, because I really love The Truth, because it has... I believe you, I said. But we will probably also talk more about Adventure Time, because there is a bunch of subjects in Adventure Time I didn't get to cover here.
For now, though, we should
I didn't
probably...
even get to talk about Sweet Pea. We should wrap up and go to fan art.
We should wrap up and go to fan art. Ugh. But first we take a break.
We're going a little bit over time. First, we take a little funny break. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break here, real quick. Now's a good time to get up, have a little stretch, have a little wiggle around. We do this so that we don't die while we do fan art and close out the show. And hey, if you gotta go to bed, go to bed. The rest of this will be on the VOD later, but if you want to stick around and take a look at what's in fan art, hey, please do, and then we'll probably find some place to rate. Hey, thanks for following and said what's going on. We will be right back.
Stupid button! Oh boy, I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today! Huh? It's my greatest invention ever! Get that hedgehog, do as I say! Oh boy, I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon! If it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get that blue cartoon! It may take me years to catch that horrible hedgehog! If I wasn't so happy, I'd retire my plan today! There's only one cure for a robotnik. Obliterating that hedgehog! What was I saying anyway? Tails, shut up! That's better. As I was saying. Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew. If it's the last thing I do, it's only a matter of time before my hedgehog stew. Now nothing can stop me from conquering Mobius and lots of other stuff too. Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today. What? It's my greatest gift idea. Get that damn hedgehog! Wait! Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon. If it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get that blue baboon. Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today. Huh? It's my greatest invention ever. Get that hedgehog! Do as I say. Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew.
Hooray! Shout out to my power for staying on through the night. Good God, I was worried. yeah, I'm really excited to see the rest of Adventure Time. It's, it's fun watching something live, but there really is kind of a joy to, like, hitting something after it's either, like, finished or there's a lot of material built up. Especially since I have been seeing Fiona and Cake fan art go by, and I have no idea what's happening in that. I've seen a fan comic or two where I'm like, aha! Yes. I see. Ooh. I'd take a stretch. It's good to stretch. Huh. Hey, actually. Ooh. Why do I always get the Ice King version of that song stuck in my head? Oh, you seem like a lot of fun just over and over again. Probably from watching it a lot. Alright, sound off. Who's your favorite princesses, chat? Excluding Princess Bubblegum. That ain't count. That's a whole ass main character.
Hello.
Hello.
Alright.
I distracted people asking about which princess they like.
Yay.
Oh, Dr. Princess does not count.
Hey!
The doctor.
You all took the night off. No fan art. That's fine.
Yay!
Yay!
Literally, I was about to tell you when you got in. We got no fan art. People took the night off. They rested
yeah.
their hands. I'm
Good.
so glad. Thank you guys for taking a night off and just chilling. Every time this has ever happened, we are extremely excited about it because the last thing we ever want in this goddamn life is for anyone to feel like they gotta make fan art.
Oh my
no,
god.
rest, chill, take some time for yourself.
Where am I gonna
And
send
you know what that
people
means? We get to go to bed.
then? Thank god.
Well, not
Alright.
go to bed. We get to log off and watch. Maybe we're gonna watch more Super Great Friend play. SGF play. Indigo Prophecy. God, my brain like totally dropped the name of that stupid game.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you to
Boba
Patapon JPN. He does not speak English, but he's playing something cute called Hoko Life.
Yeah, represent us well. If there ain't no Japanese translation, just be chill, hang out, enjoy, represent us well. We don't got any raid phase going on. And we will see you around another time. Thank you so much for
shit.
being by, and thank you for
They disabled
digging.
raids.
Oh,
Well.
ah, well, that's fair enough. While Bugs finds someone else, I will stall for time, doing a funny little tap
Okay,
dance.
I'm
By
sending
which I mean,
sending
I-
you to old timey
I-
retro computer show.
Okay, that works. I just wanted to say thank you guys very much for like being down with this like stream format where we just talk about things and
Yeah,
I have a
for
big
real.
list of things I want to talk about because it's really fun. I've been like looking forward to this since yesterday when I was like finishing it before bed. So, thank you all so much, and thank you all for being here. Thank you if you've been coming by before. Thank you if it's your first time here. If you're watching this on the VODs channel later, thank you very much, especially for listening this late. I figured out recently some of you guys do actually do that because you knew the password. So hey,
Fucked up.
thank you. And if you leave comments on YouTube, we appreciate it. Not for SEO reasons. I don't care about making money on YouTube. YouTube's rough. But we do appreciate those of you who donate and subscribe because this is our job. God help us. But we just like comments. So thank you. Thank you for whatever way you spend your time with us. If you make fan art, if you take a break from fan art, thank you.
Mhm.
If you take clips, if you tell your friends about the show, share us in your Discord channel, whatever, that means the most for us. But most of all, whatever way you choose to hang out with us. Thank you. Hey, and you know what it's time for? Get in the jar.
Get in the jar.
Oh, it's time for good little chatlets to go in the jar. I'll sing to you so sweetly in the jar.
Shake ya.
I'll sing. No, Bugs ain't allowed to shake you guys.
Shake
It's
ya.
so cozy and safe in the
Shake
jar.
ya.
It's so shaped. What are you doing, Bugs? No, stop! Please, God, they're trying to sleep.